Recording
equipment
in
cool.
progress.
Battery fires, there are videos that you can see of what they look like. They usually extend somewhere in the range of 2 to 3 feet in the air vertically and about 2 to 3 feet horizontally. And the duration, it's flammable gases, so we're not talking about off-site flames, etc. Next slide, please. As far as the environmental issues are concerned, as I mentioned, this site has been previously disturbed. We surveyed the physical area very extensively. This is private land that is zoned institutional. The project itself would operate emissions-free. There's no water needed for operations. It's outside of any sensitive biological or cultural habitats. We've done cultural surveys, we've done biological surveys, protocol level plant and fauna surveys. We are set back from sensitive receptors. Now, I know that there's a lot of definitions of what is a sensitive receptor, but certainly residences, schools, and the like, where there's human habitation, is certainly a sensitive receptor. The closest sensitive receptor to the project site is approximately 800 feet. Whether or not you think that's an adequate setback is certainly subject to opinion, but in terms of our measuring the environmental implications of the project, none of the analysis that we've done in plume modeling or any other offsite implications get anywhere near that distance. We completely avoid jurisdictional waters. We're protecting additional open space. We will be retaining any of the multi-use trails. There's one trail that would be impacted by the project that we propose to relocate slightly to the east so that it can maintain its functionality. And we will be actively working on a vegetation management plan as part of our work with the Orange County Fire Authority. We understand the adjacent properties also have vegetation management plans, and we want to work with the adjacent landowners to make sure that we have a good program for fire protection. As I mentioned earlier, we do adhere to SMART from the start principles. Defenders of Wildlife's letter that was submitted to the commission outlines that in great detail. And we meet all of those criteria. I actually worked on the development of those criteria some years ago as part of a multi-agency and stakeholder group. As far as the visual impacts of the project, next slide, please. This was something that was raised early on when we were first talking with the city of San Juan Capistrano. There was concern about the visibility of the project from I-5 or from Camino Capistrano. So we discussed developing a 10-foot tall masonry non-combustible perimeter wall using earth tones around the perimeter, and then putting landscape buffering on the outside of that wall. But it's a catch-22. If you want to make sure that you have fire protection, what kind of landscaping can you do that is also appropriate for fire safety? So we've conferred with the Orange County Fire Authority. They have a planting palette that they've recommended to us, and we'll be using those plantings as appropriate around the perimeter of the site. Next slide, please. This is a couple of visual simulations. There are more of these in the application that was submitted to the commission before and after, showing a view from Camino Capistrano on the left, looking north at the project site coming up. With the vegetation in place. The photo on the right is from the right-hand breakdown lane of I-5 looking across. Some portion of the project would be visible, especially because we've removed some of the vegetation at the northern end to allow for additional fire access that was requested. But overall, I think that that visibility is somewhere in the range of 3 to 5 seconds as you're driving south on 5. When you're driving north on 5, you can't see it at all. I'd now like to ask Gary Ashley, who is with Tesla and can speak to the Megapack 2XL safety and design and fire issues.
Good morning. It's an honor and privilege to address the commission this morning. My name is Gary Ashley. I'm currently serving as the fire operations liaison for Tesla. With my primary role being with the company being outreach and education for first responders that may need to deal with our products. My role really highlights the company's commitment to first responder safety and community risk reduction. That's really why I'm here today. Prior to Tesla, I had the privilege to serve as a firefighter paramedic with the city of Fremont, and retiring a few years ago at the rank of battalion chief in operations. Uh, Fremont is where Tesla's first factory was located, and I learned firsthand through my tenure there how to deal with lithium ion emergencies. Um, During my tenure also with Fremont, I have extensive experience as a strike team leader where I was responsible for taking a crew of 22 firefighters around the state battling large wildfires. And clearly, wildfires and urban interface fires are an unfortunate reality in our state. So therefore, I acknowledge the concerns regarding this project. But however, in my 30 years on the job, I faced many types of hazards and have been in many critical situations. And um, with the benefit of hindsight, I realize that best systems are nowhere near the top of my list for concerns especially in a wildfire setting. This is due to many reasons, some that were pointed out by my colleague from FRA, like the design and really for wildfires, the lack of ember cast, right? Ember cast is really, with wind, is really what pushes wildfires beyond a speed where firefighters can get a good hand on it. Um, I've highlighted the wildfires that have plagued our state. And when I was a young firefighter, it was only in the summertime. Now it's looking like it's year round for our state. And, the transition to sustainable energy will likely reduce the conditions that are starting to plague our state. As a side note, I'd like to point out I'm a resident in Ripon, California, where Angie's project, a megapack project, is going in, where my family lives right now. And I have no concerns. It is in my backyard, and I'm looking forward to clean and stable energy for my local jurisdiction. I appreciate your time, and thank you.
Well, this concludes our presentation. I just want to thank everyone for their attention. We're committed to ensuring the highest safety standards for this project, and we'll continue to trying our best to collaborate and have engagement with the local community. This is just the beginning of the process, and we look forward to hearing everyone's concerns for the rest of the day today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you to the applicant team for the presentation. We will now be taking a 5-minute break to allow time for our Spanish interpreters to get situated. But please feel free to use this time to stretch or find a seat in the front if you arrive late or if you're standing. There's seats up here. Thank you, everyone. All right. Please find your seats. We're going to start back up. Everyone, if we could please have your attention, please. Thank you, everyone. We are going to proceed. We are going to proceed with our next presentation. I will pass it off to Renee Longman.
Good morning. My name is Renee Longman, and I'm the CEC, or excuse me, I'm a project manager in CEC STEP division. Okay. All right. Try that again. Good morning. My name is Renee Longman, and I'm a project manager in CEC STEP division. Now that you've heard from Casey on the opt-in process and Angie on the project description, my presentation will cover CEC's preparation of a staff assessment for the Compass Energy Storage Project. I'd like to make a couple points up front. First, although we're engaged, although we were engaged in the data completeness review of the application with the applicant from April 2024 until the end of April 2025, CEC staff actual analysis work is still in the early stages. That's why we are here engaged in public scoping efforts as part of staff's independent information gathering. We are looking for input on the scope of what our CEQA analysis should include. Second, while this is an accelerated process, a complete and independent environmental analysis will be conducted. So let's jump into it. Next slide, please. The CEC has an interdisciplinary team of technical specialists and will prepare a staff assessment. A staff assessment is a comprehensive, independent, technical, and environmental review prepared by the CEC that is more comprehensive than a typical environmental impact report. The staff assessment includes a draft EIR following the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act and the CEQA guidelines. In the next two slides, we will show the topics in the environmental and engineering impact assessment and some mandatory opt-in requirements that are included in the staff assessment. The environmental justice assessment includes an assessment of the project's impact on an environmental justice population based on the presence of a minority or low-income population, and considers whether the project would have a disproportionately high or adverse human health or environmental effect on the environmental justice population. And finally, the staff assessment will include compliance conditions and a compliance monitoring plan. This is to ensure that should the project be approved, that construction, operation, and decommissioning complies with applicable local, state, and federal laws, ordinances, regulations, and standards, or laws, or with any conditions of certification. Next slide, please. These are the topics that our CEC technical team of engineers and environmental specialists will be analyzing to produce a staff assessment. The staff assessment will also consider a reasonable range of potential feasible alternatives to the project. In addition to a no project alternative, the staff assessment will consider alternatives that would avoid or substantially lessen the significant effects of the project while feasibly obtaining most of the project objectives. Next slide, please. The staff assessment will also include an evaluation of the project's compliance with mandatory opt-in requirements, which include skilled workforce requirements and labor agreements, a community benefits agreement, and demonstration that the project will provide a net positive economic benefit to the local government that would have had permitting authority. Next slide, please. The purpose of the staff assessment is to provide objective information regarding the project's significant effects on the environment, identify possible ways to minimize the significant effects, describe reasonable alternatives to the project, assess the project's conformance with applicable local, state, and federal laws, ordinances, regulations, and standards, and provide an evaluation of the extent to which the application complies with additional licensing requirements set forth in the Public Resource Code. This information will be considered by the CEC commissioners in deciding whether to grant a certificate to build and operate the project. Next slide, please. The CEC is in the early stages of analysis of the proposed project, now that the project application is complete. CEC staff will use the information gathered during this scoping process in the preparation of the staff assessment. With certain exceptions, the staff assessment is prepared within 150 days of the application completeness determination. The staff assessment is anticipated to be published in the fall of 2025, and there will be a 60-day public review period. CEC staff will come back and hold a public meeting with the findings of the staff assessment during the public review period. Following the close of the 60-day public review period, CEC staff will prepare and publish an updated staff assessment. A future decision on the project will be made at a publicly noticed CEC business meeting. Next slide, please. CEC staff has received email updates when new files are posted to the project docket and are reviewing files on a regular basis as they come in. To date, the CEC has received over 1,000 comment letters on this project. This slide represents some of the known areas of concern raised by the public based on comments received to date. This includes concerns about fire, thermal runaway, battery energy storage safety, aesthetics, and concerns related to the location of the proposed projects. Staff uses comments to help develop the scope content of the environmental analysis and learn about areas of potential concerns within each resource topic. Next, I would like to introduce Brett Folks.
Good morning, everyone. You can hear myself. Okay. Up here. Okay, my name is Brett Folks, and I am the manager of the Safety and Reliability Branch here at the CEC STEP Division. The public has raised several concerns about energy storage fires that have occurred in the state. The two incidents that I would like to touch on are the one at Moss Landing and the one at Otay Mesa. This slide depicts Vistra's Moss Landing Energy Storage Facility. The Phase 1 portion of the project, depicted by the purple rectangle, you can see it there, it's the one in the top left corner, is a 300 megawatt, 1,200 megawatt hour capacity and began commercial operation in late 2020. This project was a utility scale battery energy storage system that used a lithium ion nickel manganese cobalt or NMC chemistry and was located with an older converted turbine building hall. The fire started on January 16th, 2025. Next slide, please. The Gateway Energy Storage Facility located in Otay Mesa has a 250 megawatt, 1,000 megawatt hour capacity and began commercial operation in mid-2020. This project is also a utility scale battery energy storage system that has a lithium ion NMC chemistry and is located within a warehouse built for battery storage. The fire here started on May 15th, 2024. Next slide, please. On the left, you can see the pictures of the Gateway and Moss Landing energy storage facilities. As I previously mentioned, both of these became operational in mid to late 2020, are located indoors, and use an NMC lithium-ion chemistry. Since 2020, battery storage codes and the industry have evolved to make these currently proposed projects safer. The two industry best practices I would like to highlight are the use of containers and a different lithium-ion chemistry. As you can see from the pictures on the right, these more recent battery storage projects have been placed in separate containers and not in a building. As discussed in staff's Darden Clean Energy Project assessment, the reasoning for this is that the containerization minimizes the damage caused by thermal runaway fires and reduces the threat of fire propagation. In essence, each container has a smaller amount of stored energy, and if an incident were to occur, it could be confined to one container. Thus, the threat of other containers catching fire would be minimized, unlike in a building application. The second item that has changed is the battery chemistry that is used in lithium-scale battery storage systems. Moss Landing and Gateway used a NMC lithium-ion chemistry. The industry has primarily moved on to a lithium iron phosphate, or LFP, lithium-ion chemistry base. The primary difference between NMC and LFP is energy density. LFP has a lower energy density. It also has a higher threshold temperature for thermal runaway. Both of these characteristics make it a comparatively safer chemistry. The takeaway from this I want to leave with everyone is that containers help to reduce the threat of a fire spreading, and the LFP chemistry helps to reduce the chance of thermal runaway occurring. Next slide, please. The CEC has experience with permitting and constructing battery energy storage systems from the smallest batteries to the larger scale utility applications. The Marsh Landing, Russell City, Sentinel, and Stanton Energy projects are fully operational and range from 10 to 17 megawatts. The Henrietta project has 99 megawatts, while the Border project has 52 megawatts of battery storage. The former is now fully operational, while the latter should be online next month. I want to emphasize the range of the CEC's projects because we perform the same rigorous analysis for any battery energy storage system project, no matter its size, its location, with an emphasis on safety. The CEC looks at every aspect of safety to ensure that if a project were certified, it would not create a significant impact during the construction or operation of the project. Additionally, our staff stay up to date with the latest codes, standards, research, and best practices for battery energy storage systems. Now, I would like to introduce my colleague, Dr. Greenberg, who will go into greater detail about the CEC's safety analysis as it pertains to battery energy storage systems.
Thank you, Brett, and good morning. I'm Alvin Greenberg, and I am the person responsible for conducting the safety analysis and for preparing two sections of the staff assessment. The first one is on worker safety and fire protection, and the second section assesses hazards, hazardous materials management, hazardous waste, and wildfire. Now, I've worked with the California Energy Commission for almost 31 years and have analyzed these very issues for a vast array of energy projects, such as natural gas-fired power plants, solar photovoltaic, and other solar projects, wind turbines, geothermal, coal gasification, and now, more recently, battery energy storage systems. I have also conducted power plant compliance inspections and served as a safety monitor for the construction of a photovoltaic solar facility and for the demolition of older solar facilities. Having a safety monitor during construction of any CEC licensed energy facility is one of our standard requirements. Staff is very much aware that safety is of great concern to all of you. It's also of great concern to us. Working with my colleagues who will be responsible for assessing impacts to public health, we are focused on conducting a thorough, professional, independent analysis of the proposed project. And I can commit to you that at least I will read every single comment received both before this meeting, during this meeting, and after the scoping workshop. Although I am just beginning my analysis after reading the application and receiving answers to my questions posed to the applicant in the form of data requests, I want to share with you a little bit of the process staff will follow and the new standards and requirements that we, the CEC, are implementing this year for all battery energy storage system projects under our jurisdiction. Next slide, please. The first step in our process is to identify each hazard that may be posed to on-site workers and the off-site public during both construction and the operation of the energy storage system. Next, staff will examine and assess the chances of that hazard impacting the off-site public and the workers at the site by doing the following review. We will look at information provided by the applicant about the battery chosen for use at this project. As you've heard before, it's the Tesla Megapack 2XL. But we'll also review past accidents of this particular energy storage system and any other battery storage system. We'll also review engineering studies, and we'll look at published scientific studies and industry reports. Additionally, staff will also be reviewing any available root cause analysis from past battery energy storage system incidents to learn what worked and what didn't work. Staff will then address the hazards that require mitigation, assess whether the applicant's proposed mitigations are adequate, and determine if additional mitigation is required. Now, if additional controls are needed, staff will then propose additional mitigation in the form of what we term a condition of certification that becomes an enforceable requirement for the project to follow if it's approved by the commissioners. Staff is committed to ensure the safest energy production for all Californians. Next slide, please. Staff will evaluate this project against the most recent safety standards and codes that include the National Fire Protection Association, the California Fire Code, UL Solutions, and the California Public Utilities Commission General Order 167C, which was just adopted this past March. Next slide, please. The National Fire Protection Standard, which we abbreviate NFPA, applies to the design, construction, installation, commissioning, operation, maintenance, and decommissioning of any stationary battery storage system. The standard includes such important requirements as emergency planning and training, system interconnections, and maintenance. Now, because this is an industry standard and not a currently enforceable code, staff will propose a condition of certification that will require compliance with NFPA 855. Next slide, please. These industry standards were developed by UL Solutions, which is formerly called Underwriters Labs. And I think that's a name that most people would find familiar, as they could find that on a label and just about any electrical kitchen appliances, power tools, and even extension cords. Now, standard UL is a 131-year-old company that researches safety and develops standards addressing the risk from fires and electric shocks. Both OSHA and Cal OSHA require that almost all electrical devices and cables in workplaces meet the relevant UL standards. UL 9540 is a certification, and it signifies that an energy storage system has undergone rigorous testing and evaluation to ensure it meets the safety standards for electrical and electrochemical energy storage technologies. Staff will require this certification. UL 9540A, a companion standard, provides a test method for evaluating the potential for thermal runaway and propagation in battery energy storage systems and is required before a UL 9540 certificate can be issued. This will also be required. UL 1973 covers a wide range of battery technologies, including lithium-based, and requires an even wider range of safety performance tests. Staff will also require these tests and certification. Next slide. The California Fire Code, excuse me, was amended July 1st, 2024 to add regulations governing battery energy storage system placement and operation in California. It went into effect on July 1st, 2024 as well. These new regulations must be followed by all such projects, and it specifically includes requirements in Section 1207, which outlines the scope, hazard mitigation analysis, fire tests, and separation requirements for battery energy storage system installations, amongst many other requirements. Next slide, please. Also applicable is the newly adopted California PUC General Order 167C, which establishes stricter standards for maintenance and operation of battery energy storage systems and increases oversight of emergency response plans. Next slide, please. I'd now like to discuss with you possible mitigation requirements. Now, these are examples of mitigation measure that staff has already required for the Darden Clean Energy Project in Fresno County, which includes a battery energy storage system and a vast array of solar panels. And it has been published, so it can be found online on the CEC website, and it will be decided by the commissioners on June 11th. Deflagration panels, which are included in the Tesla battery, these would direct any explosion upwards rather than to the sides, thus avoiding impacting adjacent units and avoiding propagation. Thermal infrared cameras, which could be used to detect heat anomalies before they induce a thermal runaway event. A construction and operations and maintenance fire protection program. This is required by Cal OSHA and includes a multitude of programs that protect workers and provide for fire protection. A command and control center that would be used or could be used if a fire occurs so that the fire department can receive telemetry data from the units and direct operations from outside the battery area, thus protecting firefighters. Real-time, excuse me, real-time environmental air monitoring. Air monitoring would begin as soon as a heat anomaly is detected, so as to ensure that any toxic air contaminants are detected and measured. Finally, partnership for enhanced safety. Again, these are examples from the Darden project that we are will be considering, because I have just started my analysis, for other battery energy storage systems, including the Compass battery energy storage system. This is joint training between the project and the local fire department, and continued meetings between the fire department and Energy Commission staff to ensure open exchange of the latest information on battery energy storage system risks, hazards, engineering controls, future changes to fire codes, and firefighting techniques. I would thank you, and I will pass the microphone to Robert Chun.
Thank you, Dr. Greenberg. My name is Robert Chun. I'm Chief of Staff to Chair Hochschild here at the California Energy Commission. Before we turn to public comment, which we'll get to shortly, I just want to emphasize that the single most important factor in our permitting process is safety. Our review process, led by expert staff, takes an exhaustive approach to every dimension of battery safety. We've never had a fire at any storage facility permitted by the California Energy Commission, and we intend to keep it that way. We look forward to analyzing this project's choice of site, design, and technology over the months to come. I also want to emphasize that battery safety is a top priority for the entire state of California and not just the CEC. Our agency is proud to be a part of a new California Battery Safety Collaborative, which includes the senior leadership at CAL FIRE, the California Air Resources Board, the California Public Utilities Commission, and the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development. This group is taking an all-of-government approach to ensure that our battery systems are safe and reliable for the communities they serve. As others have indicated, the battery storage industry has moved to new codes and chemistries over the last few years, and those codes and chemistries have led to significant improvements in battery safety. But I want to be very clear. We don't take anything for granted. The state's Battery Safety Collaborative is committed to ensuring best-in-class safety in every aspect of a battery project's life, including permitting, installation, monitoring, and emergency planning. And that is the lens through which the CEC will review the project before us. And now I'll turn to Mona Beatty, our public advisor.
Thank you, everyone. Mona Beatty again with the Office of the Public Advisor, Energy, Equity, and Tribal Affairs. If we can get the next slide, please. Next slide. All right. Today I'm going to present on the different ways you can participate in this proceeding, and they apply to pretty much every proceeding that the Energy Commission has. I'm with the Office of the Public Advisor, Energy, Equity, and Tribal Affairs. Part of our mission is to facilitate public and tribal engagement in our programs and policies. We're a free resource. We're available to anyone that wants to participate in our proceedings, including the Compass proceeding. And I'm going to be sharing our contact information on a later slide. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to talk about the multiple ways that you can participate in this proceeding. One is just to follow the proceeding, and I'll provide some examples of how to do that. The second is to comment. There's multiple ways to comment on this proceeding. And a third option is open to California Native American tribes, which is tribal consultation. Next slide, please. So this is detailing the ways that you can follow the proceeding. This is one of the most popular ways that we have folks engage with our different programs and policies. And you can review materials that we post on our website. You can sign up for email updates, and you can attend the events like you are here today. Our events are almost always hybrid or fully virtual via Zoom, so the public can attend from anywhere with a phone or internet connection. On this slide, you're going to see a snapshot of the CEC webpage for the proposed Compass project. It has information on the proposed project and project status. It has a place where you can subscribe for the free email updates that are specific to this proceeding under subscribe. And then there's a link to submit written comments directly into the project docket. And then there's a link to the docket itself. All right, so what is a docket? Next slide. So the CEC has publicly accessible online dockets for its proceedings. This is basically a place where project application materials, public comments, notices, agendas, and other documents are filed and available online. On this slide, you'll see an image of the docket for the proposed Compass project. With few exceptions, all the materials in the docket are linked and available for anyone to download and view for free. And if you go to the docket, you can see that we've received a lot of comments for the proposed Compass project, and you can read everyone's comments in addition to your own. You can see your own posted there as well. All right, next slide. So another way to comment is verbally. And written comments, excuse me. So in all of our programs and policies, any person can comment verbally at an event or in writing. Please note that comments do become part of the public record and there is access available via internet search engine. So to comment verbally, you're going to just attend the event like you are here today. And you can attend in person or via Zoom or by phone. And wait for the instructions provided so that you can join the queue to make your comments. And then the CEC also welcomes public comment. Those are reviewed in detail. And you can do that just by typing in your e-comment on the website. We make it really easy to do that in a few clicks. You can also upload a letter relatively easily to the website. And again, those all go into the docket. And comments can be submitted anytime. You can submit multiple comments as well, but we do recommend if there's an announced public comment period that you get your comments in for that time frame. So for example, if the staff does a staff assessment, a draft staff assessment, then they're going to ask for a comment period of so many days. And we do ask for comments to be docketed within that time period so we can look at them all together and review them, and then they can be used for the next version of that assessment. And those will all be announced and emailed out with the listserv or announced in the docket. There's also email and paper options if you don't want to use the e-commenting or you don't want to use the online docket system, and those are noted in the notice for today's event as well. And again, I just want to repeat that if you need assistance, my office is here to assist you, and then we're going to have contact information in the last slide. All right, next slide, please. So the third way to engage with us is open to California Native American tribes, and that is tribal consultation. And so I put our contact for our assistant tribal liaison from the siting division, Gabriel Rourke, and he's available to receive requests for consultations. We do invite consultations in this proceeding and all of our siting proceedings. Next slide, please. All right, I just wanted to thank everyone for being here today and for the comments in the docket. It really helps us do our jobs. We're here to serve California. And I put our contact information on this slide. And again, we're here to assist you. And I just want to do another reminder for blue cards. It does help us when they're turned in early so we can make sure that we're prepared for the public comment period. And I think at this point, I will turn it back to Casey. Oh, we're doing government. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Okay. So we're going to do government comments. We've got some folks queued up, and I'm going to call names, and we are asking for folks to come to the podium if that works for people. We are on Zoom, so that's the way that we can have the Zoom attendees hear your comments. And then we were asking if government commenters can try to limit their comments to 5 minutes or less. That will allow us to have, after the government comments, a lunch break and then open it up to public comment. And our plan is to do public comments in the room and then also on Zoom. All right. One moment. Okay. So first, if we have Max Wernher from State Senator Tony Strickland's office available in the room. All right. And then do we have Assembly Member Lori Davis from the California State Assembly in the room with us? All right, then we will come back to Assembly Member Davis. How about Assembly Member Diane Dixon? All right, I know some folks are traveling, so we will come back to those commenters as well. All right, next we have a group from City of San Juan Capistrano, Mayor Troy Byrne. Thank you so much.
I'm going to give some of those guys a pass. My commute was shorter than theirs from Sacramento. Although I think Mike Levin, who lives in San Juan Capistrano, our congressman, would love to be here. He wrote a strong letter of opposition, not to the battery storage, but the battery storage on this particular site that should have been received by your staff yesterday. I'm going to start by deferring some time to Joel Rojas, our Development Services Director, who's going to speak to the land use elements in our general plan that affect this project, and then to Ryan Barrett from our city's attorney office for a couple of minutes, and then I'll come back up for my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Joel Rojas. I'm the Development Services Director for the City of San Juan Capistrano. As we all know, NG North America is proposing to construct and operate and maintain a battery energy storage system or BESS facility that would be capable of storing up to 250 megawatts of electricity on an approximately 13-acre project site currently owned by Saddleback Church, located within the northern portion of the City of San Juan Capistrano. The city's land use code currently does not contain standards or regulations specifically addressing commercial BESS facilities like this project, as such high impact uses were not contemplated within the city's planning framework due to their scale and potential incompatibility with residential and environmentally sensitive areas. Despite local public safety concerns, state law authorizes BESS facility applicants to bypass the local discretionary review process by seeking certification directly from the California Energy Commission. I would like to explain how this project has been effectively denied by the city due to land use inconsistency. In December of 2021, the city received entitlement applications from the applicant to establish the project within the City of San Juan Capistrano. Staff determined that the proposed facility could not be permitted under the city's existing zoning code, as the site is not zoned institutional, as stated earlier by the applicant, but is zoned planned community, which does not allow BESS facilities. As a result, the applicant requested that the city council initiate a rezoning study to create a comprehensive development plan to accommodate the project. On November 1st, 2022, the city council denied the request to initiate the requested rezone process. In early 2023, the applicant informed the city of its intention to forego the city review process and instead pursue state approval via the California Energy Commission. In February of 2024, the applicant formally withdrew its city applications, thereby bypassing the city's local entitlement process. Most recently, at its March 13th, 2025 meeting, the City Council adopted an interim ordinance to extend for the second time the city's temporary prohibition on new commercial energy storage systems within the city through April 1st, 2026. Now I'd like to explain the project's incompatibility with the project site. BESS facilities raise unique considerations with regard to public safety, emergency critical transportation infrastructure, and constrained evacuation routes, all of which are conditions that exist within and around the proposed project site. The project is proposed in a location near established residential neighborhoods in San Juan Capistrano and downslope of several hundred homes in the adjacent city of Laguna Niguel. Furthermore, the project is immediately adjacent to a creek with severe erosion issues, which requires significant rehabilitation, according to a February 2021 report by the Orange County Public Works. The proposed site is also adjacent to major transportation infrastructure, including Interstate 5 and an active passenger and freight rail line. Additionally, the site only has a single point of access over a very active add-grade rail crossing and lacks a secondary emergency access point. Based on the project's proposed location and significant safety and environmental risks it presents, the city finds the project incompatible with the surrounding community and inconsistent with the city's land use priorities and commitment to public safety. The city has numerous concerns with the project, which require detailed examination and are only amplified by the project's proximity to residential and environmentally sensitive areas. As such, the city expects the project's environmental impact report to analyze all potential impacts with the project and to include a complete and thorough analysis of alternative project locations. In closing, the city supports clean energy infrastructure. However, the unresolved safety and environmental risks combined with the deficiencies at this specific location are too severe to support a clean energy project at the proposed location. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Hawkshield, Commissioner Gallardo, Executive Director Bohan, members of the professional staff. My name is Ryan Barron. I'm a partner at Best & Krieger. We are a full-service law firm to public agencies throughout California. We are the appointed city attorney to the city of San Juan Capistrano. I serve as legal counsel in this proceeding. I normally advise our government clients on renewable energy regulations and implementing great projects. In fact, I've actually worked on all of the waste to energy projects here and biogas projects at the county and its landfills and larger solar and cogeneration projects that power the downtown Civic Center as well as John Wayne Airport, and worked on projects throughout the state and out of state as well. But today I worked with the city on a project that is universally opposed and is not so great. I just wanted to make three brief points today. One is on the CEC's jurisdiction over the project. In June 2024, shortly after Compass Energy filed its opt-in application, the city filed a detailed objection to the CEC's jurisdiction over the project. For reasons that Mr. Rojas just went into, the City Council effectively denied the project on November 1st, 2022, as part of a request by the property owner, Saddleback Church, and by ENGIE to conduct a rezoning study to establish a comprehensive development plan and allow for large-scale 250 megawatt battery storage project through a conditional use permit. An electric generation use is not allowed by the city zoning for a variety of reasons, and the city council declined to initiate any rezoning of the property, and that was done under the city's constitutional police powers, which protect the health and safety of its community. After the denial, ENGIE did not exhaust its remedies or otherwise challenge the denial. Instead, it refiled the project as is with the state under AB 205. AB 205 was a budget trailer bill. Budget trailer bills are intended to clarify how the state budget allocates funds. There's also been a long history of their use and misuse. AB 205 was introduced to deal with post-COVID-19 utility arrearage payments and certain funding for energy programs. But 4 days before it was enacted, the CEC's opt-in certification authority over large-scale renewable projects that were historically permitted by local governments was dropped into the bill with no hearings or committee analysis. This was not a budget item, but a substantive change in state and local permitting. The only intent of opt-in certification is to allow developers to decide whether they want to go through the local government process or through an expedited permit process with the state. It was not intended to override prior local government decisions or denials or allow two bites at the apple. And for the reasons cited by the city in its comments, allowing those previously denied projects to resubmit their projects can be unconstitutional. The CEC has never issued a formal response or analysis on its jurisdiction like it has in other examples, and has now deemed the application complete and taken first steps toward implementing the statute. I raise this issue because the city is now required to participate in the proceeding and ask the state to not override its prior decision or override its zoning of the property or other local laws. And the city did file a reservation of rights in the project, in the docket, that its participation does not waive its jurisdictional arguments, and its comments here today don't either. The second point I'd like to make just very briefly is on the Darden Clean Energy project that was raised. We appreciate the safety analysis that went into that project and that will go into this project here. The Darden Energy Project is not the Compass Energy Project. There were excerpts of the Darden staff assessment that were put into this docket without any sort of analysis, and we were struggling at the time to understand the relevance of that. But the project is in a rural fallow ag area that had no opposition by Fresno County and does not contain the same public safety hazards that you have here, like rail access, urbanization, et cetera. The third point I'd like to make is on the community benefits agreement. As the CEC prepares a draft EIR, you will find that there will be numerous deficiencies that Mr. Rojas spoke to, and economic findings that can't be made, environmental impacts that are significant, unavoidable, and that cannot be mitigated. However, there's one that we haven't talked about, and that's the CBA requirement. The law requires the developer to enter into meaningful agreements with community-based organizations providing financial and other benefits to the local community impacted by the project. This is because utility scale and other large project developers enter into development agreements at the local level that contain large publicly negotiated benefits to the broader community impacted by the project. This is one of the quid pro quos for usurping local government authority under the statute. The community benefits rules require a detailed plan to be submitted as part of the application. It has to identify the community-based organizations or type of groups that would benefit, the resources, and the timeline for execution. The plan that was submitted to the CEC under penalty of perjury identified 3 organizations that NG would be negotiating with. All 3 of those organizations, the city, Unido South OC, and the Girls and Boys Club of Capistrano Valley, have filed comments in the record either opposing the project or stating that the applicant made certain misrepresentations to them, and there's no intent to execute a community benefits agreement with NG. The applicant then misrepresented its plan to the CEC and, quite frankly, to the public. Yet despite these comments, the application was deemed complete. It should have been dismissed. Also troubling is that when the city filed comments a few weeks ago pointing out the misrepresentations, one of the applicant's responses was that it was not identifying other organizations it was negotiating with. This is contrary to the rules that a plan be submitted, and it violates transparency and the public trust. In another proceeding where this occurred, the CEC issued a data request demanding that a more detailed plan be submitted. We ask that here. Not only are developers attempting to do an end run around prior local government decisions, but they are now filing promises of community benefits using the name of nonprofit groups who need the money most. This is contrary to the negotiation to the goals of community benefits agreements, that they be transparent, they benefit local community groups in the city where the project is, and not be closed door deals. There was a community benefits agreement filed prior to today, and we just asked the question, what will the CEC do if that entity finds out about the project opposition and rescinds the agreement? What will the CEC do if other groups sign agreements, but they were never identified in the initial plan? Those agreements should be rejected. So based on the lack of jurisdiction, the misrepresentations, and the violation of the rules, we ask that the CEC dismiss the application. Thank you.
Feel like I'm on a Lakers game. I'd like to say thank you to our staff members who presented, and also thank you to our neighbors who have come out. It's a difficult thing to do in the middle of a workday to be here, and I think that you've seen the number of people that we have online who are probably doing that from their desk at work to some degree, and those that have come in person will come later today. Thank you. Y también gracias y bienvenidos a los de nuestros vecinos que están escuchando en español. I'm mayor of San Juan Capistrano. This is my 2nd term. I've served on the city council for 6 or 7 years. I also serve as director of the Orange County Fire Authority, and I'll be speaking from that perspective as well in a few minutes. And lastly, I probably want to know, just for some of our neighbors here in Laguna Niguel, I lived on Mira Vista for 10 years as a newlywed, and that's where our babies were born. Mira Vista is one of a handful of streets that is directly on the top of the ridge. We lived at a house immediately across from the ridge above the Saddleback Church property. So I have some context understanding both from our city's perspective, but also the concerns associated with the neighbors who live directly above the proposed project. I want to make a few things clear as mayor, and although I don't speak for 100% of my constituents, I believe in what I'm about to express represents the united view of our city council. First, we are not opposed to Saddleback Church developing their property and deriving economic benefit from doing so. Our understanding is that Saddleback Church is going through a financial decline, and monetizing this donated property is critical to them being a going concern. That is true of the previous church that existed on the site, the Crystal Cathedral, who was successful for many years and then went bankrupt, tried for many years to develop this site when they owned it and were unsuccessful in doing so despite significant efforts. And we'll talk about that in a minute. We're sensitive to Saddleback Church's needs. And when we met with them initially, we offered to work with them to develop alternative entitlements on more useful components of their land so that they could derive some economic benefit and meet their needs, because we couldn't support the application that you see before you. The church responded that those alternatives, at least that they could come up with for using their site, were not as lucrative as the battery storage deal that they had struck. The second thing that I want to say, and just bear with me, the city of San Juan Capistrano is not opposed to this technology or this technology's location inside of our city. The city of San Juan Capistrano has a well-earned reputation for being environmentally forward-thinking. Next year, we will celebrate our 250th birthday. That's there with the Declaration of Independence that was signed in the same year. And yet look around and you see hillsides and creeks and open spaces that we as a city and residents who have taxed ourselves through bond issuance have worked to preserve and protect, so that in another 250 years, San Juan Capistrano looks and feels as much as possible like it did when we were here, and we're granted the stewardship to protect it. We accept that battery storage is part of the green energy solution. We believe that to be true as a city council, and I think many of our residents do as well. We reject the suggestion made by the applicant that there's no fire danger here. Well, no, but hang on. We're okay with that. I know that sounds counterintuitive, but this is a new technology. And while I think that we can say definitively that battery storage facilities are safer than they used to be, everybody would agree with that. We can also say that they're not as safe as we would like them to be. And they will be in the future, and we would all agree with that as well, which makes it particularly important when we think about siting these facilities, that they be done in a way that the risks that do exist can be mitigated to the greatest degree possible. That's also why we offered the applicant several alternative sites in our city. With our enthusiasm, we like the idea of placing one of these in the city of San Juan Capistrano. We would like to be at the forefront of this green energy process. We've done that on other issues in our city. We'd be proud to do it here, but not on this site. Yes. And I want to speak just for a moment from an Orange County Fire Authority perspective. You've heard two paid consultants come to the microphone today and tell you there's nothing wrong with that, right? We all pay consultants, and we probably all served as paid consultant to some degree or another, and I respect what they're doing, but they were paid to come here and tell you and the public that there's no fire risk here. Later today, you will hear from our firefighters. You'll hear from the president of the Orange County Fire Authorities Union, those who are paid to keep us safe from the fires. They strongly oppose the project in its proposed location. They are scared of what is being proposed. That's from the people who are professional firefighters in this region, know the site, know the slopes, know the access. They've taken a position. I'm sympathetic to our fire chief's difficult position. He has not been shy about expressing two things. He's working with you to the best of his ability to keep us as safe as he possibly can, given the constraints that he has. But one of those constraints, which he's been very forthright in expressing, is that this technology is moving forward faster than the regulations can keep up. Would he like there to be a secondary access? Of course, that's common sense. Do the regulations allow him to require a second access point? No, because the basket of regulations that's associated with developing these battery storage facilities is kind of bundled into a bunch of other energy plans that don't have the same fire risk and other characteristics that battery storage facilities do. I imagine we're going to hear from Supervisor Foley, who I saw is here to my left. She's been fantastic about petitioning that projects like this just wait until our regulations can catch up. We want them to be done safely. Let us get regulations in place so that we can do so. This is being done to your credit. And I appreciate you mentioning that Chief Fennessy is working with you and his staff, and he is, and he's proud to do so. But I think we also need to acknowledge that he's handcuffed because he doesn't have current regulations in place to deal with this level of technology. I was, kind of the common sense approach that I've taken to this. When people have asked me about it in the community, they say, well, the applicant has told us that there's a less than 1% chance that these batteries catch fire. And I believe that that is factually true. I just want everyone to hear me say that. I believe that that's true. And so when something says it's less than 1% chance, it makes you feel better, sleep better at night. And the way I think about it, I wasn't the best high school math student, right? But this is how I think about it. If you handed me a basketball, and I didn't play basketball in high school, but if you handed me a basketball and stood me on the half court line and said, Troy, make it, there's less than a 1% chance that I would. But if you pass me that ball unguarded 170 times in a row, I would take that bet. I'd make that shot. And we're putting 170 batteries on this site. And we have to recognize that we're rolling that 1% dice again and again and again. And there has to be some common sense recognition that there's some meaningful, appreciable probability, maybe not a majority probability, that there will be an inflammation event at this site and in these facilities. That's okay. And again, the public might not support everything that I'm saying here, but I tell you this, maybe that's an acceptable risk as we move to new technologies away from fossil fuels and into the green future. But again, I want to repeat that it becomes even more important that we site these facilities in places where those known risks can be effectively mitigated. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate the two comments from the safety officials about the thorough review that you're going to be doing around the battery safety of these facilities. And it's clear that you're more experienced probably than anybody else in the room as it relates to battery safety. But what I did not hear from you, and I hope that we're going to hear from other members of the staff throughout this process, although not necessarily at today's meeting, is the broader safety considerations associated with positioning this facility on this site. There are safety issues associated with this site that have nothing to do with battery storage facilities. And I think that it is stunning that the applicant mentioned not one of them in their presentation. When they came to meet with us and they said they were interested in purchasing property from Saddleback Church to do this, I shared with you our initial response. It wasn't broadly negative. When they showed us where on the site Saddleback Church had told them they could build it, I immediately told them, well, you can't build it there. And they said, no, we can. I said, no, guys, this isn't my opinion. You can't build it there. You can't build it on that portion of the site. No, Troy, we've looked at it, we can. And then I explained to them that, it must have felt like Christmas morning as it does to, I work in real estate development. When you come across a site that's 150 acres in size, largely flat, immediately adjacent to a freeway off-ramp surrounded by development and developed this before. The truth of the matter is they have thought to develop it before, many times, for decades. And the public records are full of the top firms in Orange County doing studies around this site, and all said the same thing. This site cannot be safely developed. And it had nothing to do with battery storage facilities. Orange County Transit Authority has a train that runs right adjacent to this site. It would probably, I hope, I didn't see it in the application, we didn't hear about it today, but the history of the creek failure impaired that line. Unlike private developers, Orange County Transit Authority solved that problem by dumping riprap in the protected creek. I don't fault them for doing that. It's a regional transportation crisis at this point, as our neighbors to our south are dealing with in San Clemente right now. But they solved their immediate problem and created an environmental disaster. It doesn't take an engineer to go on Google Earth and go down to the bottom, go to this site. All of you, I hope, when you go back to your offices, will go on Google Earth, look at this site, and then right down at the bottom of Google Earth, that's free to everybody, go back 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, about when OCTA dumped the riprap. And what you're going to see is the water shooting out of the concrete encased channel that was hitting the slope adjacent to the railroad tracks now bounces off the railroad tracks and immediately into the property owned by Saddleback Church. And you'll see in those historical photos that the creek moves and moves and moves directly towards the site that is now being proposed for a battery energy storage facility. At the time, OCTA and then Crystal Cathedral, who owned the property, worked for months to try to develop a solution to this problem. When they couldn't develop a solution, it was left alone. That presents a problem. The site can't be developed until the creek erosion issues are solved. Anyone who has walked past the site and seen the active erosion every raining season as yet another several feet of bank falls down into the bottom of the creek knows that it is hopelessly naive to say it probably won't get to us as long as we go back 20, 30, 40 feet. Okay. After OCTA's disaster, because Crystal Cathedral is trying to sell the property, they were approached or petitioned a group but now exists as J. Sarah Catholic High School. And they built somewhere else in town because after working on it for a long time and spent a lot of money on a lot of engineers, they came to a solution that the creek stabilization was not only completely infeasible, but it wasn't the most significant safety problem with the site. The slopes that separate the proposed battery energy storage facility and the thousands of homes up above have deep-seated landslides. Okay? For those of you who are familiar, and you guys will know this because you live there, my kids used to ride their bikes and skateboards in what they referred to as the ghost track. Okay? The ghost track is a street, is a neighborhood of streets and no homes. It has lights, streets, curbs, gutters. And you think, well, in Orange County, housing prices being what they are, why didn't they go back and build the homes? Why did they give up? Because the slopes are completely unstable. Those landslides, there have been major boring exercises done throughout the slopes immediately adjacent to this site. We have heard nothing about that in the applicant's presentation. Where are their borings? What are their engineers saying about all of the engineering work that's been done for the last 20 years on this site? Now, if it sounds like I'm personally vested in this, I am personally vested in this, not just because I live here. The next applicant to try to develop the site was yours truly. Okay. I was in contract with the Crystal Cathedral Ministries. I was in contract with Saddleback Church when the property was purchased by Hobby Lobby. And in their attempts to donate it to it, they had to wait for my company to be out of contract because we were in escrow trying to solve the same problems that we, probably in our hubris, felt that if we just had better people working on it, we could find solutions to this massive creek erosion issue and to the slope stability issues. Notice that there's not a senior care facility on the site either. Because in summary, when you go back to some of the best engineering firms in Orange County, and you guys, I'm a little bit surprised because the church has these studies. How do I know the church has these studies? Because I sat in the room. Okay, and so if the church has the studies and you haven't heard about it, either they've elected not to give it to the applicant, or the applicant knows that this engineering work has been done and has failed to mention it in their application. One of those things is true because I've been in the church room with the studies. Okay. Now, the last thing I want to address is this: access. Pray to God that there's not a fire at a BESS facility here that during a Santa Ana wind event catches the slopes. Okay. But acts of God happen and technology moves forward. Okay. I want you to hear, okay. We can't prevent all acts of God. But when that happens and the public finds out that we approved this project and the only access to the entire site was a single point at an at-grade rail crossing with a history of accidents, that we didn't even require the applicant to provide a second access point to the property, shame on all of us. Our hope, as we've met with the applicant, we have been universally disappointed by the way they've approached the process, by the way they have blown us off when we've asked that they address these very serious issues with the site. Their unwillingness to seriously consider other sites in the city when we've rolled them out to them. In contrast, I was relieved and encouraged by our meetings with the members of this commission and your staff. Because what I heard from you is No matter what you're hearing from the applicant or what you're hearing in the newspapers, this will not be a rubber stamp. We do not take the license that you guys have been given from the legislature to expedite these projects as a license to approve them anywhere, anytime, whatever you want to do. I was so glad to hear you say that. But in my personal experience, if you're ever going to deny a location, I can't picture what a location would look like that was worse suited for this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. We've got some more representatives from the city of Laguna Niguel and Orange County and the school district. But before we do that, I just wanted to do another call in the room. If we have any California American tribes, federal, state legislative offices or agencies. And we do have some folks that are traveling that we'll hear from later today, but I just want to do that last call. All right, so next, if we have Mayor Ray Genaway in the room with us. Genaway, thank you.
Good morning or good afternoon. I'm not quite sure what time we're at right now. I'm Ray Genaway, and it is my privilege to represent the people of the city of Laguna Niguel as their mayor. I'm joined here today by my city council colleagues, Mayor Pro Tem Gene Johns, council members Kelly Jennings, Stephanie Otto, and Stephanie Winstead. And I appreciate the opportunity to address this commission. And first, I want to thank Commissioner Gallardo, Executive Director Bohan, and Chief of Staff Chun for meeting with us last week. I really appreciated the thoughtful and caring discussion we had. And I also appreciate your flexibility in moving this meeting to a location that is actually in the community so all of our residents can be heard. That is really appreciated. I have been a Laguna Niguelian my entire life, since even before we were a city in 1989. I was born in Mission Hospital, just 2 miles from this location right here, and I was raised in Laguna Niguel by my parents. My son was also born at Mission Hospital, and my wife and I are now raising him in our remarkable city of Laguna Niguel. I say that to tell you this is my home. And in my entire life of being a Laguna Niguelian, I have never seen our community more united in one issue than we are united today in opposing this battery facility. The widespread opposition among our community transcends neighborhoods, economic classes, generations, and political beliefs. And this opposition is all because of one reason: public safety. I want to make it abundantly clear that the city of Laguna Niguel is not against the expansion of clean energy projects. We recognize the importance of clean, renewable, green energy and how our state needs more of it. We are opposed to this project site because it creates an entirely unnecessary risk to public safety. There are plenty of places across this region to build these facilities while not placing the same safety risk to homes, schools, hospitals, and transit. I've heard the phrase smart from the start often. In fact, the applicant told you their project is smart from the start. I recommend you take a look at the letter submitted by Congressman Mike Levin yesterday. Now, I don't think anybody would accuse Congressman Levin of being against the expansion of green energy projects. But even he says this project is not smart from the start, and that's why he's opposing this project. Earlier this week, the city of Laguna Niguel submitted its comment letter to your commission in response to the notice of preparation for this project. The letter outlines the city's numerous concerns regarding the proposed location of this project, but number one is the danger this facility places on our residents, danger from the extremely high fire risk and the release of toxic chemicals. You will hear often today that the proposed project site sits less than 1,500 feet from Laguna Niguel homes, along a hillside that is dense with vegetation, on top of a steep hillside where Laguna Niguel homes are directly downwind from the project, These homes have been designated by CAL FIRE as being in a high fire hazard severity zone. The conditions of this proposed project site mirror those of the devastating 2022 Laguna Niguel coastal fire, in which 20 homes were destroyed. Many of those homes have yet to be rebuilt today, and the families of those homes remain displaced 3 years after the fact. The parallels between the homes destroyed in the coastal fire from 3 years ago and those near the projected site are significantly similar, and those concerns are real. And we know that BESS facilities pose a significant fire risk. Many of these facilities throughout the country are built in remote, sparsely populated areas. In fact, in the letter that I sent you just yesterday, there are many aerial photographs which show these many of these facilities built in sparsely, densely, non-populated areas. And then it shows the project site of this proposal. And the difference is striking when you see how many homes are surrounding this project site. We know these facilities are dangerous, and when these facilities are located even near semi-populated areas, because the impact is exacerbated. Most recently, Vistra's Moss Landing fire in Monterey County resulted in an evacuation of 1,200 residents within an 8-mile radius and a shelter-in-place order of 20 miles. If a fire occurs at Compass Energy's proposed facility, a 2-mile evacuation would require the evacuation of over 37,000 people in Laguna Niguel alone. That number does not include residents of San Juan Capistrano, Mission Viejo, Laguna Hills, or any other community. If that evacuation radius was expanded to an 8-mile radius, like it was in Moss Landing, we're talking about hundreds of thousands of people that need to evacuate. And if you read the letter from the Shea Riding Center, located here in San Juan Capistrano, it would also require the evacuation of nearly 1,000 horses. Capistrano Unified School District, who seats you sit in today, they are strongly opposed because an evacuation of Capistrano Valley High School just down the road will require students to actually drive toward the fire to evacuate the high school. We know Compass Energy's facility poses a grave fire risk, but don't take my word for it. Compass Energy's application admits their property is prone to wildfires, which is exactly why none of their employees will work at the site. Section 4.17, page 8 explains that their facility will be remotely operated year-round, quote, to lessen the risk that project occupants may be exposed to pollutant concentrations from a wildfire or the uncontrolled spread of a wildfire during maintenance activities. So if it's not safe for their employees, it's not safe for our community. Compass Energy, throughout their documents, they use crafty language to suggest that the Orange County Fire Authority somehow approves of their project. Somehow they are partnering with the OCFA or collaborating with the OCFA. However, we contacted the chief of the Orange County Fire Authority just yesterday, and we confirmed that this is highly misleading. Compass has only recently submitted building plans to OCFA the same way any other business would submit building plans, and those are under review. No approval has been given. There's no special relationship or partnering or collaboration above and beyond what anybody else submits to OCFA. This is just more spin from the applicant. They can spin the truth all they want, but their spin will not make us safe. Simply put, this proposed battery facility does not belong in the densely populated area of South Orange County. Clearly, there are many other suitable locations in the area that are less populated and could satisfy the state's battery storage needs with far fewer risks. When you've got the city of San Juan Capistrano, the city of Laguna Niguel, the Orange County firefighters, the local school board, our congressman, our state senator, our state assemblywoman, our county supervisor, and so many other community organizations and residents on the same side of this issue, there is only one correct outcome to your process. And I know we're only here for the scoping meeting for the EIR today, but I'm asking you to look forward and listen to the people who actually live in this community whose decision you will affect. I will give Compass Energy credit on one point, though. They have achieved something that nobody thought was possible. They have actually united Republicans and Democrats to be on the same side of an issue. This is the bipartisanship we've been praying for. I humbly ask you to listen to the voices who your decision will affect, and I ask you to deny this project. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And next, we're going to hear from Vice Chair Katrina Foley. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I know it's been a long morning for you. I'll try to keep it brief as best I can. Welcome to the 5th District. I'm Katrina Foley. I'm the county supervisor that represents this area. Also sit as the vice chair for the Board of Supervisors. I live in Costa Mesa, but my district runs all the way down to San Clemente and includes Laguna Niguel and San Juan Capistrano. Thank you to the commission for being here today and hosting your meeting here in the district. Very important for our community. Thank you to Capistrano Unified School District for allowing us to have this space, to Gila Jones for assisting. And thank you to the residents of Laguna Niguel and the municipalities of Laguna Niguel and San Juan Capistrano who organized the residents to get informed, get educated, and to participate in their local government decisions. I want to thank the CEC staff also for agreeing to meet with me early this morning to talk about alternative sites and to talk about what other alternative opportunities there are to be able to dismiss this site as a location. We've heard today from local municipalities deeply concerned and worried about the fire risk, access, slope erosion, and other challenges that this site may pose to their communities. We'll hear later from many community residents who will share their concerns, their fears, and their experiences. I want to thank the community. I want to thank Blessin for organizing and you know, I do agree with Mayor Genoway. We sit on different sides of the aisle, but here we are together united. I today had planned to talk about some of these dangers that you've already heard about our creeks, our flood channel, as the OCTA director and LoSAN director, about the concerns about the railroad, about the freeway access issues and the risks. As former Orange County Fire Authority Director, I also want to remind you that this is a concern. You're going to hear later from firefighters who will share their personal experiences in responding to lithium battery storage fires and possibly a tragedy that they might share about. So I ask you to listen carefully when they share those stories. But I'm here for a different reason, to add a different factor for you to consider as a justification for dismissing this application and denying this site. I'm here to give the voice to many of my constituents who were unable to be here because of their work schedules. In 2023, two big things happened at the County of Orange. My office spearheaded our climate action plan for the county. We identified steps we need to take as government to decrease our municipal carbon emissions. At the same time, the Orange County Healthcare Agency commissioned the Equity in OC initiative, which funded a housing survey by Unidos South OC on the Capistrano Villas. The Capistrano Villas are located right here. I have a little map. They're located right here, just less than 3 miles driving and about 1 mile as the crow flies from the proposed Compass site, which is right here. And I can pass, if I may approach, I can pass this map around so you can see it more clearly. Through the 2023 survey, we found that the Capistrano Villas is comprised of 4,234 people, most of whom are 98% Latin American origin. The median household income for the VS hovers around $36,000, with families working about 1.5 jobs full-time to sustain our service industry, our construction industry, and our equestrian community here. The average resident has lived in the VS for about 20 years, and nearly half of these homes house families, doubled and tripled up. But even with doubling up, more than half of these residents spend more than 50% of their income on rent and live in substandard housing conditions. These conditions include roofing and insulation deemed to be unsafe to withstand wildfires, causing insurance companies to remove coverage. The California EnviroScreen 4.0 identifies this community in the 89th percentile of pollution burdened and exposed to harmful, dirty air. It is immoral to add additional burdens to the backs of these families. Finally, I want to share that I understand and I agree our county's climate action plan acknowledges that we cannot reach our climate energy goals without locating and siting best facilities. Grid capacity, reliability are at stake as we rapidly transition into a fully electric future. We're building a best facility at John Wayne Airport. We're doing it the right way. We host, as a county, a best facility in Midway City. We did it the right way. However, we cannot move forward into a sustainable future at the expense of public safety and common sense. Common sense tells you to locate at this site adjacent to thousands of homes in a suburban neighborhood in a high fire risk next to a creek, a railroad, a freeway that only provides access one way in is just a terrible idea. At the County of Orange, at my initiative, we passed a moratorium on new best facilities while our County Public Works Office engages with our Orange County Fire Authority and with our utility companies to identify appropriate sites that we can zone and we can identify where in the community is it safe? Where do we want best development and what are the safety protocols needed? We know best facilities in high and very high fire risk zones have the potential to be catastrophic. You've heard some of that information here today and from the thousands of letters written to you. We know best facilities at the same time are needed to reach our clean energy goals, to support families and businesses. Early this morning, I toured alternative locations and met with your CEC staff to discuss even additional alternative locations. I ask that you consider those discussions seriously. But I'm here today to ask the commission to deny this project at this location because of the wildfire risk it proposes to neighborhoods, the burden it places on already overburdened Capistrano Villa residents. Let's work together on alternative, better sites. I ask the commission to dismiss this application as a terrible idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Board of Trustees member Agila Jones. Apologies if I've mispronounced your name. I think, yes, thank you. And then after that, John Missuston from Capistrano Unified School District as well.
Very used to having my name mispronounced. I'm Gila Jones. I'm a member of the school board in Capistrano Unified School District. Welcome to our boardroom. Commissioner Gallardo is sitting in my seat tonight. I haven't ever had to be on this side of the dais. Before I begin, I would like to make some comments about the errors in the application and statements made today. The application states, or the applicant states that the application is supported by Unidos, a Hispanic serving local nonprofit dedicated to neighborhoods in South Orange County that are disproportionately affected by inequities and social challenges. Those are the neighborhoods that Supervisor Foley talks about. This is false. Unidos has taken no position. The applicant's representative said today that the applicant provided a $750,000 grant to the South Orange County Community College District for workforce development. This is also false. The applicant gave this bribe to the Saddleback College Foundation, an independent entity. The Saddleback College Foundation has no ability to impact workforce development. Personally, just personally, I am a huge advocate for clean energy. My home is run almost entirely by solar energy, and we have a battery system to store some of the energy from our solar system for nighttime use. I firmly believe that California needs battery storage for clean energy independence. My concern is the concern of everyone is the proposed location. I urge you to read the letter from Congressman Mike Levin. I'll give a copy to Ms. Chang, a tremendous advocate for clean energy, who opposes the proposed location. His letter states, as Mayor Genoway said, that the project is not smart from the start. Please also read the letter from our school district. The proposed site is located only about 2,500 feet from the most sensitive of sensitive receptors, one of our large comprehensive high schools, which is located at the end of a dead-end street. Leaving the school requires travel toward the proposed site. Therefore, an accident at the storage facility would be dangerous for its staff and students, including a number of students with disabilities who are non-ambulatory. We understand the battery safety with a purpose-built facility and newer lithium batteries is more safe than old systems. But the proposed location presents a risk for these students. California's climate and energy goals must not take precedence over public safety needs, and especially the safety of children. No risk, however small, is acceptable when children are involved. The Capistrano Unified School District urges you to reject the currently proposed location for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, do we have John Missustin with us? Apologies if I've mispronounced your name, John.
Good afternoon. My name is John Missustin, and I have the honor of serving as the principal of Capistrano Valley High School. I am here today to express my deep concern regarding the proposed construction of a battery energy storage system approximately 2,500 feet from our high school campus. Capo Valley High School is home to approximately 2,000 amazing students. Amongst them are students enrolled in our STEPS programs, young people with physical disabilities who require specialized care, accessible facilities, and additional time to move safely in the event of an emergency. Their safety, like that of all of our students, should never be compromised. The location and infrastructure surrounding our school amplifies the risk associated with this project. Our campus is located on a bluff at the end of a one-way in, one-way out street. In an emergency scenario, particularly one involving fire or toxic exposure, our evacuation routes become a critical vulnerability. In these scenarios, our only exit from our school leads towards the proposed site, towards the emergency, not away from it. There is never a scenario in which we would instruct students to run towards the danger. Furthermore, fewer than half of our students on our high school campus drive themselves to school. This means that in the event of any emergency, a significant portion of our community, parents, guardians, and sometimes first responders would be attempting to reunify with their students via the same narrow, constrained corridor and exiting again towards the emergency. The potential for chaos, confusion, and harm is simply too great. As educators and school leaders, we have both a moral and legal obligation to protect our students. Their safety must remain our highest priority above all else. While we fully understand and respect California's climate goals and the importance of clean energy initiatives, there is no energy solution that should come at the cost of the safety of our students. We urge decision makers to consider the unique circumstances and the unacceptable risk that this proposal poses to our school community. We ask that alternative locations be explored, ones that allow the state to pursue their sustainability without compromising the safety and security of our students and staff. Thank you for this time and your commitment to making student safety a central consideration in this decision. Thank you.
Thank you. And we do have some representatives that will be joining us later, and we'll hear from them later. Right now, I have gone through the list of government representatives that have asked to make remarks during this time period. And I just want to do another call in the room and then also on Zoom in case we've missed anybody. On Zoom, if you are joining us and you represent a California Native American tribe, the federal government, state government, or legislator, county, city, or other local government entity, you'll use the raise hand feature on your screen. It looks like an open palm or *9 if joining by phone. And just a reminder, we're going to have the general public comment period after the lunch break, which will be announced soon. All right, so I think that we'll be concluding government comments at this time. And I'll hand it back to Casey. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for all the comments. We will be doing a lunch break now, and we'll be doing a 30-minute lunch break. So we will be returning around, what's that, 1:08. Thank you, everyone. We will be returning at 1:15. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Mic check.
You know what, if you tell me right. When you are. Let me check. Yeah. Let me ask you to have a seat. Okay. Hi, everyone. We're going to get started soon. We've got a lot of folks in the room that'd like to make public comments, and then we're going to transition to our Zoom commenters.
Recording in progress.
All right. So before we begin with public comment and I provide the instructions, we have Max Werner from the Officer of Senator Tony Strickland who wanted to make some remarks. And then after Max, I'm going to do the instructions for the public comment. We're going to start in the room and then we're going to transition to Zoom. Thanks, Max.
Thank you so much for your time this afternoon. My name is Max Werner, and I'm here on behalf of California State Senator Tony Strickland, representing the 36th Senate District. And I submit this public comment to express strong opposition to the proposed Compass Energy Storage Project in San Juan Capistrano. The project's proximity, less than 1,500 feet to residential neighborhoods, raises significant safety, environmental, and economic concerns. First, the use of lithium iron phosphate batteries in the proposed battery energy storage system facility introduces substantial fire risks. Such batteries are known to overheat, leading to fires that are difficult to extinguish and can reignite days later. The facility's location, surrounded by native vegetation and steep terrain, exacerbates the potential for wildfires. This is particularly alarming given that 23 wildfires have occurred within a 5-mile radius of the site in the past decade. The 2025 Moss Landing BESS fire, which lasted 6 days and necessitated the evacuation of over 1,500 people, underscores the dangers associated with such facilities. Beyond immediate safety hazards, the project poses long-term economic implications for local residents and businesses. The increased wildfire risk could lead to higher homeowners insurance premiums or policy cancellations, further straining an already challenged insurance market in California. Insurers are reassessing risk models, leading to significant rate hikes and reduced coverage availability in high-risk areas. Environmental concerns also merit attention. Fires involving lithium batteries release toxic gases and heavy metals, posing health risks to first responders and nearby communities. Contaminated runoff from firefighting efforts could adversely affect the San Juan Creek watershed, impacting ecosystems and water quality downstream. Additionally, the project may have a negative impact on tourism, a key component of the region's economy. San Juan Capistrano and the surrounding areas are known for their scenic beauty, historic sites, and outdoor recreation opportunities. A nearby industrial energy storage facility with a heightened wildfire risk and visible infrastructure could deter visitors, hurt local businesses that rely on tourist spending, and diminish the area's reputation as a safe and attractive destination. For these reasons, Senator Tony Strickland strongly opposes the Compass Energy Storage Project. This type of high-risk industrial energy infrastructure has no place being forced in the heart of a densely populated residential area. While energy policy remains an important issue for the state, it cannot override the fundamental responsibility to protect our communities, preserve local land use authority, and prioritize public safety. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now going to move on to public comment. There will be some government representatives coming later in the afternoon, so we will pause to hear from them. For public comment, we're going to start with folks in the room. We've got a lot of blue cards. Thank you for filling those out and turning those in early. After folks in the room, we will go to Zoom. And if you are on Zoom and you wanted to get in the queue for public comment, you can raise your hand now. It looks like an open palm on your screen. And then if you're joining by phone, you'll press *9. That's for the our Zoom attendees to let us know you'd like to comment. It will take us a little bit to get to Zoom because we're going to start with folks in the room. And then just wanted to mention that we are asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less. This is so that we can hear from everyone who made the effort to come here today and is waiting for their turn to comment. And what we've done is we'll have a timer on the screen, and we also have what I hope is a friendly chime that will play after time is up. So just to indicate that your time is up, and we do ask for cooperation so we can, again, hear from everyone that's joined the line to comment. And I will call names, and I do ask that you approach the podium. It's helpful for our court reporter if you spell your name, and if there's any affiliation you want to announce, that's optional, but it does help us.
Mona, I believe the congressman is on the Zoom now, so just a heads up.
Oh, great. Okay.
Congressman Levin.
Yes. All right. Congressman Levin, I'm going to open your line. I'm sorry. I'm not getting an option to open the line. I don't know if IT, you can help me. It's Mike Levin. Oh, wait, there we go. Thank you. Okay.
Hello there. Can you hear me?
Your line is open if you'd like to begin.
Can you see me?
No.
No, but you can hear me. Okay, well, we're gonna have we're gonna have to go with audio, but I want to really first just thank everybody for your commitment to be engaged with this project, and I want to apologize for not being there with you in person. I'm currently on the road. Hopefully, you can hear me okay. I wanted to just share my concerns about this project and particularly express my opposition to the location and briefly read from a letter that I prepared in anticipation of the meeting today and for the review by the CEC. So I'll just quote from that letter. I strongly support the development of clean energy infrastructure to facilitate our nation's transition away from fossil fuels and their associated impacts, chiefly climate change. Further, I recognize the important role battery storage plays in helping to smooth the so-called duck curve, ensuring we have emission-free electricity available at the times of greatest demand. However, I've also been a longtime proponent of smart planning and siting of these projects. For the last 4 Congresses, I've sponsored the Public Land Renewable Energy Development Act, which would require smart from the start planning of clean energy projects on public land. This process would ensure that the projects are sited in a way that reduces any negative impacts, including to the environment. I do not believe that the application to build the Compass Energy Storage Project on its currently proposed site meets these same smart from the start principles I have long advocated for at the federal level. The project would be situated near sensitive areas, relatively close to homes and adjacent to Trabuco Creek, and alongside critical infrastructure, primarily Interstate 5. Should there be any kind of disaster at the project, nearby residents may be severely impacted, as could the water quality of the creek. Any extended shutdown of I-5 would hurt the commerce of our region. In the event of a fire, there would likely be a federal role in the response, whether from assets on Marine Corps Base Camp Pendleton or those managed by the U.S. Forest Service. It is my mission to ensure that these federal disaster response authorities always have the resources they need to be effective. I urge the CEC to reject the currently proposed location of the Compass Energy Storage Project. End quote. With that, thank you all for your consideration. I and my team are available if you'd like to discuss our position further. And again, my sincere thanks to the CEC for your diligence in this matter. I hope everyone has a great rest of the meeting.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to start with the blue cards. First, we have Ed Maurer. Ed, if you can please approach the podium. And just a reminder, we're asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less. And if you can spell your name for the court reporter, it's very helpful.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Ed Maurer. I'm a 50-year resident of South Orange County, and I'm the volunteer chair of Sarah Sage of South Orange County, the local entity of the Sarah Club, the country's oldest and largest environmental grassroots organization. 2 minutes are insufficient to make a cogent argument in support of the proposed battery electric storage system in San Juan Capistrano. The Sierra Club has been warning about the effects of climate change and global warming for decades and has developed a national policy that supports technologies that reduce CO2 emissions. We support the application because it does just that. And it will provide continuous electric energy to the area during the critical hours from 5 to 9 p.m. But with this big caveat, we support the project provided the construction, maintenance, and operation of this BESS does not harm the environment. By environment, I mean the people and all living things, as well as the air and flowing water in the area. Climate change is the existential threat of our time, and we need to do all that is necessary to stave off its worst effects. I want to be on record to have done what I can to protect the future of my children and grandchildren. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Michael McGrady, and then after Michael, we'll hear from Ein Krasian. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. Thank you, Ed.
My name's Michael McGrady, McGrady. We've seen the ribbon cutting ceremonies, smiling faces proclaiming clean energy, guaranteed safety, a green future. Considering the recent Moss Landing fire has been mentioned, at its launch, promises of a sustainable future filled the air. We were assured in public filings that said unequivocally, the project will not have a significant cumulative effect on the environment. It will not cause substantial adverse effects on human beings, either directly or indirectly. These weren't mere suggestions, they were firm declarations, assurances to the surrounding community. Yet, what has now happened since those opening ceremonies? Weeks of uncontrolled fire, plumes of toxic smoke, evacuations, medical emergencies, and heavy metals in the surrounding soil. And when the flames finally subsided, what was the industry's response? Oh, that's outdated technology. This isn't an isolated incident. With each successive fire, a familiar pattern emerges. The proponents, those with substantial financial interest in the proliferation of these lithium battery systems, dismiss the failures as merely relics of a bygone era. As Scott Martishaw, Executive Director of the industry's lobbying group, California Energy Storage Alliance, so readily put it after the recent Escondido, California fire, a system only a few years old, that's ancient technology. But I ask you, if it's ancient technology today, why was it cutting edge, state of the art, and safe just yesterday? Why were these same systems now deemed obsolete, the centerpiece solution to our energy woes? The truth is, the technology isn't ancient when it's being installed, when it's generating profits, garnering public support. It becomes ancient when it fails, when it endangers lives, and when it reveals the inherent risks conveniently overlooked in the pursuit of profit and progress. Photovoltaic systems have been reliably installed for over 50 years. Lithium battery technology continues to finish its engineering and development in the field next to our homes, schools, businesses, and memory care facilities. The fires at Moss Landing, Escondido, Otay Mesa, and other facilities are not anomalies. They are warnings. They are stark reminders that the rush to implement dangerous technologies can have devastating consequences. While the CEC and California Public Utilities Commission accurately note that the Moss Landing battery storage facility was approved outside the current CEC opt-in program, the subsequent incidents highlight a critical concern of mine. California's regulatory framework and infrastructure are struggling to keep pace with the rapid advancements and inherent safety demands of lithium battery energy storage. The fact that the CPUC proposed enhanced battery energy storage safety measures 2 months after the Moss Landing fire underscores this reactive rather than proactive approach. It raises serious questions about the state's capacity to anticipate and address the technology, complexities, and potential risks of large-scale battery deployments before incidents occur.
I'm so sorry, Michael. Our chime didn't play, but we are asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less. If you could please wrap up.
I met the wrap-up. Last line. We cannot afford to sacrifice the safety of our communities on the altar of expediency and profiteering, while all along singing hymns of green energy.
Thank you. After Ein, we'll hear from Amanda Quintanel. I hope I said that right.
Good afternoon. My name is Ayn Cration. It's spelled AYNCRACIUN. I'm the Orange County Policy Director with Climate Action Campaign. We're an on-the-ground climate policy watchdog here in Orange County, and we are a mission-driven nonprofit with no financial interest and no funding tied to this project. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak and the transparency of this process. I'm here to express our strong support for this project. It is both a smart investment in grid reliability and an urgently needed step forward as we confront a worsening climate crisis, which brings increasing risks to the health and safety of Orange County families. The project represents the next generation of clean energy infrastructure, safe, quiet, low impact, and essential for a resilient grid. As California transitions to a clean energy future, projects like this one will ensure that renewable energy resources like solar and wind can be reliably stored when demand is low and delivered when it's most needed, helping reduce reliance on fossil fuels and improving energy reliability for communities like San Juan Capistrano. This project will also bring local jobs, economic benefits, and be built to the world's highest safety standards. We want to underscore that lithium iron phosphate batteries are considered very safe and resistant to fire, even in extreme conditions like overheating or overcharging. A completely different material and different facility design than what is proposed here than what was used at the other projects that have been named. So we appreciate the Commission's focus on safety. We respect the voice of the community, and we welcome continued community involvement, which is in evidence here today. Ultimately, this project is essential. It aligns with state goals, with local needs, and with the public interest. We urge the Commission to approve the project and help us move forward toward a cleaner, safer, and more reliable energy future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, after Amanda, we're going to hear from Nancy Schenk.
Yes, good afternoon. Buenas tardes. My name's Amanda Quintanilla. I'm a resident of San Clemente for over 50 years, and I urge you to deny Compass Energy Storage Project. I value and support the representatives who spoke here today in opposition of this project. And as a Latina, I value preserving our Spanish heritage, which is deeply rooted in 250 years of this wonderful historic town. And as such, I urge you to deny this project. As a registered nurse, I'm strong opposition of a battery energy storage system due to the public health and public safety concerns regarding fire hazards and the release of toxic fumes. As a San Clemente resident, we have experience with landslides because of the type of land, which is Capistrano land formation. And this includes the cities of San Clemente, Dana Point, San Juan Capistrano, and Laguna Niguel. So this is unstable land. And so this is why there is erosion along the San Juan Creek, the creek areas, and the creek failures, sorry. Also, I wanted to mention that previous city council members have spoken here today and their opposition to this project. But I also want to mention that I fought along with many thousands of people in San Clemente fighting against projects that would destroy, endanger, and be destructive to our way of life. Through toll roads through San Clemente and San Juan Capistrano. And I'm a strong proponent in fighting for what we believe is right and preserving our rights. And I think that earlier today it was mentioned by a city council member that this project was denied by San Juan Capistrano. However, here they went and applied through the CEC. And so they're not in compliance of the laws and the ordinances that were pertaining to San Juan Capistrano. So I urge you to please deny this. I appreciate your time and concern. Thank you.
Thank you. After Nancy, Nancy, are you still with us? Nancy Shank? All right. We're going to hear from Mary Rampone next, and then after Mary, Teresa Ford.
And for people coming in, there are seats at the front of the room, so please feel free to come on in.
Thank you. My name is Mary Herron, and I'm here to oppose. I heard earlier that we're supposed to look forward to some tax breaks or some revenue. How about our property values going into the toilet? And how about our fire insurance hazards going skyrocketing? Also, I have a piece of paper that shows that Saddleback College received $750,000. And this is a grant, my goodness, and it went toward certificated salaries and things and benefits. How kind and thoughtful of your company. And I don't know if that bought silence or what that bought, but it's very questionable. First of all, what responsibility does the CEC have toward members of first responders? First responders face significant dangers when dealing with fires in battery energy operating places. Thermal runaway explosions from lithium-ion batteries can happen by a single cell failure, triggering a chain reaction. Explosive gases, which include hydrogen, are highly flammable and can form explosive mixtures just from opening a vent door. In McMicken, Arizona, an incident of 4 firefighters were injured opening a door after the fire was suppressed. Also, once the fire is suppressed, there's a risk of reigniting it because one cell doesn't cool down sufficiently. Second, the best fires release toxic and corrosive gases, including hydrogen fluoroxide, carbon monoxide, hydrogen cyanide, hydrogen chloride. Of course, you know all this. These gases can cause long-term respiratory problems, skin burns, and other health issues for our poor first responders. They can't speak out for themselves or they would get fired. Third, best fires have suppression challenges. These batteries are notoriously difficult to extinguish because they burn at such high temperatures and can require large amounts of water and time to cool down. Some of these fires have burned for 3 days and finally put themselves out after exposing everybody to terrible toxic fumes. The estimated endangered citizen area is a 35-mile radius. Fourth, there are additional electrical hazards. Best facilities can have high voltage DC systems posing a risk of electrical shock. Fifth, water used to suppress the fires could become contaminated with battery chemicals, forever chemicals like the PFAs. Contaminated waters pose environmental hazards and require special handling disposal. It eventually makes its way to the fragile oceans. Thank you very much. I could go on forever with all the problems.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I just want to, well, I didn't catch your name. I called Nancy Shank. Are you Nancy
Oh,
Shank?
I'm sorry. I'm Teresa Ford. Nancy, are you?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So we're going to hear if Nancy already spoke. Were you Nancy that just spoke?
That was Mary.
Okay, thank you. So, and you're Nancy.
No, I'm Mary.
Okay.
Mary Rampone.
So who just spoke just now? Oh, thank you, Mary. Okay, I just want to make sure I got you. Okay. And then after, oh, you're another Mary. Okay. So I want to have folks come up as I call the cards, because everyone, we kept the cards in order. So if I could just ask for cooperation. So we're going to hear from Mary Rampone next. And then after Mary, we'll hear from Teresa Ford.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Mary Rampone, that's spelled Rampone. I am a realtor, and I've lived and worked in this community for most of my life. I'm here today to voice my strong opposition to the proposed placement of the Compass Energy facility. Even at the proposal stage, this project has already created uncertainty in the local real estate market, and I am extremely concerned about the long-term effects it could have on neighborhood stability if it moves forward. Let me be clear, we are not opposed to clean energy or battery storage, but we do oppose poor siting decisions, especially those that put residential communities at risk. There are better and safer locations in California for projects like this, away from homes and families. In 2024 alone, Southern California saw 2 fires at SDG&E operated battery storage facilities, and another incident occurred just up the road in Santa Ana. These incidents are not rare, and they highlight the very real fire and safety risks these facilities pose, risks that would be amplified in a residential area. As a realtor, I work every day with homeowners, buyers, and families who are deeply invested in the safety and stability of their neighborhoods. This project threatens both. That's why I respectfully urge the California Energy Commission to reject or relocate the Compass BESS project in the interest of public safety, property values, and the long-term quality of life for our residents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. After Teresa, we're going to hear from Colin Powers.
Hello, everyone. My name is Teresa Ford, T-H-E-R-E-S-A, Ford, F-O-R-D. I am the co-founder of a nonprofit public benefits organization known as Blessin. And Blessin was just organized last September. And the only reason we're here is we started as a grassroots organization in opposition to this particular BESS facility. So since that time last year, we've had 5 public meetings, and attendance of those meetings is on an average of 300 individuals. We have sent out 29,000 flyers. We have sent out 10,000 emails, all of this on a shoestring. And I have to tell you that the community has been excellent in working with us in cooperation. To date, I checked yesterday, we had 1,560 comments or letters of opposition that were submitted to the CEC. And just yesterday, I picked up another 30. While I'm talking about the letters, I want to acknowledge one of the CEC employees or staff members, Mariana Brewer, the legal analyst there. She has been very supportive and very helpful when I'm sending in 96 letters at one time. She has been wonderful. In opposition or in contrast to those letters of opposition, I've noticed on the docket that there is a petition that was submitted by the applicant. And in that petition, it lists 238 different signatures. In reviewing the zip codes for those signatures, only 17 were from Laguna Niguel or San Juan Capistrano. So I think that brings that point to place in comparison to the 1,500 letters. I appreciated when Brett folks mentioned the SAFER and the fact that we're working towards SAFER. And you mentioned it a few times, and I noticed that in the photos that we saw with the 6 different BESS facilities that were certified, I didn't see any homes nearby, and that concerned me. I also want to mention when we talk about the lithium iron phosphate technology, EPRI in their database does show 7 failures of facilities utilizing lithium iron phosphate. 7 failures are there. I also want to give you this document that I have, and what it is, it's a memorandum that was issued to the County of Monterey, and its mitigated negative declaration was filed on January 28th, 2019. And in this memorandum,
Teresa,
I'll come to the conclusion. I'll come to the conclusion. This proposed project will not have a significant effect on the environment. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Colin Powers, that's C-O-L-L-I-N-P-O-W-E-R-S, and I am the Government Affairs Director for the Orange County Realtors. We represent over 15,000 real estate professionals who work with tens of thousands of residents and homeowners across the region. We are here today, like many of our elected officials and colleagues, not out of opposition for clean energy, but out of concern for how and where that infrastructure is placed. The proposed Compass project raises significant questions about land use compatibility, public safety, and long-term community impact. Questions that promises of safety do not solve. especially when in just 2024, we saw 3 fires at similar BESS facilities just in Southern California. I would imagine those facilities were, at one time, touted for their safety as well. In my role, I speak daily with realtors who are trusted advisors to their clients, people who are deciding where to live, raise families, and invest in their futures. The proximity of this project to residential neighborhoods has already triggered widespread fear in the community, as we can see today, and that alone should give pause, especially with the looming fear of fire in Southern California and the proximity of this location to homes, major transit corridors, watersheds, parks, and schools. With that, we respectfully urge the commission to find another location or reject the project. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we're going to hear from Natalie Simmons, and after Natalie, we'll hear from Eleanor Nelson. And just a reminder to please spell your name for the record, and we're asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less. There'll be a timer on the screen. Thank you so much.
Natalie, Natalie Simmons. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name's Natalie Simmons. I'm a resident of the Capistrano Royal Homeowners Association and also a board member. We're a community of 108 homes located on a hillside across the freeway, less than 4,000 feet east of the proposed plant, and directly downwind from the site of the proposed location. I am opposed to the location of this project. I believe it will negatively impact property prices, and insurance is already very difficult for us, and it will only get worse. While I do appreciate the need for these battery energy storage facilities, I'm opposed to locating them so close to large communities that are vulnerable to fires. All the other projects are out in the desert or Central Valley and very far away from residential neighborhoods. This location is not in any way similar. There are hundreds of thousands of people living within just a few miles of this site. This location has recently been rezoned into a higher fire hazard risk zone. The combination of the windy nature of the location means our neighborhood is directly in line of any potential fire embers that might result. The recent fire at Moss Landing site shows us there are real risks of this happening. The developer claims the new Tesla packs are safer, but only marginally. A fire can still happen, and it only needs one. It cannot be extinguished with water. There's no built-in fire detection or suppression inside these containers. The recommended strategy is to let it burn and spray water on the neighboring containers, rushing the water and all the pollutants into the creek, and it could go on for days. If we would have to evacuate the community, the only exit road from our neighborhood is to Rancho Viejo Road, and this takes us directly towards the fire. Making a left turn from Highland onto Rancho Viejo Road away from the site is already difficult to make during normal traffic. Our only option might be to turn right and go closer to the fire.
Natalie,
there is
if you
no
could wrap
other
up,
way
please.
to get out. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate everyone keeping time, and I think we got our chime to work. I'm going to ask if we could do a test. We did not hear that. All right. After Eleanor, thank you, Eleanor, we're going to hear from Linda Wish.
My name is Eleanor Nelson, Elinor Nelson. I live in Laguna Niguel. I support green energy. I have to tell you, I had a different statement prepared for you today, but after listening this morning, I wanted to provide you with my impressions as, a vitally interested member of the community. As I listened to the lawyer for NG speak, my thoughts were, she's doing the best that she can with what she has. I was less convinced by the next 2 people that NG brought forward. What it came down to was, could I bring myself to believe what the 3 of them were saying, that there is no fire risk? I didn't hear any qualifications from them, and I didn't buy it. I felt better hearing the group of you speak. It's clear to me how seriously you take your work. But then, Then there were the representatives from San Juan Capistrano. And oh my God, they blew me out of the water. They blew, I'm sorry, NG out of the water. But what they said shocked me to my core. What I realized was this isn't just about this being in a populated area, but it is a spectacularly unsuitable populated area, a site for this project. The city has been reasonable. They have tried to talk to these people. They have offered them other sites. And the company has not been transparent with the city, and they haven't even been trustworthy in their dealings with them. And considering what is at stake, I'm horrified. Meanwhile, I live in a very high fire hazard severity zone. I have listened to the OC Fire Authority tell me what I need to do to protect my property and my life if it should come to that. I am supposed to be cutting down trees and bushes and plantings and even removing the mulch from certain distances from my home. I'm supposed to be changing the type of mesh in the vents of my home. Their recommendations are extensive. I really hope not to be placed in a position where one arm of my government is telling me that I need to take these kinds of measures to stay safe, and another arm of my government might authorize the placement of a facility in my neighborhood that it could increase my fire risk exponentially.
Eleanor, if you could please wrap up. Thank
Sure.
you.
Some might call this a NIMBY statement. They would be wrong. This is about an existential threat. It's something entirely different. So I ask you to please be fair and not permit this facility to be placed in this location. Thank you.
Thank you. After Linda, we're going to hear from Dale Cry. I hope I said that correctly.
Hi, Linda Wish, W-I-S-H. I'm here today as your neighbor. That's a crucial concept I want to emphasize. We've all heard and read the compelling reasons why this proposed location is simply a poor choice. California faces significant risks. We feel it directly in rising insurance rates. The federal government is clearly signaling that in the future, states will bear more financial burden for disasters that stem from multiple risks currently beyond our control. We're already dealing with fires, floods, mudslides, drought, intense winds, and earthquakes. And let's not forget the added stress of living just a few miles from a non-working nuclear plant. But we choose to live here despite these challenges. But do we really need to add another layer of risk this close to our homes? I saw the pictures today of the other like projects, but what I didn't see were homes in the background. This project is in the middle of our community. It is geographically untenable due to creek and slope erosion. It has limited access to firefighters. It has limited escape routes for those nearby. It is opposed by an overwhelming bipartisan majority of the neighbors. Compass. It appears you either misrepresented local groups in your application or downright lied. Now, specifically to Saddleback Church, I have empathy. You own a piece of property, you'd like to make some money from it. I get it. But while the Bible does not explicitly command you to protect your neighbor, Proverbs 3:29 states, "Do not plan evil against your neighbor who dwells trustingly beside you." I trust, I pray, and I implore all who have the power, including Saddleback, to deny this project moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. After Dale, we're going to hear from Michael Brow Baker. I hope I've stated that correctly.
My name is Dale Cry, K-R-A-A-I. I am president of the HOA, whose 2,069 homes are located on the ridge directly above the proposed lithium battery storage facility and in the valley on the southern side of this ridge. Some of our homes are only 1,500 feet from the proposed facility. We are not opposed to a lithium battery storage facility. We oppose locating this incredibly dangerous storage facility within neighborhoods. The proposed storage facility poses an unreasonable threat to the cities of South Orange County. The ridge adjacent to the proposed storage facility is covered with highly flammable coastal sage scrub. A fire in the open space adjacent to the proposed battery facility would undoubtedly race up to the top of the ridge and ignite our community within minutes. On March 24th of this year, that is a little over 6 weeks ago, CAL FIRE released its updated fire map. The proposed lithium battery facility is located within a high fire hazard zone. It is flanked on two sides by homes and businesses located in very high fire hazard zones. Almost all of the 2,000 homes in our HOA are within a designated very high hazard zone, the state's highest risk category. Our HOA understands the risk fire poses to our community. Our community is flanked on three sides by open space. Furthermore, an open space canyon slices deep into our community.
Gail, if you could please wrap up.
Basically, this facility will make our insurance double, triple, or get it canceled. And we really have done all kinds of things to mitigate the fire, and this works against us.
Thank you. After Mark, we're going to hear from Lindy Tannenbaum. And we did get our chime to work. Hopefully it's just a reminder. There's a timer on the screen, but I see that it's a little off, so folks at the podium can't always see it. Mark Brazaker, are you still with us? All right. How about Lindy Tannenbaum? And after Lindy, we'll hear from Sean Mehigan. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Lindy Tannenbaum, LindyTannenbaum. I'm strongly opposed to this facility. I love green energy. I'm so grateful to be in a state that is forward thinking and hoping to develop these facilities. As we've heard from our previous speakers, this location is not ideal. I also have a lot of mistrust for the corporation NG that is putting forth the application. We've heard about things that they have misstated. We've heard about bribes they have given to community colleges. We've heard how they have taken into consideration or not taken into consideration the litigation or the consequences that could come from the facility being placed here. So please consider all of the impacts that could take place, right? Also consider the irreversible environmental and ecological impacts. Consider the history of our area. We were formed by Junipero Cerro. This is in a sacred area. Are we serving our ancestors appropriately? Have we thought about the indigenous folks that have been here before us and what this might do to their sacred connections to this land? Have we thought about the social injustices that R.H. Dana fought for who formed Dana Point. There is so much that has not been considered, and I hope that throughout these months that you are focusing on all of the data that you receive, that you keep all of those things in mind. Thank you for hearing our concerns, and thank you for this forum that we're able to express ourselves.
Thank you. After Sean, we're going to hear from Mary Heron.
My name is Sean Mehegan. I'm a 25-year resident of San Juan, and my name is spelled SeanMehegan. First, I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak. I am also opposed to this proposal. I coined a phrase a few years ago, prophet theology, which I intended as a metaphor, but I think has become a functional reality in our society. If you look at the history of industrial disasters, and just as a couple of examples, the BP oil spill in the Gulf, the Union Carbide gas leak in Bhopal, India, and the PG&E Camp Fire, which all resulted in catastrophic loss of life. They all resulted as a failure of safety protocols, staffing, training, and ignoring safety audits. My hope is that if this proposal is passed, that would not happen here. But I am not confident because of the history of corporate lying that has occurred since I first became a voter in 1972. It's very alarming to hear some of the more eloquent speakers. I especially like to thank the mayors of Laguna Niguel and San Juan Capistrano, who have helped educate me about this issue of which I've only become recently aware. We have to be very, very careful about profits over people. I don't think any reasonable person opposes green energy, but it should be opposed in this particular instance at this particular location. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sean. After Mary, we're going to hear from Joyce Endo. Mary? Oh, okay. All right, Joyce Endo, if you're still with us. And then after Joyce, we're going to hear from Andy Perea.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for the presentation today. My name is Joyce Endo, and I've been a realtor here in the area for over 20 years. I've helped hundreds of families find homes in the community, and I speak today on behalf of the residents I serve, many of whom are worried about what this project means to their future. The proposed Compass Battery facility raises serious questions, not just about the environmental impact, but about the safety, stability, and livability of the surrounding neighborhoods. This is not the right location for an industrial scale energy storage system. We're talking about a project that could sit within a mile of homes, schools, and parks. That's just too close. We've seen real local examples, Santa Ana, San Diego, where these facilities have caught fire or experienced malfunctions. If something like this were to happen here, are the local fire and emergency services prepared to respond? Would families be safe? As someone who helps people make the most important financial decisions of their lives, I can tell you that uncertainty like this has real consequences and affects home values, buyer confidence, and the long-term health of our neighborhoods. I strongly encourage the Commission to take seriously the voices of the people who actually live here. We do support renewable energy. We also support responsible planning. This project needs to be relocated to a site that is appropriate, away from homes and families. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you. All right, after Andy, we're going to hear from Joe Pryor.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here today. Member Gallardo, I want to thank you for visiting the site. And if you looked up that hill and you saw the steep hill with brush, all the brush, The top of the hill, that's my community, that's my home. I encourage you all, if you've not had the chance to get out there, take a look at it. I think when you see it, what you're in here, what you are hearing here today will be a lot more reflective when you actually look up that hill and you see where they're planning to put this facility. I understand the need for the move towards green energy, but to avoid another Moss Landing or Otay Mesa situation in South Orange County, the siting of best facilities must be done without creating a potential disaster to its surrounding area. The state needs to hit a pause button to study and develop the standards for safe siting of these facilities. The city of San Juan Capistrano has already said no to this use as it is not consistent with their general plan or their zoning code. And I want to thank the city of San Juan Capistrano for doing that. Local zoning and land use decisions should be based on the land use plans and desires of the community where it's located. I do have a question regarding the Compass application. In their application, they were requested and were granted confidentiality for several items in their application, including property ownership information. And I just want to know why. I mean, if you own a home, I own a home, all that information is readily available, even online. Why were they granted confidentiality? I thought this was supposed to be an open process. The site has also been recently designated as a high fire zone. Earlier this morning, we heard NG fire specialists say that smoke and toxins will rise and dissipate. How will this impact the residents living up on that hill? I ask that the draft environmental impact report study these impacts from both the ground level and from the bluff where the homes are located. The draft environmental impact report should also look at the creek and its geological impacts, circulation, including evacuation routes, should a worst case situation happen, cultural resources and the indigenous peoples who lived there long before this church was established, and fire and safety resources. I've been trying to educate myself on this matter, and I ran across an article by Canary Media, which they advertise themselves as a publication for the green energy. The title of that article was "Why We Don't Need to Worry."
Please. Thank you.
I'm wrapping it up here in a second. Why we shouldn't worry too much about these facilities. They state that the industry is moving so fast that we're learning from trial and error. Yet they pat themselves on the back by saying, but nobody has died yet. I add the yet. That was in the article. Saddleback Church teaches to love thy neighbor. They entered an agreement to sell this site for use that has potential for high fire danger, safety, and environmental risks. Hey neighbor, I don't feel the love.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Joe Pryor, and after Joe, we're going to hear from John Kinney. Just a reminder, we are asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less so that we can hear from everyone today and then also go to our Zoom attendees as well. Thank you, Joe.
Joe Pryor, Pryor. I'm in opposition to the battery permit. Public safety is a priority for the communities in Laguna Niguel and San Juan Capistrano. The location near the 5 freeway, critical rail lines, housing, schools, senior living facilities, and historical sites make this site unacceptable. Asking for a permit in a high fire zone surrounded by very high fire zones prone to wildfires is dangerous. The wildfire in this site would be catastrophic. And the after effects of the toxic cleanup, reduced home values, and loss of fire insurance and business is unacceptable. I urge the California Energy Commission to deny this permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, next we're going to hear from John Kinney, and after John, we'll hear from Paul Kraus. Do we still have John Kinney with us? And then, so let's call up Paul Kraus. Paul, are you with us still? After Paul, we'll hear from Matt Klink.
My name is Paul Kraus, spelled Krause. I'm a resident of Laguna Niguel, and I'm a scientist. And I have noticed lately that there are great parallels between SpaceX and Tesla. SpaceX, in the sense that they are trying to develop reliable rockets, and Tesla in the sense that they are trying to develop safe batteries. We all know the history behind SpaceX. They've had 3 failures in a number of months. And I can imagine the scientists and engineers struggling with data, with laboratory testing, and all the other things they do to want to prevent another disaster. The same goes for the Tesla engineers who are looking at their battery technology and who know very well that the primary issues associated with these batteries are safety. And that's why it's an iterative process that makes this site a laboratory for an experiment. I would suggest that those engineers are in a struggle of enormous proportions. They know the safety issues. And while they may be brilliant, they all know that there are limitations to their brilliance. I'm sure that they go to bed at night and from time to time wonder when the next battery fire is going to show up. And so because of that and because of my scientific background, I sympathize with them. But at the same time, I would like to urge you all to deny this application because this site is not a laboratory.
Thank you. All right, and then we have Matt Klink, and then after Matt, we have Sarah Mehta, and then I got a question about how many cards. There's 33 cards as of now that we have, and then we will move to Zoom. So thanks, Matt.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Matt Klink, K-L-I-N-K, and I'm here today to read a letter from Scott Murtashaw from the California Energy Storage Alliance. Dear commissioners, on behalf of CESA, I enthusiastically support the Compass Energy Storage Project. The project is ideally located on privately owned land, previously disturbed in San Clemente. By way of background, CESA is a 501c6 membership-based advocacy group committed to advancing the role of energy storage in the electric power sector. The Compass Energy Storage Project is a proposed 250 megawatt BESS project that will use state-of-the-art modular lithium iron phosphate batteries. The project will be able to provide safe, reliable, and clean power to approximately 250,000 homes when the energy is most needed. The location of the Compass project is ideal for interconnecting BESS. It will connect to SDG&E's grid without requiring any new transmission upgrades, which are often costly and can take years to complete. The project is located next to the I-5 in San Juan Capistrano and adjacent to SDG&E's existing delivery lines. Additionally, the project will utilize only 13 acres of a 41-acre parcel, with the remaining dedicated to opening space. California has deployed nearly 16,000 megawatts of energy storage, including 214 utility scale facilities and over 250,000 customer-sided residential and commercial systems. We recognize that recent incidents have raised concerns about BESS safety within the community. Although a few incidents of overheating or thermal runaway have occurred in California since 2021, they have resulted in no injuries or damages to external property. Additionally,
If we can,
Additionally, no air, water, or soil analysis conducted during our, can I finish, please?
All right, everybody, I asked earlier, we want to listen to everyone. Excuse me. We want to listen to everyone regardless of the perspective or the stance, but when you make noise like that, it's hard for us to be able to hear. So I respectfully again ask that you keep the noise down. I know there is a lot of interest, a lot of passion about this issue, but we want to hear everybody. And then when you start making noise, then we have to take longer for other folks to be able to come up to the mic. So again, please limit the noise. Matt, go.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Sir, I understand, but we need to hear him, and it's hard to hear when people were interrupting. So we're going to give him a few more seconds so that he can finish. We've been giving everybody a little grace and extra time when when they are trying to wrap up. So please let Matt wrap up.
I'll
Thank you.
skip to
Go
the
ahead.
end, Commissioner. Thank you.
you.
CESA respectfully urge you to support NG North America's Compass Energy Storage Project. It is the right project in the right location at the right time. Thank you.
So we're going to hear from Sarah Mehta next. And after Sarah, we're going to hear from Kristen Green. Sarah, are you still with us? Sarah Mehta? Thank you, Sarah. And then just a reminder to please spell your name for a court reporter as well. After Sarah, we're going to hear from Kristen Green.
My name is spelled Sarah, last name Mehta. Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Eileen Mehta, and I previously served for 3 years as a federal government consultant in the area of energy sustainability and infrastructure. Firstly, I want to thank the CEC for honoring the public's right to be heard, and I want to thank the residents of Laguna Niguel and San Juan Capistrano who have shown unwavering commitment to fighting this project for almost 2 years now, since 2023. What we're seeing here is not just a debate over energy infrastructure. It is a test of whether public trust and local authorities still hold weight in our democracy. The city of San Juan Capistrano already said no to this project. The city of Laguna Niguel has already said no to this project. And yet the developers bypassed our local government and brought it to the state instead. That is not democracy. That's corporate overreach. NG, the project developer, has made multiple false claims today. They've stated the project lies outside of sensitive habitats. This is a materially false and dishonest claim. I myself and 40 other volunteers serve weekly on that land at Saddleback Church, and we can attest to the delicate ecosystem that exists there. It is home to rare and migratory birds, owls, mountain lions, and other sensitive wildlife. In a meeting on March 21st, 2024, between myself, the Laguna Niguel HOA, and NG's representatives, NG admitted to us that if endangered species were discovered during their environmental impact report, they would simply pay the state fine for disturbing the natural habitat and continue on with the project. This is a deeply alarming statement. Furthermore, NG lied today, stating they have a petition of over 400 local supporters. We downloaded their petition, and only 11 of those signatories are local. Over 380 plus of those signatories are from zip codes up to 600 miles away, including in the area of Mount Shasta. This is absolutely ridiculous. They've also stated today that the Tesla Megapack 2 XL doesn't pose any threats. Yet the Tesla 2.0, which is a similar model, just smaller copycat size, created a massive fire event in Australia in 2023, producing massive multicolored flames, toxic plumes, and hazardous smoke to the local residents. And this is documented in an official news report. In closing, NG's constant repetition of misinformation doesn't make it true. The CEC has a chance today to stand with the people of this community and not override them. Please reject this project and protect the democratic, environmental, and local integrity of our communities and our state. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Kristen Green, if you're with us. And then after Kristen, we have Nate. Do we have Kristen still? All right. How about for Nate? After Nate, we're going to hear from Andrew Masor.
Hello, my name is Nate. I'm a lifelong resident of South OC. I'm a high school student, and I'm an activist for members of our community. I thoroughly oppose the Compass Energy Storage Project because I believe there's a moral obligation to oppose it, because there's undeniable risk to the residents of San Juan Capistrano, Laguna Niguel, and Mission Viejo, and the critical infrastructure was just within just mere hundreds of feet of the proposed site and surrounding ecosystem. Some of you may know Moss Landing is a similar facility in Monterey County that caught fire in January, the fourth time since 2019 that it's caught on fire. And the events that followed were devastating. 1,400 residents who lived nearby the Vistra facility reported sore throats, headaches, nosebleeds in the days following the fire. The fire reignited almost a month after it originally started, and half a year later, scientists have found an increase in heavy metal contents in the soil as far as 4 miles away from the actual facility, which disproves what the man who was too cowardice to stay had to say. Um, the Monterey County themselves released a statement saying to wash hands and clothing frequently and leave activities that produce dust to a minimum. The site is 338 feet away from active railroad infrastructure, 849 feet away from the nearest residential neighborhood, 184 feet away from an active body of water, Trabuco Creek, 456 feet away from Interstate 5. What are you guys thinking? My final for my stats class was to prove to my teacher that this site poses an incredible, irrefutable risk to everything around it. That was the easy A. I just got my grade back. It's 100%. I'll reclaim my time. I might be a little over, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Lithium-ion batteries are highly flammable, reaching up to 400 degrees Celsius. Requires special fire suppressants and training. You have one entry point. A conservation easement just down the road. You'd kill a wide variety of species that will forever change the ecosystem nearby, displace countless lives if thermal runaway occurs, all because of your ignorance if this project continues any further. As a rail fan, and someone who does work for railroads, when I heard that this was right next to active railroad infrastructure, my mind blew up.
Nate, if you could please wrap.
I know, but I add some chairs because I'm awesome and I'm gonna just have a little more on time. So the trains that run on the Los Angeles corridor, by the way, that corridor produces $1 billion annually in freight volume alone, not passenger rail. Those trains, when they're operating, 100 to 300 hertz is the vibrations that they make. Guess what type of hertz is needed to increase the chance of thermal runaway significantly? 100 to 300 hertz, the exact amount of hertz that those trains operate on. This is just pure ignorance, pure ignorance.
Nate, if you want to talk more, we can have more, we can do
Okay,
more cards
that's
after
fine.
everyone has had their turn.
Yeah. Despite the chance of thermal runaway being less than 1%, the conditions that these batteries will be under if the location is chosen will cause that percentage to increase dramatically. It accumulates over time, and shame on you guys for even entertaining the idea after it was denied by multiple cities. Thank you guys so much.
All right, we're going to hear from Andrew next. After Andrew, we're going to hear from Laura Smith. Andrew, I'm sorry if you're still with us. All right. Laura Smith, are you with us? Thank you. And then after Laura Smith, we'll hear from Randy Wetmore.
Hi, I'm Laura Smith, Laura Smith. I'm a resident of San Clemente for the last 34 years and South OC all of my life. I'm hearing today that this project would only affect those within 800 feet and the size of the area involved. Big or little was your perception of how you look at it. Well, the people living by it are very concerned, and so are we in San Clemente. The emphasis spoke on this project was that it is safe, reduces, and minimized the fire threat, but that we must remember there is still a fire threat being brought here. They said less embers, but it only takes one ember to start a fire, especially in a windy condition. They also said this is set up for the fire to go up, deflagration. Well, there was no mention of the toxins that would be spread once they get carried in the wind. Remember Moss Landing. I live in Forester Ranch, and it's just recently been, like, I think it was in March, they redid the whole fire zone, and now my house is in a very high fire zone. So CAL FIRE now has told us to mitigate our home. Our HOA is also mitigating the common area around us, and our city of San Clemente is working to clear away the dead brush in our hills with goats and other measures to protect our city against the fire danger. This project would be doing the opposite. So please do not put it here or even possibly near other South OC cities, including San Clemente. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, after Randy, we'll hear from Kathy Winneberg. Randy, are you still with us? All right, Kathy, are you with us? No, please. Okay, Kathy Winneberg, do we have you still in the room with us? All right. Next, we'll hear from Andrew Gonzalez. How about Daniel Osborne? Bob? Thanks, Andrew. Sorry about that.
My name is hard to pronounce. My name is hard to pronounce. As hotels.
Okay.
All right.
You're in three commenters. Thank you. Thanks, Andrew. Sorry about that.
Hi, my name is Andrew Gonzalez, Gonzales. I'm with the LA and Orange County Building Construction Trades Council, representing 14 crafts, 48 local unions, 160,000 men and women in union construction trades. Here to speak in favor of the project and hope that the commission will approve the project as proposed. As we face multiple threats of climate change, sea level rise, and erosion, we need all the tools at our disposal, energy-wise, to create energy independence and that clean energy. And this is one of those projects. Actually, its proximity close to where the energy is going to be stored or be used is actually a prime example of that, because when you transmission long distances, you actually lose the energy you've created and stored. So it's going to take battery electric storage such as this close to residents to actually make the dream of green energy possible. More than that will create local jobs, create opportunity for more businesses, and a green energy future. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I think we didn't have Daniel Osborne in the room, so we'll go to Bob. Okay. Sorry, Daniel.
No, sorry about that. I was tardy. My name is Danny Osborne. I'm with the Iron Workers Local 433, asking you guys to approve this project. I'm going to throw a couple of stats out here and feel free to fact check me on any of these. But percentage of battery storage projects that experience the fire, less than 0.5%. Of that less than 0.5%, total wildfires started, 0. Total surrounding businesses burned down, 0. Total surrounding residences, also 0. You might be seeing a theme here, right? When these projects are built irresponsibly, the fires don't even spread beyond the facility. When they're built responsibly, they don't spread beyond the initial battery where they started. ENGIE is a responsible developer, right? Despite numerous public outreach efforts, they're also committed to implementing every possible fire mitigation measure they can think of. They're going to be working with the local fire department to implement anything they haven't thought of already, right? They're not here to put anyone in danger. They're here to provide battery storage, which California, increasingly reliant on renewable energy, sorely needs. We need battery storage. We need more responsible developers like ENGIE to build it. We hope you'll approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Bob Deshotes. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, Bob. And then after Bob, Mark Amendola. If you are outside and you've heard your name, please make sure to make your way in so we can make sure we get your comment. And then just a reminder, Bob, if you could please spell your name for the court reporter as well.
I'm Bob Desatel. I'll give you my name and email. I'm here because somebody from the CEC said that the facility has to be located in San Juan Capistrano because that's where we have a transmission line with enough spare capacity to handle this project. Now, I've tried to find information on that, and I was unable to. And I'm hoping that since you all have technical expertise, you're going to manage this project, you know what you're doing, that you could send me some data, something with crediting the authors, organization that they work for. If you could do that before the end of the meeting, I know you're all sharp, I would be very impressed. The reason that I'm concerned about this project is because they're my neighbors.
Bob, I want to make sure people on Zoom can hear you. Could you keep speaking into the microphone?
Okay. Okay, this is what happens in a flood. In the flood they had just a year ago in San Diego, they had 2.7 inches of rain in 34 hours. And the people only got 2 hours notice that a flood was coming. So this is what happened to the people there. You can see heavy objects flowing with the water, turning, diving, and smashing whatever's underneath. If a flood of the same magnitude were to fall in this watershed here, where all the creeks, San Juan Creek, Oso Creek, and Trabuco Creek converge, we would have roughly about 20 feet of water over this whole area. Typically, when you have the possibility of citizens being affected by a natural disaster, you design for a disaster that would happen only every 1,000 years. For example, this building is designed not to collapse in the event of an earthquake that would happen every 1,000 years on average. Here we have a flood that happened 1 year ago. In 1938, there was another flood that changed the course of the LA River. And they were both caused by hurricanes that came up from Mexico and went north of their intended destination.
If you can wrap up, please, Bob. Thank you.
So you can see that if there was a flood here, there's a likelihood that objects would break off the vents of these battery containers. And even though the lithium iron phosphate batteries are the safest of all the liquid lithium ion batteries, they are still able to be shorted out, and the amount of HF and steam and everything else that would come out of them would be huge, and seems like it needs to be considered whether that can affect anything nearby. It seems pretty clear to me that it could, and I would like to see that investigated. The proposed facility is the most important thing to have.
Bob, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but your time is up. And I'm going to have someone from the Public Advisor's Office follow up with you to determine exactly what information you're seeking to see if we
Yes.
can provide that to you. But
Thank
we
you
do
very
need to
much.
give a fair chance to others who want to speak.
So it doesn't seem too much to ask for. The CEC says how this meeting is going to proceed and how it works. I would like to interpret that as this is how you would like to see it work. I propose something else that I believe in excuse me, I believe in an America where the leaders do what's right and what's responsible. And I think the right thing to do is to find a way to allow Compass Energy to move the best facility up to an area where the transmission lines go right past the Prima de Zecha County landfill. Nobody lives there. There's no flood. You've got the power nearby. And I'm hoping that some way the governor can find a way to do that.
Thank you, Bob. All right, and we've got Mark Amendola, and thank you, Mark. And then after Mark, we'll hear from Susan Pratt. And after Susan, Henry Hillebrecht. And just a reminder, we are asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less, and to please spell your name for our court reporter as well. Thank you.
Sure, Mark with a K, Amendola, Amendola. And my commentary is more in the form of a question. As part of an official site visit to Saddleback, it was brought to my attention that the water pumping station is at the south end of the property. That water is pumped north to the lake. Beautiful lake. If you haven't seen it, go see it. Then that water comes back, gravity flow, to be the primary water source of the Peace Farm, where fruits and vegetables are grown for distribution throughout the county and the various distribution centers. Amazing ministry. My question is, I am no expert in toxic leakage, but has the issue of leaching that heavy metal into the soil and groundwater and its effect on that water going directly to the food, has that even been addressed? And as a final comment with a minute left, it's interesting to note that the existing site of the farm has been approved to be relocated about 200 meters northeast, closer to the worship center, because of the creek erosion issue. Interesting that it's not good enough for the farm, but that chunk of real estate is good enough to put the battery facility. Interesting. Thank you for the time. 39 to go.
Thank you. All right, after Susan, we're going to hear from Henry Hillebrecht.
Hi, my name is Susan Pratt, SUSANPRATT. I've lived on the hillside above the proposed lithium battery facility in San Juan for 22 years. I'm extremely nervous and I'm concerned about the proposed site being so close to me and my neighbors. I literally live in a fire zone, and we have had a fire 4 years ago in the adjacent hillside right above the proposed site. I literally live in a flood zone with the creek that below me that leads to adjacent neighborhoods. I am surrounded by wildlife, many protected species, and brush, much of which becomes flammable basically all year, but mainly in the summer months. I can see the train tracks and the freeway moving heavily and freely below me. A lithium battery storage facility in the proposed location will endanger human life, wildlife, transportation, and the surrounding environment. Due to living in a high-risk fire and flood zone, insurance is already very expensive and uncertain, but will be near impossible to secure with such a potentially dangerous facility near our homes. I care about a renewable future, but I care more about the safety of our neighborhoods and the environment. These facilities with a history of explosions that takes days to extinguish have not been deemed safe, and it's irresponsible to build them in a densely populated area knowing the risk. They should only be placed in large open spaces in an effort to minimize risks to human, animal, plant life, the air we breathe, the water we drink, and the soil beneath our feet. In conclusion, I strongly oppose the proposed Compass Energy Storage. Thank you for hearing my concern and listening. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, after Henry, we're going to hear from Deborah Hogg. Henry Hillebrecht, do we still have you with us? Henry's next. If we don't have Henry, then we'll move on to Deborah. I'm not seeing Henry in the room with us.
Okay.
All right. Deborah Hogg, I hope I said your name right.
No, but everybody calls me Mrs. Hagg, but anyway.
Okay, hey.
I've done that.
After Deborah, we're going to hear from Kathleen Pryor. Thanks, Deborah.
Okay. Well, I don't have anything prepared to say. I think I'm better when I speak from my heart. I am, as you can see, a proud member of Blessin. Oh, gotta stay at the mic. I joined this group as a member of, a resident, I should say, of San Juan Capistrano. Our 3 adult children live here and their families as well. I don't have anything written to show you, but I do have something that is very near and dear to my heart. I only have 3 grandchildren. They live in San Juan, close enough to ride their bikes to my house, come and swim at Grandma's, and I'm fighting for their future. There's nothing about this project that makes sense. Nothing. And And I cannot believe that this would even come to this point, that we'd be even listening to the craziness of it. So I'm begging you to deny this project. It will ruin South Orange County. Oh, I forgot to spell my name. It's often referred to as Hoag, but no, I don't own the hospital. It's Haag. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and Kathleen, thank you, Kathleen. Just want to announce, after Kathleen, we're going to hear from Rita Tayanaka.
Thank you. My name is Kathleen Pryor, Cathlleen, Pryor, Pryor. I want to clarify, this permit does not state they intend to only use lithium iron phosphate batteries. The permit is open-ended. They want permission to use lithium iron phosphate or any similar technology batteries, any. Lithium battery fire containers cannot be extinguished. Checking the box for the requirement of having a fire plan is not enough. Current fire protocol advises the first responders, let the whole container burn until it burns out. They cannot extinguish these fires. Compass, we asked them, does not provide additional insurance for the affected residents, nor does it have Superfund insurance for the toxic waste it will create. NG told us that 20% of the batteries will no longer charge after 8 to 10 years. This facility is very short-lived, but leaves behind toxic waste that is still flammable. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, after Rita, we're going to hear from Debbie Johnson. Rita, are you with us? Rita Tayanaka. All right. All right, how about Debbie Johnson? Okay, and after Debbie, we're going to hear from Michael Kelly.
All righty. Hello, my name is very easy, Debbie, Debbie Johnson, Johnsson. I'm a proud member of the grassroots organization Blessin'. I am also proud member, 40 years of watching Laguna Niguel grow. I also am a proud educator, 37 years. So I have seen throughout the years our community growing into a beautiful community and a very safe community. My experiences of walking the flyers, it was mentioned how many flyers we have distributed in Laguna Niguel. Those were not mailed. They were door to door, knocking on doors, talking to people. I'm telling you, 99% of Laguna Niguel is against this lithium battery storage facility. We are tired. A couple years ago, we had the coastal fires. Granted, it wasn't real close to our neighborhood, but close enough. That day, I was 1.5 miles away from my home at Armstrong Nursery when the fire broke out. Everybody in that nursery, of course, left because we could see the smokes, smell the fire. It took me 30 minutes to go, less than 2 miles up the street to my home. Along the ridge line where I live, the 1,500 square feet above where the proposed battery site is going to be built, we have nothing but one track after another of dead-end streets or cul-de-sacs. There's one way to get out. There's only one main road. It's called Golden Lantern. It has 2 ways, 2 lanes going north, 2 lanes going south. It is a nightmare. It was a nightmare that day, and I can just imagine what it would be if we had this disaster. Please stop this now. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. All right. Do we still have Michael Kelly with us? Thank you, Michael. After Michael, we'll hear from Sally Graves.
Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today. I just wanted to echo what all the common sense people said up here today regarding the collateral damages that can occur in the event that this project goes forward. We not only have to think of us here, you know, most of us are maybe close to retirement or there now, and we have our children, our children's children, and our children's children's children to consider. I lived in Dana Point for 45 years, and that went really fast. Raised 4 children. They all went to Dana Hills High School. I'm in the evacuation zone. I'm 4.5 miles away from the site. So in the event that there's an offshore breeze or a crazy storm that comes through, that sediment and everything else can fall right over Dana Point. I'm very concerned with the beaches, that they could be closed for a new reason besides sewage spills. And who knows if they're closed permanently because of the residue and the runoff. So I really hope that you take into consideration the common sense approach to this. I'm not opposed to green energy, but this is not a good idea to put it in where people live and children play and go to school. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, after Sally, we're gonna hear from Tom, I think Stanley or Shanley. Sally, are you still with us? All right, how about Tom Shanley? And after Tom, we'll hear from Gloria Laub.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Shanley, spelled Shanley. I am the general manager of Mercedes-Benz of Laguna Niguel. Out here 11 months in your beautiful Southern Orange County from New York City. I represent a Cuban immigrant named Mario Mergado, who escaped Fidel Castro at 4 years of age, 1966, got on a boat, came to Miami, built an automotive empire, and less than a year ago invested hundreds of millions of dollars in that facility, which happens to be located on the northern edge of the property we're talking about here, contiguous to it. Mario comes here, spends hundreds of millions of dollars. We create hundreds of jobs. And right now, adjacent to where the property is located, I have over 700 cars on that property, flammable cars. And at the end of the day, there's $50 million worth of inventory. I'm responsible for the safety of the people in that facility, and I take that extremely serious. The impact, needless to say, should something go wrong, would be catastrophic. Anybody that plays golf, I'm probably 9 irons away from where that storage facility is located. So I'm asking you to consider not doing this on behalf of the community. The residents have spoken, the business, I represent the business side of this. And ironically enough, this morning, I'm listening to a Paul McCartney song called Freedom. It was done right after 9/11. Maybe 9/11 doesn't register out here in California the way it does if you worked in New York City on that particular day and lost friends and families, but bad things do happen. So 9/11, up the Hudson River is another place called Indian Point Power Plant. Bad things do happen in populated areas. I think this strongly needs to be reconsidered from my perspective. So thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. For Gloria, we're going to hear from Laura DiGilio. Gloria, do we still have you, Gloria Laub? All right, how about Laura DiGilio? And then after Laura, we'll hear from Mayor Parhizkari.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing all of us to speak on behalf of this dangerous proposal here of this facility. I'm Laura DiGilio. I live in San Juan Capistrano. I am extremely in opposition to the lithium battery storage. And this project is potentially extremely dangerous to everyone, humans, animals, first responders. It will impact all surrounding areas with huge consequences. This project is a huge risk to our neighborhoods, and we hope, you've heard from the people, majority here, probably 99%, we hope that you find a different location and reject this extremely dangerous project here in our communities. My hope is that you truly hear our concerns and make the right decision for the betterment of our neighborhoods, our every human being, all the animals, including horses and wildlife. We want to bring back common sense and enjoy our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. All right. Mayor, are you still with us? After Mayor, we're going to hear from Amanda Dismore. All right. I don't think we have Mayor with us anymore. How about Amanda Dismore? Hi, Amanda. After Amanda, we're going to hear from Linda Kelling.
Thank you. Amanda Dismore. Dismore's Dissmore. I am here as a local resident and business owner in strong opposition to the lithium battery storage facility being pressured on our community by a profit-driven developer. Lithium ion batteries not only contain, or lithium iron batteries not only contain lithium, they also contain heavy metals such as cobalt, nickel, manganese, which are toxic and contaminate water supplies and ecosystems. When these toxins escaped into the environment in January at the Moss Landing lithium battery storage fire, the nearby Monterey estuary was polluted with high concentrations of toxins released by this fire. So we do not have to guess what could be the potential consequence of a lithium battery storage facility in densely populated South Orange County. Lithium battery fires cannot be put out because of the nature of how these batteries burn. These fires must be permitted to burn themselves out and continuously leak toxins into the environment, causing ongoing environmental contamination and forcing residents to evacuate or be held under remain indoor orders. This has economic implications to businesses, residents, and even property values, in addition to the overlying health and safety concerns. The county supervisor where this lithium fire occurred referred to the catastrophe as a 3-mile island event, comparing it to the partial meltdown of a nuclear power plant. This is what is at stake here. This same county supervisor stated nobody really predicted anything on this line. However, we can now predict what could occur. And it's not if, it's when. The American Clean Power Association, ACP, says the comparison to a nuclear meltdown, in their words, is dangerous. But what is actually dangerous is a lithium battery storage facility contaminating and poisoning the local environment and forcing evacuations. The ACP would have us believe that this disaster lithium battery site held clean power. Clean power, according to those that don't represent the ACP, means not having to evacuate and abide by stay-indoor orders if there is a leak of the so-called clean power. The same ACP also notes that investigations into historical lithium battery incidents have not found health risks to the surrounding community. It's very interesting that the ACP can't find health risks to the community because a quick online search shows that there are multiple syndromes, including silent syndrome, standing for irreversible lithium effectuated neurotoxicity.
Amanda, if you could wrap up, please. Thank you.
Yes. They note that the permanent neurological problems associated with it. In addition, the World Health Organization also notes that it is a hormone disruptor for animals and humans. In the event of a future catastrophe at this site, no one will be able to claim that we could not have predicted what would happen. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We're going to hear from Linda next, and after Linda, we're going to hear from Susan Sturers. And just a reminder that we will go to folks on Zoom. So if you're on Zoom and you want to comment, you can join the commenting queue now by using the raise hand feature on your screen, or *9 if joining by phone. Thanks, Linda.
Thank you. Linda Kelling, last name is Koelling. I'm actually a new resident to Mission Viejo. I'm from the San Francisco Bay Area. spent 46 years in the city of Foster City, where I served as a mayor and council member. The thing that disturbs me the most, well, first of all, I want to thank you all for being here. I know what you're having to deal with sitting up there. The thing that disturbs me the most is that we don't have city councils making these decisions. The fact that the state went around and took more jurisdiction away from local government is really the most disturbing thing to me. We shouldn't be doing this. I have no respect for this company that's putting this stuff in. I think it's great. We need renewable energy. This is not the point of why you're here. You're here to make the decision to relocate this thing. You've heard the damages that are going to happen. I've lived down here now 3 years. If you don't live around here, you don't know what these Santa Ana winds are all about. Put me back in the Bay Area where I can feel a nice earthquake. The thing about it is, it disturbs me that the local jurisdictions are not making these decisions. And this is horrible that this is happening. My son lives up in Carmel Valley. I know what Moss Landing was all about. He told me about it all the time, of the things that were happening. So you cannot approve this project at its location. I am sure that working with the local officials here, the state officials and county officials, we can find another location for this storage company. This is the wrong location. You know the artery of Interstate 5. If that gets closed for any period of time, for any reason, what happens south of here? The people with the Santa Ana winds, if there's a fire, and see that word "if," it's a big word. We don't want to have to depend on it. If there's a fire and the Santa Ana winds are going, the people that live at the top of the hill it's a disaster. So please oppose the location of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Do we still have a Susan Sturrs with us? Susan? All right, how about Kathy Smith? Kathy, are you still with us? All right, how about Evan Berger? Evan, are you with us still? Thanks, Evan. After Evan, we'll hear from Chris Ham.
Hi, thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to speak here. My name is Evan Berger, and I'm a resident and business owner here in San Juan Capistrano. I'm here today to voice my strong opposition to the proposed lithium battery energy storage facility being considered in our community. While I fully support efforts to transition to cleaner energy, this project raises serious concerns, most importantly, its proximity to people, schools, and critical infrastructure. These battery facilities, by their nature, carry significant risk. Lithium-ion batteries can overheat, catch fire, and even explode, events that are incredibly difficult to contain once they start. Like we saw at Moss Landing in January of this year, where over 2,000 residents were evacuated, the fourth such fire on this site since 2019. Or the fire at Gateway Energy Storage Facility in Otay Mesa, which happened in May of 2024, resulting in prolonged evacuations involving multiple agencies in the response efforts. These incidents underscore the importance of careful consideration when determining proper locations for lithium battery storage facilities, particularly in proximity to residential neighborhoods, schools, and critical infrastructure. The potential risks associated with such fires at such facilities necessitate thorough risk assessments and robust safety measures to protect public health and safety. This is not just a hypothetical concern. Across the country and even globally, there have been many documented incidents of fires at similar battery storage sites as the one proposed here in San Juan Capistrano. Even with the best safety measures, the risk of hazardous emissions and devastation is real and unacceptable when lives could be affected. San Juan Capistrano is a community built on culture, heritage, and above all, people. We should not be the testing ground for industrial scale battery infrastructure placed dangerously close to where we live, learn, and work. There are safer locations, farther from population centers, where this type of facility might be more appropriate. I urge you to prioritize public safety and reject this proposal. Our community deserves thoughtful, responsible planning, not risky shortcuts in the name of progress. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, after Chris, we're gonna hear from Diane Harkey.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Ham. I'm president of Orange County Professional Firefighters, labor leader to over 1,200 men and women that serve this community every day. I'm here in staunch opposition to this project. Our members have the responsibility to responding to these types of buildings and facilities. We don't have the training, the equipment, or anything necessary to mitigate these emergencies properly. They cause a grave danger to our members as well as the community. A single battery fire incident 3 years ago retired out one of our fire captains who was wearing full PPE. It was later determined that he was undergoing renal failure due to absorption through the skin through his turnouts. If that's what occurs to our members who have PPE, who have training, imagine what happens to residents and visitors who live near these facilities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, and I've got 10 more blue cards. If there's anyone else in the room that wants to turn in a blue card, I do ask you turn it at the back table now. And thank you, Diane. After Diane, we're going to hear from Victor Martinez.
Hi, I'm Diane Harkey, Harkey. I was a former mayor of Dana Point, state legislator in the 73rd district, as well as chairwoman of the BOE. So I did my service and I continue to work in the community here. And I can tell you, this facility is just wrongly situated. I don't know how it got this far because people, quite honestly, didn't know anything about it. I hadn't heard anything about it until up about 6 months ago. I know the city of San Juan was working on it, but I didn't think it was really a reality. I did not think it would reach this point because the city, of course, had rejected it. Now, I understand the state's mandate that these things get put in wherever, but we have a community here. I've served this community for years. I've lived in Dana Point for 43 years. I watched it grow. It's very important to me and it's very important to the people I've shown up tonight. And the only two reasons to support this project is either you have a contract or you need the transmission lines. I've seen the transmission lines. I ride my horse over all of those hillsides. There are transmission lines there, and SDG&E is right here. But that's no reason to override a community for safety concerns. You've heard all of them mentioned. I'm not going to repeat, but I just ask you to please deny this project and let's find another location for it. And I think County Supervisor Katrina Foley has been here, who I'm a good friend with, as well as the mayors and the other people in the community, legislators, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, if we have Victor Martinez in the room, we'll hear from Victor next, and then Glenn Cooper.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Martinez, Martinez. Transmission lines. I see a whole bunch of them over at San Onofre. It's a lot of them there. It's pretty sparse over there too. Nonetheless, the significance of previous and current projects, as earlier presentations showed other approved projects. Precedent in this case is only good for stable and proven issues, which this is not. This morning it was presented that Moss Landing's technology is not the same as that of Compass facility. This alone is testimony of the fluidity of the technological area that we were talking about. We learn, we change. Unfortunately, with the current issue is that the learning comes at a cost. Although technologically different, the Moss Landing incident required that community and San Jose State had to supplement existing efforts to conduct soil and water testing. That is a learning opportunity, but what will be the next learning opportunity? Cigarettes. Remember when a cowboy was shown on a horse in the outdoors with a cigarette in his mouth so the brand could promote its product with the rugged outdoors? Also, promoting posters were placed at the eye level that children could use. Catalytic converter. Remember when smog was reduced so well with the advent of the catalytic converter? As time progressed, product knowledge matured. Cigarettes ads changed, were removed, and promoting posters were relocated as the culture learned more of the dangers of smoking. We were also asked to not park in areas where the catalytic converter would not come in contact with brush to prevent fire until the product improved to eliminate this risk. Most of our aims is to continually improve, so learning will never end. However, we have not yet reached the optimal point of learning for safety and location. As the battery technology changes, so do the risk, safety, and the needed changes to facilities and locations. We know what we know. I heard a gentleman from San Diego speak yesterday about receiving resounding statement of the safety of Otay Mesa, spokesperson only to experience 1 week afterwards its recent fire incident. I'm not going to accuse that person of lying. I'm almost done. But I give him or her the benefit of the doubt. What I do accuse is that they got ahead of their skis and spoke basely on what they know, based on standards, as was stated by many experts this morning. This weakness is that they are typically based on what we know experience. We know what we know, and that is all we know. The issue is safety, location, and what we do not know yet. Locate this facility where it's isolated from population, life, and sensitive environments. That is a good place to allow this technology and facility to mature, a form of a laboratory to optimize and determine the future locations with time. Thank you.
All right, we're going to hear from Glenn Cooper and then Charles Kay. And just a reminder to please spell your name for the court reporter. We are asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less.
Glenn Cooper, GLENNCOOPER. Thank you guys for coming in hearing us out today. This project is the most bipartisan item to hit our local communities, and as long as I can remember. The risks of it and the fact that it's this far along and its possible formation is amazing to me. The overreach from big California government in Sacramento over the will of the people is alarming and frustrating. In my opinion, not allowing local citizens to oppose a possible threat to their family and environment is not what California or the United States is about. The decision should be made for the people, by the people. Instead, we're being held hostage in the name of government overreach and corporate greed. The local community so conclusively opposes this project. I urge you guys to go visit the facility. Have you guys visited it? Thank you. If not, at least look at it with like Google Maps or some sort of technology, and you can see or listen to us locals here. We're logical people who love this land, and we want to preserve the environment. Within just about 1 mile, you have Saddleback College, Mission Viejo Hospital, Capitol Valley High School, and Miguel Hills Middle School. That's where I went to school. Miguel Hills Elementary School, George White Elementary School, J. Sarah High School, not to mention thousands of homes and hundreds of businesses. And if we look at the heat map of the very recent Monterey or Otay Mesa disasters, we should actually be speaking about a distance not of a mile, but of about 40. The New York Times reported bad events 46 miles away from Monterey. Testing showed contaminants from that fire. It's not just like it's contained in its facility like some proponents say. That's not the problem. It's the toxic plume. Lithium, cobalt, nickel, manganese in the soil and water up to 46 miles away. I wouldn't want to eat animals or produce grown in those areas. These fires aren't healthy. We have verified recent events in the same sites in this state, north of us and to the south of us, of how widespread the plume can be. Denying this is an anti-green movement act. All of our local counties, Orange County, San Diego, Riverside, oppose this project. I'll just go super quick. We're also right next to the 5 freeway, the toll road, San Juan Creek, which drains through Dana Point and San Juan into the area of Doheny and Capitol Beach, south of Dana Point Harbor. OCFA opposes this project, and firefighters are trained to let the fire burn and push water to surrounding parts of the facility. This toxic water drains right into San Juan Creek and flow into the ocean. Please go visit the site. The wind rips through that area. Let's be environmentally conscious. Let's listen to the people, the first responders, the scientists, the business owners, the teachers, the families. Let's be logical. This is truly an amazing natural area.
If you can please wrap up, Glenn.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just please be logical and do what's right, not in this sacred valley. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. All right, we have Charles K next and then Mickey Scintillan. I just want to remind folks, we have a queue forming on Zoom as well. So we are asking if you could please limit your comments to 2 minutes or less so we can make sure that everyone can be heard today. Thank you.
Anyway, Chris King. Anyways, I basically a family's longtime resident here. The issue that having this facility in this district is absurd. This is a coastal region. And I know you all have the best, you know, your job is to protect our community, to work for us. This just allowing this project is insane. If you even look at what it takes to put out one Tesla and see what the runoff, there's no way they can contain the runoff from this. No way. If and when there's a disaster, it will destroy the coastline for the next 50 years. Simple as that. You do not put this facility in a coastal region. It's insane. And to think that the firemen came up and said exactly what I want. I work with the fire department, one down below the chief. And if you talk to the people that have to put it out, and they'll tell you that some facility on this scale, this close to the coastline, once there is a disaster, not if, but when, the runoff from this and the toxic plume, we won't even get there. You kill horses, people, who knows? Give us all cancer. It's insane to allow this project to be anywhere near the coast. I'm in that water, not to mention the devastation just from the fires for the local, for the mammals and all the fish and everything. It's horrible to think that we would consider something that would have such a grave impact on our community that I love. And I know that you guys would want to protect what the community wants. And we've spoken. I appreciate you hearing us all, but I'm vehemently opposed to this project for a number of reasons. But one would be simply that the technology is ahead of its ability to contain it, to deal with it in terms of a disaster or a fire. There's no way that you can say that it can be controlled. Not at all.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
All right, after Mickey, we're going to hear from Robin Frankenfield. Mickey, are you still with us? All right, how about Robin Frankenfield? And after Robin, we'll hear from Jim Frankenfield.
Good afternoon. My name is Robin Frankenfield, and I have lived in Laguna Niguel for 35 years. I had to get a ride here from home after watching this on Zoom this morning. I was appalled to hear some of the earlier comments representing the applicant. How can these people sleep at night? This is not going to be some fairyland with botanical gardens. As a homeowner, I am very concerned about the proposed BESS facility. I am opposed. We recently had our homeowners insurance canceled for no reason. We have owned our home for 22 years. We have remodeled our entire home. We've done the fire abatement, everything, and there was no remedy to repair or renew. The insurance company just said, "You're canceled, see ya." So our largest asset could be burned to the ground and we would have no fire insurance. We have never had a claim and never had a late payment. I am in the high fire zone and my home is 0.3 miles from in the fire plume, immediate evacuation zone. My home is directly above the proposed site in Laguna Heights. I want to address the young, the old, the disabled, and the vulnerable. I am a mom, a wife, and a caregiver, a 20-year caregiver to my paralyzed mom that recently passed. I have a child that has asthma and allergies requiring nebulizer and albuterol. Not only would a fire proposed at the Compass NG site create toxic air, shelter in place, if my son needed medical care, he would not be able to get emergency response.
Prior asthma attacks have required him to go to the ER at Mission Hospital for life-saving treatment. Well, we were told that since I am within 0.3 miles of the smoke plume, it is estimated that over 50 OC Fire Department responders would directly be required to be at the fire site. That would leave all of Laguna Niguel without fire ambulance coverage. The potential fire crew could be coming from Santa Ana. That would be too late for my son. There are hundreds of residents in assisted living and senior living in Camino Los Padres in Laguna Niguel. Camino Los Padres is a dead-end road and a stone's throw from the proposed site. The loss of life is real. Second, my mom.
Robin, if you could wrap
Okay.
up too, please. Thank you.
Okay, have a lot more. I just wanted to say that I saw panic when we had the Pacific Palisades and Eaton fires. I will never forget seeing the assisted living and board and care homes being evacuated in the Eaton fire in a 7-Eleven parking lot. It was horrifying. In fact, public and school buses and taxis stopped to evacuate the disabled and the paralyzed. I speak for them. I speak for the people that don't have the voice, the needy, the vulnerable. I request that you reject this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Robin. We're going to hear from Jim Frankenfeld next, and then after Jim, Bruce Powers.
Thank you for your time. My name is Jim Frankenfield. Last name's Frankenfield, and yes, I am related to Robin as her husband. I'll be relatively short here. I'm here twofold. One, obviously, as a resident of Laguna Niguel, and also as a proud volunteer for our youth in Little League. I'm not here representing Little League, but I am a Little League volunteer. Those kids deserve better than what we are seeing here today being proposed and potentially approved. I'm also a 25-year veteran of the utility industry. It's how I made my living, still make my living. I understand what a best facility is. I understand where it needs to be placed. Yes, it's next to a 230 kV bulk power transmission line where it's proposed. They're all over South Orange County. It does not need to be there. We had a nuclear plant. They were a large customer of mine. There's 4 circuits down there that land could be used for. Granted, it may not be available because it's owned by the Marine Corps. I don't know the details of that. But I need to know, has that, or at least can we make sure that those opportunities or those possibilities have been explored? Putting it 1,500 feet from the closest house, next to a car dealership, next to care facilities, at least 4 or 5 different schools is not really even fathomable in my mind of why we would even do that. That is really all I have to say. Please do not let something like this happen.
Thank you, Jim. All right. Do we have Bruce Powers with us? After Bruce, we'll hear from Mary Dreyer.
I'm Bruce Powers. I live right above it. And to afford that property, I had to go over, I worked for Union Oil. I was in charge of the Unit 138 hydrogen sulfide plant. I went over and got a call in the middle of the night. We had the catalysts we used were little battery size things. We had about 40,000 in a vessel that had 5-inch steel. And every 4 years, we'd have to shut it down and go over and heat it up so that the sulfur would drop off and we'd clean up the catalyst. Well, one day, one of the operators put it up, the temperature up to like 2 degrees too hot. And we had a runaway. In the middle of the night, I got called and we're brainstorming with 5 other unit operators. And we couldn't get it out. All the air was shut off. And I looked over at our 20,000 gallons of liquid nitrogen, which was about 2 degrees. And I said, let's put that in there. The thing showing it was topped out It was somewhere around 1,600 degrees and 5-inch steel around it. Never moved. 3 days later, it finally died. And that's only because it was an enclosed in 5-inch steel. They had to cut it up and drag it away and make another one because we still had to run our refinery the way it was. The sulfur went off the hydrogen sulfide went out to the unit 1 and 20 plant that went over and turned it in 100 barrels into 120 barrels of gasoline. And the sulfur went to the sulfur plant, which made sulfuric acid. You can imagine the dangerous stuff in the middle of a refinery in Wilmington. I don't think anybody who lived around Wilmington liked living there. I know that I grew up around there. I grew up around refineries, and there's times, this stuff does not stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. We're going to hear from Mary Dyer next, if you're still with us, Mary, and then after Mary, Lydia Corey.
Hi, it's Dreyer, Dreyer. I'm really nervous. And I'm a public education school teacher, but I'm still nervous talking here, so bear with me. Okay. I think ever since I heard about this, which was recently, it's been a nightmare. I feel like I can't wake up. I live in Dana Point, a longtime resident of Dana Point, and I'd like to thank the elderly people for being here because they're really here to protect people that are coming after them, because the long-term effect will affect their kids and grandkids and grandkids. And I don't want to be a not in my backyard person. I wouldn't want this thing going in for any of you guys. And I would protest alongside of you if it was coming to your neighborhoods. So it's not us against you. It's all of us. It's kind of a human thing. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. All right, Lydia Corey, are you with us? How about Tammy Welch? All right, Tammy, thank you. And then after Tammy, we'll hear from Thomas Dunn.
Hi, I'm Tammy Welch, Welch, and I was kind of going to say what she just said, that, first of all, I oppose this project, and do the benefits outweigh the risks? And would any of you want this facility within a mile of your home? And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Tammy. After Thomas, we'll hear from Catherine Robinson.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for coming to visit us. I learned this morning that I'm a sensitive receptor. I want to thank you for redefining me, but I'm actually a resident of Laguna Niguel, and my home is within 1,800 feet of this site. Everyone here is probably familiar with the residential communities that are touched by this facility. And everyone that thinks about it, whether they live here or they don't, they always keep using the word location. And that's one of the famous phrases for realtors. It's location, location, location. So your ears are just full of that word. Our ears are full of fear. And there's so many more sites for this to be repositioned to. And even, I believe that NG knows probably 15 to 20 more sites that would be acceptable. And we'll leave it in your hands to determine if this site is unacceptable. And we appreciate your judgments. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have Catherine Robinson next, and then Mickey Sintalon is back with us, and then that is the last blue, those are the last blue cards I have, so if anyone has any more, please bring them now, and then we'll move to Zoom.
Hi, I'm Catherine Robinson. Thank you all for being here and thank you all for listening to all of us. As you can see that we are gravely concerned about this project. We all feel that this is not the right location for this project. I just got back from a shopping center convention in Las Vegas, and I'm telling you, I'm a real estate broker. There's lots of land out there that I could sell you that would be a much better suited than this property. This property originally was given to Saddleback Church at a cost of $20 million. They received this as a gift. And it's really saddens me that they've sold it to Compass Energy, because that's just terrible that a gift from God has been used in this way, and to possibly poison us here in Orange County. So I just want to say that because best installations were labeled by the Biden administration and Newsom administration and clean energy, these massive facilities do not have measures to protect us, the toxic chemical emissions. We all know about the Moss Landing contaminants, and we're not totally against, we're not against your project, we're against your project being in our community. Please don't poison us in this community. Thank you for your time.
All right, and do we have Mickey with us? After Mickey, we'll hear from Pam Busta. Mickey's trying to get up to the podium. If you could move aside.
Hi, my name is Mickey Chintalan, last name Cintalan. I'm not from this area. I live 13 miles away. I received an email from my sister who lives in Laguna Heights. My brother also lives in Laguna Heights. And when I heard about what's happening here, I was shocked. And I hope this never happens to anybody in Orange County, or for that matter, any other county in the state of California. So I'm here to express our strong opposition to the construction and operation of a BESS facility near a densely populated corridor, residential neighborhoods, schools, and a major interstate highway. While we support California's clean energy goals, the placement of this industrial facility in close proximity poses unacceptable risks to public safety, health, property, and the environment. We have emergency response challenges. Local fire departments and emergency services may not be equipped with the training or resources, especially with our severe drought, to manage a BESS-related fire. Inadequate preparation could delay response times, increase risk to first responders, and amplify the scale of damage in the event of a malfunction. And how will traffic be impacted during a battery fire? Best proximity will negatively affect property values. Residents will have difficulty obtaining or maintaining home insurance. There will be reduced buyer interest in neighborhoods near industrial facilities. This could lead to economic losses for homeowners, many of whom, like I heard one of the earlier residents say, that she's invested a lot of money in her home, could lead to devastating financial loss. Other economic impacts need to be taken into consideration if fire spreads and destroys homes, schools, businesses, and infrastructure. The potential destruction, together with the cost of evacuation, shelters, and disaster response, can add up to millions to billions of dollars. Just a few more seconds.
We are urging the commission to reject any proposal placing a BESS near residential areas and mandate comprehensive risk and impact assessments moving forward and require full public transparency and participation in siting decisions. One other thing, industrial scale BESS facilities do not belong in residential zones. There are alternatives, as has already been mentioned. Remote unpopulated locations with natural buffers, co-location with existing industrial or utility infrastructure, and areas with clear and easy evacuation routes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Pam Busta. After Pam, I think it's Noreen Codmill.
Hi, Busta, B-U-S-T-A. I came today for support. I had not prepared anything, but I cannot leave today without asking you to deny this proposal. I've listened to the realtors with what they're dealing with selling the homes and the land. You know, I've listened to educators and just so many different people. One of the most compelling to me was the firefighter. I'm not sure that was his title, but if the firemen don't believe that they can adequately put out a fire at this facility, everything is just bottom line to me, but that is the most bottom line that you could have, is hearing him represent his community saying about what had happened to a captain at Moss Landing, I believe it was. So I just ask that you would sincerely deny this. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. After Noreen, we're going to hear from Noreen next, and after Noreen, we'll hear from Nancy Shank.
I didn't come up with a written thing either. I've had my home since 1992, and I'm right below where this is going to happen. We went to the meeting yesterday. There's fire hazard signs all over that cliff. How this is even being allowed, to me, is criminal, and somebody's getting paid off, because you're ruining all of our lives, and we're not going to be able to get insurance, and we're going to lose our homes because 70% of all battery farms burn down.
Thank you, Noreen.
I have nothing prepared, but I'm just going to tell you a story from the heart. I've lived here over 40 years, have two children, one 36, one 34, and we lived in the area where the site is going to be. We were above, and I still live close now, but I did move. But July 4th, about 40 years ago, I believe it was Reverend Schuler, and he had his church there, and they lit the fireworks. And I tell you, they lit that whole hill, the whole thing just went up like that. And here I am, a new mom, and it was about maybe a row or two from my house. That was the scariest thing I have ever been through. And I can't imagine what this is going to do. It's unsafe. We live in a high fire area. You're just bringing danger to us. There's got to be another way, another place where you can put the storage facility. I know we need it, but it doesn't have to be where the I-5 is, where the railroad tracks are, where there's homes, where there's 3 schools. We can do better. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to transition to Zoom now, and we can come back to the room, but I wanted to get to the folks that have been waiting on Zoom. So if you are on Zoom by online or by phone and you want to comment, please raise your hand at this time. You'll see a raise hand feature on your screen. It looks like an open palm, or you can press *9 if you're joining by phone. That's going to let us know you'd like to comment. And I'm going to call on folks in the order that they've raised their hand. We are asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less. And I'm going to call your name and then I will open your line. So the first speaker we have is Sophia Markowska. Sophia, I'm going to open your line. Just a reminder, we're asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Sophia Markowska. That's Sophia Markowska, Markowska. and I represent Defenders of Wildlife, a national nonprofit dedicated to the protection of all native animals and plants and their natural communities. With over 75 years of experience and a network of nearly 2.1 million members, of which 311,000 reside in California. Defenders has long championed the principles of smart from the start and renewable energy planning. This approach emphasizes proactive, science-based siting of energy projects to minimize impacts on wildlife and natural habitats. Our 2019 report, Smart from the Start, Renewable Energy in the West, outlines strategies for ensuring that renewable energy projects are built close to existing transmission on already degraded lands and away from important habitat. The Compass Energy Storage Project in San Juan Capistrano appears to align with these principles. Located on 13 acres site adjacent to existing infrastructure, the project utilizes agricultural lands, disturbed habitat, and land allocated for urban development. It is located with immediate proximity to existing transmission, minimizing the need for new transmission infrastructure. Moreover, the project's biological resource assessment and a Defender's thorough review of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife's California Natural Diversity Database indicates a low likelihood of special status species occurring on site, suggesting minimal impacts on sensitive species. This aligns with our goal of directing renewable energy development to low conflict areas, as highlighted in our Smart from the Start report. In conclusion, while we continue to advocate for thorough environmental reviews and stakeholder and community engagement, the Compass Energy Storage Project demonstrates characteristics consistent with Smart from the Start renewable energy development. We appreciate the opportunity to provide input and look forward to ongoing community collaboration to ensure that California's clean energy future is both sustainable and wildlife friendly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to go to David Martinez. David, I'm going to open your line and please unmute on your end. We are asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less.
Hello, thank you. My name is David Martinez, DavidMartinez, and I'm speaking today in support of battery electric storage facilities as a critical tool for building a clean, reliable energy future. As we transition away from fossil fuels, we need smart infrastructure that ensures grid reliability while reducing pollution and greenhouse gas emissions. Battery storage allows us to capture clean energy when it's abundant, like during the day from solar, and use it when demand is high. This is essential to prevent blackouts and reduce reliance on gas peaker plants, which are some of the worst polluters in our communities. Battery storage is also a more efficient and flexible solution than fossil fuel alternatives, and it helps us move toward California's clean energy goals while protecting public health. I hope that you all can support clean energy infrastructure like battery storage that works with renewables, not against them, and helps ensure a healthier, more sustainable future for all. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next, we're going to hear from Elaine Genoway. Elaine, I'm going to open your line.
Hey, good afternoon. This is Elaine Genoway, and that's Gennawey. I am a 40-year resident and former mayor of the city of Laguna Niguel. And I very strongly oppose this project in this location. I was the mayor of Laguna Niguel during the 2022 coastal fire. And at that time, we experienced how quickly and spontaneously fire can start, how quickly fire moves and grows once it is started, and the challenges of evacuating just a very small area in our city. The applicant of the proposed facility needs to do their homework and find a location that does not compromise the safety of and lives of thousands. You've heard the safety concerns from all of the residents who have spoken today and the hundreds upon hundreds who have written letters to you. As a commissioner, each and every one of you will need to decide between approving a facility in what is known to be a location that puts at risk the safety of our community and the lives of hundreds of thousands. Or you can recognize that the reason a human being and not a textbook is seated in your seat and has taken your oath of office is so that the very human factors of community safety and saving lives are at the basis of your decision. In your deliberations, please remember that elected officials and appointed commissioners are to protect and serve the people, choose to keep our community and our people safe by denying this application. I thank you for your time and your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Carolyn McQuan. Carolyn, I'm going to open your line. Carolyn, if you can, go ahead. Oh, Carolyn, I think we need you to unmute on your end, and then you can begin. Carolyn, we're not, oh, there we go. I think, no. Carolyn, we're not getting any audio from you. I'm going to move on and I'll try you in a moment, okay? Brian Sawecki, I'm going to open your line.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thank you for allowing time to hear our public comments. My name is Brian Sawecki, and I've been a local resident for more than 30 years, growing up in the city of Laguna Niguel, a former government employee with the city. And in my graduate program, I assisted the city of developing a disaster preparedness pilot program for vulnerable members of the community with local law enforcement and emergency preparedness personnel. Through the years of experiences, both living and extensive research, I can assure you all a BESS facility would be irresponsible and extremely hazardous here. Examples of the Moss Landing and the San Diego battery plant fires provide substantial evidence how hazardous and detrimental a BESS facility is in a dense local community. It contradicts safety, environmental, and economical opportunities, especially empathizing with families who come from lower socioeconomic households or new generation homeowners in our community. History will always repeat itself. Understand people that people in general may not remember exactly what you've said, but they'll never forget how you made them feel. Thank you.
Thank you. Carolyn, I'm going to try your line again. Carolyn McQuan. All right, we're not getting a way to have you unmute. We can try again later. Debbie Sullivan, I'm going to open your line. And just a reminder to please state and spell your name for a court reporter so we can have that in the record. Debbie, if you could unmute on your end. All right, Debbie, we're not getting any audio from you. I can come back. Next, we'll hear from Kathleen Miller. Kathleen, I'm going to open your line. Just a reminder to spell your name for the record.
Yes, this is actually Kathleen McGuire Miller. My name is spelled Maguire. I'm a resident of Dana Point. I'm actually home today with COVID. My family has been a resident in Three Arch Bay in Laguna for 53 years. As a former deputy mayor under Los Angeles Mayor Richard Reardon, I'm well versed on these types of infrastructure projects and the community outreach needed to secure support for this effort. I raised my children in Pacific Palisades, where I lived for 25 years. 4 of my 5 homes are gone. That fire did not have to happen. It was the direct result of budget cuts and poor municipal leadership for over 20 years. When I learned of this project, I quickly Googled the site in relation to my home and my family's home. Ironically, it's closer than the historic January 7th Palisades fire. My family also has a home in Monterey County. How many ironies can you have? I visit there regularly. Last month, I drove directly past the Moss Landing site. There are crews working on trying to clean the area, which is surrounded by farmland on the coast. It still reeks of smoke. That fire started in January as well. I'm horrified that the California Energy Commission would consider this site for all the reasons you've heard before me. I urge you to find a less populated area a more appropriate place to put your lithium battery farm. It is inappropriate here, it is foolish here, and it is not acceptable here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Joanne. Joanne, I'm going to open your line. Joanne, you'll just need unmute on your end.
Yes, I think I did that. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Joanne Downey, D as in David, Owney. I'm a 20-year resident of Laguna Niguel. I'm just getting involved in the process. So on the very highest level, I'm really seeking input because you all have been in this process for a long time. But at the highest level, it seems to me that we're at sort of a last resort location. And how did we get here? So how many locations were on the long list of locations? How did they get there and how did they get taken off? And what is the quote unquote perfect location for such a facility? And why would this location be the perfect location? It seems very far from perfect. I feel like I don't know what the long list was. I don't know how locations got on and off it. I don't know why we're on the short list. And I am not hearing what a perfect location is. And that is my inquiry. And clearly I'm concerned about this location.
Thank you, Joanne. Next, we're going to hear from David Slingloff. I'm going to open your line, David.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hey, I just learned about this thing this morning, silly me. But my concern, I haven't heard anybody address the potential for terrorism. And the reason I bring that up is this Avery Battery Farm up by Avery by Saddleback College. It's there. Then he has San Onofre down in South Orange County. Though it's not producing power, it still has all the waste there. And so my concern is if both of those were hit, you'd be trapped here. And that same goes for a major fire like the one down in San Diego that, burned 300,000 acres back in, I don't know when that was, in the 80s, let's say. The only way out of here is Ortega Highway, and that would be overwhelmed, so quick. It'd be a cluster. But anyways, that's all I have. My name is Slingloff, Sling. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next, we're going to hear from Holly Mitchell. Holly, I'm going to open your line.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Sounds like a little echo to me. So this is Holly Mitchell, HOLLYMITCHELL. I'm a broker associate of a branch of a real estate office in San Clemente. I'm in San Clemente local and a local of San Juan Capistrano for 35 years. I have questions and statements. For Dr. Alvin Greenberg, having been on the safety staff for 31 years, did you anticipate the thermal runaway event that caused the fires such as the ones in Moss Landing? You didn't, did you? Why wasn't there safety and oversight with the initial battery storage projects? Because you didn't foresee what would happen, or you were negligent. My questions for NG, the main presenter, the attorney. What is NG doing to mitigate and make the residents whole that suffered the toxins released in the Moss Landing, the air pollution caused by the fire, the runoff that affected the local beaches, and perhaps the groundwater? For the project applicant, the fireman or the fire chief, I'm not sure what his title was, that participated in the applicant presentation, have you received any form of compensation salary, or gifts in exchange for your participation in the presentation. Also, you're not a local, so I think that much heavier weight should be given to the local residents. For CEC, you have been blinded by zero carbon emissions and overlooked the inherent toxicity of batteries. Batteries are polluting our landfills and the fires are poisoning our air. Land also poison our waters. Engie put a finger in the eye of San Juan Capistrano when it ignored the city's rejection of the project and went around the city to the state. We now turn that finger back around at you. What NGOs are you referring to? Who are the directors of those NGOs that will be receiving money with this deal? Who's getting kickbacks to approve this project? I'm going to do my best to find out. Has it occurred to you that this will jack up home insurance costs? Many insurance companies have already left the state. What do you think this facility will do to insurance rates? Most people who spoke in favor are not locals. Job creation is nice, but it's temporary. Poisoning humans is forever. The clean energy religion is out of control in the state of California. You're poisoning.
Please wrap up, Holly.
At the expense of appearing pure. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Next, we're going to hear from Chad Shabazi. Just a reminder, we are asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less. There's going to be a timer on your screen.
How you doing? My name is Chad Shabazi. Last name is Chahbazi. I'm nearly a lifelong resident of South Orange County. I've been in Orange County for 40 years. This year, as of 1985, most of it in South Orange County. I'm a Laguna Niguel resident for over 12 years. I urge the support of this project. I think there's been a lot of misinformation on battery energy storage systems, and especially what the difference between lithium iron phosphate, which is the technology that's being used in this project, versus lithium ion. If you take a look on YouTube, you can see the difference. The heat is much lower on lithium iron phosphate. You have minimal to no thermal runaway issues. I'm actually really disappointed by the fear mongering among our community. And I'm hoping that you actually look at the facts and the data as it relates to lithium iron phosphate technology. I think the CEC did a great job in presenting the differences with that type of technology, as well as the applicant. We've had San Onofre shut down for over 12 years now. And if you want to talk about toxic material, look at the spent fuel rods that are, underground, and no one's willing to take those. That has radioactive material that's just, 30 miles south of where we're at. We're going to need this additional power in South Orange County. And the reason is there's not enough baseload power. So between 5 and 9 o'clock, especially, you have issues where during the hot summer months, you're going to have brownouts and blackouts. And this battery energy storage system will help stabilize the grid. So I urge you to look at the facts, not the fear mongering. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Chad. Next, we're going to hear from Kathy. Kathy, I'm going to open your line. Kathy, if you can unmute on your end, then you can begin. All right, Kathy, we're not getting any audio from you. I'm going to try you in a little bit. How about Ted Rose? Ted, I'm going to open your line.
Hello. Yeah. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Good afternoon. And again, I want to offer my thanks for you all hearing us and taking the time. My name is Ted Rose. That's Rose, just like the flower. I'm a resident of Laguna Niguel. Been here for over 15 years. As others have expressed, I'm also very concerned about this project, the potential for complete disaster for our neighborhood and the city. just like what, these other folks have already mentioned, documenting and mentioning these previous incidents in Northern California, like Moss Landing and others. The risks to me, especially the exposure to toxic chemicals, are unacceptable, I think, in residential areas such as ours. And, like others, I realize, we need to have these energy storage facilities. They need to be built. They need to be implemented to support green energy. But again, having these types of storage facilities so close to homes, people, school, just makes no sense to me. When there's so many other areas, like this other gentleman mentioned San Onofre, to me, that'd be perfect. So I'd really like to suggest that these other areas be looked at. I strongly oppose this particular project and hope that CEC and others will find another better suitable location. In summary, just please put safety first and find another location away from where people live, including us. Thank you again.
Thank you. All right, next we're gonna hear from phone number ending in 111. I'm gonna open your line. Just a reminder, you'll press *6 to unmute.
Hi, this is Andrea Redfield, Andrea Redfield. I'm a fourth generation Southern Californian with the majority of our family tenure in the Laguna Niguel community area. I find it interesting yet not surprising. The only comments in support of this project have been presented by organizations and or their representatives with a clear and obvious monetary vested interest in the building of this project. These organizations, along with Sacramento, should in no way overrule our community at large. I and we in the local community vehemently oppose the location of this project. The California Energy Commission should listen to the community and not career politicians in bed with developers. Just because it's convenient for the developer, i.e. the infrastructure location and the limited cost in upgrading any other infrastructure necessary to transmit this energy, should not mitigate the community impact, including our wildlife, our oceans, and of course, our residents and businesses. Developers' presentations suggest the new technology will mitigate those dangers, but never mentioned eliminate. Until there's no risk, we don't want the risk. There are multitudes of other more viable locations, in my opinion. Put it in the Salton Sea, where supposedly the lithium resides. I thank you for your time, and I do please implore the California Energy Commission and Sacramento to oppose and deny this project. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have Mayor Perez-Gari. I'm gonna open your line, Mayor.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Yes, I was present, in the meeting, but I had to attend other meetings, and that's why I left. But thank you very much for CEC to convening this meeting, to coming over here and actually seeing it. Hopefully, you're going to deny the permit for them to build it over here. My colleagues, that they denied it, which most of the people has been. They spoke very eloquently about why we do disagree with this location. Definitely, we do need clean energy. We're all for that, but the location for this is definitely disastrous. While I was driving down to that meeting, I was just passing by 4 assisted living facility that when the fire happens, they have to be evacuated. And we saw that what had happened when one assisted facility was again evacuated in Pasadena, how disastrous that was. Please consider all of these and deny the permit for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, let's try Carolyn McQuan one more time on Zoom. I'm going to open your line. Carolyn, you'll have to unmute.
Actually, Mona, I apologize for interrupting you. I noticed that the assembly member is here, Assembly Member Dixon. Do you need a minute? Okay, if you'd like to come up to the podium, we'd be happy to hear your remarks. No rush.
Well, I just landed 15 minutes ago.
Thank you.
Well, this is my priority of the day. Well, thank you very much for your patience. Yes, I am Assemblywoman Diane Dixon, representing Assembly District 72, which includes certainly neighboring communities here, but it's all very important to all of us in South Orange County. So thank you for letting me speak. I'll just speak briefly. You've had a long day. I'm here to express my concern about the potential safety issues with having a battery storage facility at this location in Orange County. As you are aware, a number of recent fires throughout California related to these facilities has indicated insufficient protocols are in place, especially in the case where these facilities are located in populated areas. While it is imperative that we continue to have innovative options for renewable energy, many people living near the potential Compass Energy Storage project have cited safety concerns with this location. Specifically, residents fear impacts to evacuation if a fire were to break out. In 2024 alone, two fires occurred on freeways, causing the closure of a main Southern California thoroughfare. A spate of fires at battery storage facilities in San Diego have required significant manpower, including dedicated responders, as a fire burned for 2 weeks straight. Another battery storage facility fire resulted in the premature retirement of a firefighter after he suffered significant injuries while attempting to contain the blaze. Assembly Bill 205 from 2022 gave the CEC the authority to approve these types of projects. So it is to you that I make a request that you ensure that there are plans for fire prevention and mitigation should the worst happen, and that this site experiences complications or catches fire in the event. I would encourage you also to consider an alternative site far removed from transportation arterials and residential communities. And I appreciate the time to speak with you today, and thank you for your good work. Thank you very much.
All right, Assemblymember Dixon, we appreciate you rushing over and doing all you did to get here, and thank you for your remarks. Yes. It's quite a journey. We did it too. Yes, we were just going to pause to see if she is in the room. I don't see her. Okay. No. Yeah, let's go back to the comments, and then once we see her in the room, we'll take another pause. Thank you, Mona.
Thank you. So we're just going to try. We've got a few folks on Zoom that we weren't able to get the audio to work, and we're going to try one more time for Carolyn McQuan. I'm going to open your line to see if you can unmute on your end.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Sorry about the first time. I was too late to click on the unmute, just missed you. Good afternoon. Thank you for this hearing and for the opportunity for a public comment. My name is Carolyn McEwen, Carolyn. Last name McEwen, McCuan. I'm a scientist, CEO of a clinical research consulting firm, and founder of a nonprofit called Toxic Free OC. Our aim is to protect public health by raising awareness and working to reduce the use of toxic chemicals in our local environment. I'm speaking up in strong opposition to the location of this battery storage facility. I've been living in OC for over 20 years, As a resident of San Juan Capistrano, my family and I moved here from nearby Aliso Viejo in order to get away from toxic chemicals. What drew us to San Juan is the city's organic policies for managing their parks and landscape. This battery storage facility could not have been proposed in a worse location. We live in a fire-prone area where obtaining home fire insurance is nearly impossible. We're battered by the fierce Santa Ana winds, which creates the perfect cocktail for spreading wildfires, toxic fumes, and heavy metals if a battery fire occurs. Thousands of us live within few miles radius of the proposed location, and many have spoken about the difficulties of evacuating the area. Toxic algae bloom is poisoning our sea life and coastal waters, a result of toxic debris from the recent LA fires. Let's also not forget that we have spent nuclear fuel stored right next door to us. To the CEC, your fire consultant who spoke earlier mentioned, and I quote, "If there is a fire within the best practice is to allow it to burn out." Wow. Your other consultant admitted that fire season is no longer just in the summertime, but now year round. Bribing organizations in exchange for support or silence by offering grants and quote unquote community benefits is highly questionable. Sounds a lot like what DuPont did in exchange for poisoning waters with forever chemicals. To Saddleback Church, I implore you to think hard and to pray about this. The safety of our children must come first before money. Just say no. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we're gonna try Debbie Sullivan again. Debbie, I'm gonna unmute and then you'll just unmute on your end. All right, Debbie, we're not getting any audio from you. And we have also Rochelle DeBaca. I'm going to open your line. You'll unmute on your end. We are asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less. And if you could please spell your name for a court reporter, that really helps us.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Rochelle DeBaca. My name, I can spell my name Rachelle, and DeBaca is DEBACA. And I am a resident of Laguna Niguel, and I strongly oppose the construction of lithium storage facility near our neighborhood. This project poses a serious risk to both our community safety and the local environment. My husband is a Marine veteran who was previously exposed to toxic burn pits during his service. The potential for hazardous fires or chemical exposure from such a facility so close to our home is deeply concerning and entirely unacceptable. Supporters of this project often include organizations and individuals who have no direct connection to our community. A prime example is Defenders of Wildlife. They've submitted comments in favor for the project, yet the California office is over 400 miles away, and most of their leadership isn't even based in the state. They even incorrectly referred to the project as being along State Route 72 highway that doesn't even exist anywhere near this site. That kind of mistake makes it painfully obvious they do not understand our geography or our risks. Let's be clear, the people who do live near this facility, the ones who will suffer the consequences if a fire, chemical leak, or other disaster occurs, are overwhelmingly opposed. We're not just worried about the hypothetical. Battery fires have already happened in other parts of the country. This isn't fear-mongering. This is based on precedent. Nearly every voice supporting this project either stands to benefit financially or pushing a political agenda. They won't have to evacuate their homes in the middle of the night. They won't breathe in toxic smoke or worry about their kids playing outside next to the high-risk industrial site. Please prioritize the health and the well-being of residents over industrial development. I urge you to reconsider this project and seek alternative locations that do not endanger residential communities. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
All right, so we see that Assemblymember Davies is in the room as well.
I should come here more often. I just want to start out by saying thank you so much to Commissioner Galardo. You and your team, when we had a chance to meet a couple weeks ago, looking for the right location, the right venue that would accommodate the residents, help with the seniors, and the timing. So you did a fantastic job, so thank you for that. Good afternoon. My name is Lori Davies, and I have the privilege of representing South Orange County and North San Diego County. I think you will find most of the residents in South Orange County are supportive of clean energy goals. And I, for one, am not opposed to battery storage. However, I am deeply concerned with the push to site battery storage facility that poses a threat to the well-being and safety of the community. Since its announcement, I have been on the record in opposition to the Compass lithium battery storage project as its peroxidity is far too close to residential neighborhoods and vegetation sites. The project would construct a 250 megawatt battery storage system in the northern portion of San Juan Capistrano, bordering Laguna Niguel. While clean energy facilities will help us reach our conversation goals, this project would have a significant negative impact on our local community. I've already sent letters to both the CEC and the CPUC urging them to deny the application for this project. The Moss Landing fire is one of the several damaging fires that have recently occurred from a battery storage facility. In 2024 alone, 2 fires occurred on freeways, causing the closure of Southern California thoroughfares. These incidents are in the back of everyone's mind and are difficult to overcome. Additionally, in San Diego, several battery storage facilities have burned for weeks, showing us the significant strain on our first responders. Despite new technology, there is not a human on earth that will ensure 100% safety with a battery storage facility. If they do, they want to sell you something, and the buyer needs to be aware. As a state assembly member for San Juan Capistrano and Laguna Niguel, when I look at these residents in the face, I can't honestly ensure their safety. I can't tell the parents and the nearby schools their children will be safe. And neither can the governor or the commission. I have questions regarding the application process for these types of facilities. Does the CEC consider implementing setback guidelines that ensure that best projects are located at safe distance from residential and heavily populated areas? Has the CEC initiated a study regarding the long-term environmental and health impacts of fires at battery storage facilities, including potential exposure to toxic chemicals? Does the commission understand the critical Lausanne rail corridor, what it really means to commuters, cargo, tourism, and our national security? This rail is so close, way too close to consider this location. We all like football, and we know how fast players can get down the field. So can fires. This location is 3 football fields away from homes. As everyone is keenly aware, our climate is changing, and it's high fire seasons most of the year. The winds that rip down this valley provide an opportunity for a catastrophic fire. It doesn't end with fire. The nearby stream will be filled with toxins and will head out to the sea, wreaking havoc along the way. No one really understands the impact this will cause to our ocean and sea life, but I can guarantee it won't be good. I know you've heard about the impact, the I-5, if there were a disaster, but reality is this is a major transportation corridor that connects San Diego with Orange County, and it can't be compromised. I hope you have the opportunity to hear from the rank and file firefighters. They want to go home to their families every night. However, they know the sad reality of battery storage facility fires. They're extremely tough. Local results in the prematurity retirement of a firefighter after he suffered significant injury while attempting to contain the blaze. While we wait a final decision, I've introduced AB 615, which would require any proposed energy facility to develop an emergency response action plan and recommendations from first responders with the initial application. My colleagues have also introduced bills regarding BESS facilities, and we will see how they go through the legislature and what is signed into law. I know your role as commissioners is difficult, and finding ideal sites is extremely challenging. However, this site is not an acceptable location. I join with many residents, elected leaders, educators, and business owners to respectfully ask for you to deny this project. Thank you very much.
All right, and before she leaves the room, Donna, I wanted to make sure I thanked you because you were instrumental in helping us secure this venue. So it was a big team effort, and Assemblymember Davies, you are part of that too. All right, we'll transition back to Mona to finish out our comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we've got a few more hands raised on Zoom. We've gotten a few more blue cards, so I'm going to go complete the Zoom, come back to the blue cards, and then I will call the names of folks that I called on before that weren't in the room, just in case people rejoined us. So next on Zoom, we've got George Trim. George, I'm going to open your line. You'll unmute on your end. And just a reminder, we're asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less.
Awesome. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much. It's been so awesome hearing everybody's speeches today. I've been working at home. I'm a film editor, so I've been super into it. My name is George Trim. I'm a filmmaker and editor living in San Juan Capistrano with my wife, my 4-year-old son, and my 2-year-old daughter. I'm on the board of directors of my HOA on Olipau Street. I strongly oppose this project. I recently filmed the aftermath of the Eaton fire in Altadena for a documentary, and I was able to witness the destruction firsthand. When I saw this proposal in my own town, I quickly realized we needed to speak up. Today, we've been so focused on safety only on the immediate area around the proposed site, but fire doesn't stay contained. If a fire starts here, it's not just the buildings, it's the air, our infrastructure, our rivers, our coastline, and over 250 years of our city's history. Another thing I filmed in Altadena, hundreds of destroyed Tesla vehicles and home batteries. These were treated as toxic waste by men wearing hazmat suits. Even when this technology didn't spark the fire, these batteries are still a toxic waste hazard in any natural disaster. CEC, please reject the proposal. If something goes wrong, it won't be NG or Compass LLC or Saddleback Church paying the price. It will be on us, the community. The risk is simply too high. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Next, we're going to hear Mike P. Mike, I'm going to open your line. You'll unmute on your end. We're asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less. Mike, if you can unmute on your end and then begin.
Got it. I think I'm unmuted.
We can hear you.
Okay. Well, first, thanks for allowing me to speak. My wife and I moved into Laguna Niguel, basically right across the street from the site that's in question right now in 1985. So we've been here, it'll be 40 years this August. And I'm not sure if anyone brought this up earlier because I just came out of the meeting not too long ago. But back in probably the late 80s, possibly early 90s, the church, which used to be, I think, Robert Schuller's church back then, it was great. They shot off fireworks on the 4th of July. And me and my wife and all the neighborhood and the kids used to go up on to where the gazebos used to be, and we'd watch the fireworks. One year during that time, an errant firework caught the slope on fire. And, you know, the gentleman earlier who said fear mongering, well, he wasn't standing up on the slope as flames started coming up towards our houses. Fortunately, firefighters did an excellent job, put the fire out. But the church had the foresight and, you know, the knowledge to think, hey, that's probably not a good idea. So they stopped doing that, even though, you know, it was fun to watch, but I think they realized the danger. And I'm not sure if they were told to do it or they decided on their own, but whatever it was, that kept us from worrying about that slope catching on fire. And it's the same slope, basically, where this battery site will be. And should something happen, the same flames are going to run up the hill just like they did. I think it was mentioned earlier, there's a lot of wind around here. And when that wind starts going, there's nothing that can stop it. So hopefully this won't go through. And I appreciate you allowing me to have the time to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna try, Debbie, we're gonna try your line one more time. I'm gonna open your line and you'll need to unmute on your end. Debbie Sullivan?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I apologize, I wasn't able to unmute earlier. Again, my name is Debbie Sullivan, Sullivan, and I live on the ridge above this proposed location in a high fire danger area. I respectfully ask that you deny this project. The location is just completely unsuitable and very dangerous to the residents in the area, the schools in the area, as well as the huge horse community in San Juan Capistrano. I'm a parent of a student at J. Sarah School, which is located right across from it, which would be impacted, as well as part of a barn that has almost 100 horses that would be impacted if this project goes through. There's just no amount of thermal runaway that would be safe within our community. We're already in a very high fire risk area, and I think there are other suitable locations that can be looked at that have power lines to them that are not surrounded by residents. I would ask that you please listen to the residents who have spoken today in opposition of this project, and not to the construction organizations and trade groups that really don't have any skin in this game. The firefighters who protect us are opposed to this project. The city of San Juan, the city of Laguna Niguel are opposed to this project. So I would, again, respectfully ask that this be denied. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to go, we've got a few more blue cards from in the room, and just doing also a last call for Zoom raised hands. So next we're going to hear from Amy David, and then LTC Carl David. And if you could just, a reminder to approach the podium. We are asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less. There's going to be a timer on the screen.
One quick second, I'm waiting for my phone to get up. My name is Amy David, last name David. I want you to listen to this. That's the sound of the battery storage facility. I'm wondering if a risk assessment study's been done to evaluate the effects on our beloved swallows in San Juan Capistrano. Conservation efforts in safeguarding the swallows population and their habitats in San Juan are ongoing. The effects of this type of noise that I just played, toxic fumes, effects on the water, supply nearby, all affect the swallows and all the other habitats. This battery storage facility would have an impact on the environment and negatively affect the local ecosystem and can harm wildlife. San Juan Capistrano is a bird sanctuary city. A fire or anything else would affect billions of insects, the water supply, which they rely on for survival. The black silhouettes of the swallows against the dark blue sky bring visions and visitors from all over the world. Swallows never returned after 1998 when repairs were made to the iconic Mission San Juan Capistrano. They arrive each year on or around March 19th and return for the winter 6,000 miles away to Argentina. Please reconsider and don't allow the site to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. After Carl, we're going to hear from Darren. Conrad. I'm sorry, I can't read that, but Darren will be next. Thanks, Carl.
I'm Carl David, Carl with a C and David with a D. And I'm over 30-year resident of Laguna Niguel who lives within the 2-mile radius of the best site that Mayor Genoway spoke about. And I'm one of those 37,000 evacuees that might have to do this. Traffic is tough on a good day in this area, and I'm strongly opposed to this site. I will not repeat, but want to associate myself with the other thousands of concerned residents about public safety issues mentioned and the potential catastrophic effects of this project. As a military strategic planner, I've lived and taught international consequence management of weapons of mass destruction, but have always considered prevention of the effects on innocent civilians in such situations. In this situation, NG is inviting disastrous consequences into our neighborhoods and hope that we can deal with the mitigation. My old boss and 4-star General Gordon Sullivan, Army Chief of Staff, published a great book titled "Hope is Not a Method," with a clear message for us here. Please always remember you may have authority delegated to you in this situation, but our local leaders have the responsibility for our lives that you cannot assume. Please listen to them. I urge you to dismiss this project as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. And after Darren, we'll hear from Alyssa Cope.
Hello, my name is Darren Conant, C-O-N-A-N-T. My name is Darren Conant. I'm a longtime resident of Laguna Niguel, 15 years, another 10 years in Aliso Viejo. Let me start by saying my family and I support clean energy. We believe in progress, but this project in this location feels like a step backward. It threatens the very land and community it claims to serve. I'm not just a concerned citizen, I'm someone who uses this open space every single day. I hike here, I mountain bike here. This land is my therapy, my connection to nature, and it's my community's shared sanctuary. If this facility is built, we all know what it brings: noise, industrial blight, massive fire risk, and permanent damage to one of the last preserved open spaces in this area. And when I think about it bringing here, what's harder to accept is that in 20 years or 25 years, what is it going to look like? What is this land going to look like once it's done? Once you decommission the batteries, you take them offline. What will it look like when my granddaughter walks up there and takes a look over the ledge? I don't know. No one will tell me what it'll look like. You show me pictures from the freeway, I know what that will look like, but I do not know what it'll look like when I look down from where I live, when I come to my trail. I come every single day. I can't stand to think that I'm going to be looking at 1,600 freight train sized batteries below me. Once the project is done and operational, there's 0 local jobs. It's just taken the land that was once Gipton tribal land, and now it's being sold off. I haven't seen the general liability insurance or the pollution liability insurance numbers. There's $20 billion of real estate that surround a 5-mile radius. I went through all the CEC documents come through every day, and I got to the page where it said, here are the petitions who approved this. And they were all from Riverside. I don't know if that's disingenuous, isn't it? Why would you go to Riverside and get signatures for a project that is like a quarter mile from my house at best? Is that my timer? Okay. They're better sites, more remote, more industrial, less invasive. Please do not build this. Thank you.
Alyssa, are you Alyssa? Yes, Alyssa. Okay. I just want to say, so after we hear from Alyssa, we do have a few more blue cards. And then we've got some folks on Zoom. We're gonna take a short break and then we're gonna come back. But yeah, thank you, Alyssa.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Alyssa Cope, A-L-I-S-S-A, last name Cope. So I have a degree in environmental science from UC Riverside. I grew up in California. I am currently an environmental planner and a CEQA practitioner. I have I appreciate the CEC taking a hard look at this environmental information presented by DUDEC and the project proponent. I urge you to look at it with a critical eye because a lot of the information presented as fact is actually quite skewed. One of the main opt-in requirements is that the project be located in an urban setting. I think if you heard the speaker before me, clearly an open space area in San Juan Capistrano does not qualify as an urban setting in any manner. And the fact that the written documentation would just say, San Juan is urban, therefore it qualifies, really doesn't make any sense. So I'm urging you to look at this with a critical eye. A lot of that information is just factually inaccurate. They're downplaying the risks, dismissing the risks, not looking carefully at actually what each environmental factor is. They're just pushing a lot of paper. I wanted to just get on the record about the CEQA requirements, aesthetics. The gentleman before me talked about what it looks like from the view shed above. There really is no other industrial development at this scale located anywhere near where they're proposing to locate it. So it is out of character. The biological resources, there's a creek nearby. Land use, it's completely inconsistent with the land use guidelines that are from the local cities. Transportation, it has one point of entry. Even though the project proponent is saying that they've added 3 points of entry, there's one point of entry from the public street, and it crosses a railroad track, and it also crosses a creek. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Alyssa. So we're going to take a 15-minute break, and doing the math, let's just say 4:55. And then we're going to come back, and we've got more folks in the room that want to comment on Zoom, and we're also going to have some closing remarks as well.
Recording stopped. Test. Oh, yeah.
Hi, everyone. We're going to resume public comment if we can ask folks to take a seat. All right, we're going to resume public comment.
Recording in progress.
And we're going to start with folks that have turned blue cards in, and then we are going to come back to Zoom. We've got some more raised hands on Zoom. So first we'll go to Kathleen Costello, and after Kathleen, we'll hear from Sean Johansson, excuse me. And then just a reminder to please spell your name for our court reporter as well. Thank you so much.
I'm Kathleen, Kathleen, Costello, Costello, Laguna Niguel resident. I think all 5 commissioners are here today. Is that right? Thank you for coming to Orange County. Thank you for leaving your homes in Sacramento.
There are 2 of us here today,
2
just
of you
to
are
be clear.
here.
Yeah.
Well, thank two-fifths of you for coming to Orange County from Sacramento. I hope you've had some time to enjoy our county, our beaches, our gifts from nature. And you know that that's why we're here too. I worked for a state agency, and I remember when I was hired, I had to swear an oath. And I think you probably did too. And the oath, I wish you would revisit it and search yourselves for what it means to you. It meant to me that my duty was to uphold and serve the people of the state of California, not the companies that want to do business here. Please look after the interests of the people of the state of California. I was involved in fundraising. I heard Reverend Schuler telling us about his conversations with John Crean and how John Crean was moved to donate land that became Crystal Cathedral and eventually the parcel here off Camino Capistrano. I remember passing by on the freeway and seeing the nativity scenes up on the hillside of Camino Capistrano. I remember when it changed hands to Saddleback and they proposed to develop a crematorium right when I bought my home there, and I did not want to be upwind of a crematorium. In fundraising, we were always trained to consider donor intent above all else. You had to honor what the donor intended, or you couldn't accept the gift in all honesty and all moral courage. And so I don't think Saddleback has honored the intent of the donor of that land by proposing to accept this land deal with Compass Energy. I don't think they've considered the residents of South Orange County. I don't think the commission, I'm not convinced because I don't know you all. I don't know what your process is, but I have to assume that you may be putting the interests of Compass Energy and their lawyers and their lobbyists ahead of ours. We're just residents, but you owe a duty to us. And I hope you will put our interests in the hopper. And I just want to leave with one question. Has this process ever succeeded in denying a proposal? Good, thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. And next we're going to hear from Sean Johansson and then Cinda Ormsby. Sean, are you with us? Okay, great.
I'd just like to start out by clarifying you said it right the first time. It's Sean Johnson. That's Sean, SEAN, JOHNSON. My first message is really simple. Destroying nature isn't green. I've been a lifelong California resident, a proud Angelino for 23 years of my life, and now a proud resident of South Orange County. I've become part of this territory. I've become part of this neighborhood. And one of the things that drew me to this area was how open it felt. And when my wife and I put down our payment to buy our house in Laguna Niguel, we walked to the top of Colinas Bluff Trail and we realized, oh, we found something. We found gold here, something beautiful, something where we can leave our busy hustle and bustle behind and we can actually have a little release. And the idea, I work in the musical instrument trade. I have seen the shipping containers that come off ships in the port of Long Beach carrying the products that eventually get sold in my industry. These are massive. And to think that these massive containers will eventually line the valley is just insane to me. Right now, it seems like California is doing a lot, as it always has been. I remember in the 90s when the recycling cans started showing up at my childhood home in Woodland Hills. I remember the efforts of Save the Earth, Save the Planet, Nickelodeon's The Big Help. I remember that all. And there seems to be such a push right now for us to do things that are green, but how green is it to put metal in the middle of green? How is that green? How are we protecting the environment when we're putting foreign material, not to mention foreign material that's susceptible to salt air, less than 10 miles from a beach? All I'm asking is that I understand that we're moving into a future where we need to be considerate of the resources that the earth has given us. Earth is our mother and we should take care of her. It's our jobs, a God-given job, to steward this planet that has been created for us to live in. But we have to do a better job than putting foreign material in a natural environment. I urge you to deny this project, find a new location for it that will better serve our area of Southern California. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you. All right, next we're going to hear from Cinda Ormsby, and then after Cinda, we'll hear from Lila Tannenbaum.
Hi, my name is Cinda, C-Y-N-D-A Johnson. That was my husband just now, so I have to go after him. First of all, we live in the neighborhood right adjacent Laguna Heights. So it's right adjacent, and there was a fire on June 15th, 2016 in this very valley. I remember clearly because that's our anniversary, and we were out at a romantic lunch, and my cousin called and asked if I had been evacuated. So we ran home and packed a bag of clothes and all of our prized possessions so that if we needed to run, we could. Luckily, the Orange County firefighters got that fire out by bedtime, so we are grateful for that. But that would not happen if one of these batteries exploded. I'm sure people have mentioned that throughout the day. I did have a question. We were told at one of these prior meetings that the reason this location was chosen was because they were going to tap into the underground transmission lines from the nuclear power plant of San Onofre. Is that correct?
So this is your time to speak. It's not a Q&A session.
Okay, well, I want clarity on that because on Friday, President Trump signed the Reinvigorating Nuclear Base or Executive Order. And one of the parts, Section 4 says, to help achieve those objectives, the Secretary of Energy shall, subject to requirements of Federal Credit Reform Act and applicable law, prioritize activities that support nuclear energy, including actions to make available resources for restarting closed nuclear power plants. And Section B says the Secretary of Energy shall also coordinate with the Secretary of Defense to assess the feasibility of restarting and repurposing closed nuclear power plants. So if San Onofre does reopen, would that not make this project redundant and unnecessary? Thank you.
Thank you, Cinda. Next, we're going to hear comments from Lila, and then after Lila, Marianne Osborne.
Hi, my name is Lila Tannenbaum, Lyla space Tannenbaum. I'm a seventh grader at I'm a seventh grader in middle school, and I plan on going to Capo Valley High School. I'm concerned for my safety at high school, and I'm also concerned about the creek and how the toxins could go to the ocean and pollute an environment that I surf and swim in, and me and my friends surf and swim in like a lot. Yeah, thank you for listening. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Lila. Next, we're going to hear from Marianne Osborne and then Maya Luna Osborne.
Hi,
My name is Marianne Osborne. It's Maryanne. Osborne is OSBORNE.
Hello, my name is Maya Osborne, MAYAOSBORNE.
So we are Laguna Niguel residents, and we are just here. I'm sure you heard a million already excuses for the reason to oppose this, but as a mother, we are just requesting that for you guys to really consider a different location. I think there's a lot of economic and environmental and even traffic components that can go wrong if you guys do approve this here. So we're in opposition. Did you want to say anything?
Hello, I'm Maya. I'm 10 years old and I'm in 5th grade. And honestly, my school is pretty close and I'm kind of worried, so I oppose this project.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Caroline Sullivan and then Kristen Green.
Hello there. I'm Caroline Sullivan, Sullivan. So, allowing a giant lithium-ion battery storage facility to be built at San Juan Capistrano is a terribly bad idea. The area is high risk for fire. The chance for a fire occurring is super high, and a fire would not be like an ordinary fire. It'd have to be allowed to just burn itself out. And while that happens, all these toxins will go in the air. So when I think about this, I'm really concerned about what it's going to be like if such a facility is put into an area. Am I going to, before I go to bed at night, I'm going to have to worry, oh my gosh, am I going to have to evacuate? Or in the morning, that'd probably be the first thing that would come into my mind. And I have 2 birds in a huge cage. I have a cat. And when the fires were burning in the Palisades, I was thinking, oh my gosh, what am I going to do? How am I going to get us all out of the house together? Just me and the animals. And there's quilts on the wall that I made, spent hours on. So having to evacuate is a major thing for me. And I just really don't want to have to worry about this all the time. There's a whole bunch of other things that we have to deal with from day to day, and worrying whether or not I'm going to have to evacuate and this terrible fire is going to happen. Please, please deny this. It's a terrible idea to put such a large battery storage facility in our neighborhood where there's thousands of homes, businesses, we're near a freeway, we're near the railroad track where this proposed site is going to happen. So please do not do this. It would be terrible. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. We're going to hear from Kristen Green next, and then after Kristen, we'll hear from Kristen Jepson.
Hi, I'm Kristen Green, Kristin. This is my daughter, Catherine. I have been a lifelong resident of San Juan Capistrano my whole life, obviously, since the 80s. And my daughter goes to school in San Juan through Capo Unified School District. And I have worked at Silverado Senior Living, as well as the Shea Center as a speech language pathologist. I strongly oppose the proposed siting of a lithium iron phosphate battery storage facility in this location, which is immediately adjacent to the I-5 freeway, active train tracks, and a small creek that ultimately drains into the Pacific Ocean. Additionally, it is proposed to be next to schools, homes, other places where people live, like other facilities that house older adults, and also the Shea Center, which has vulnerable populations of children and veterans who go there for therapy. So first, while LFP batteries are touted to be more stable than older lithium-ion types, the fire risks are not eliminated. Utility scale failures have occurred in California and across the globe, often without warning and with devastating consequences. These facilities can and do overheat. They emit toxic gases such as hydrogen fluoride, and in worst cases, they can explode. The public pays the price when that happens.
The location proposed here is uniquely dangerous. The I-5 is not just a highway. It is the main transportation artery for this region, essential for emergency evacuation, daily commerce, and regional connectivity. Citing a fire-prone industrial facility next to that corridor introduces a risk of major traffic shutdowns, mass-scale evacuation failures, and interruption of emergency services. One fire, one plume, one closure, and the region is paralyzed. Second, this facility would sit beside train tracks, which are used for passenger and freight movement. A thermal event near that infrastructure could trigger derailments, hazardous material incidents, or catastrophic delays. The risk is not theoretical. As well, train movements can also generate ground-borne vibrations and acoustic energy, which can affect battery cells in a very negative way. Oh, am I over my time? I implore you to research more about that with the trains and everything. Anyway, I was gonna mention about the creek, which everyone knows there's a creek that leads to the ocean, and we don't want toxins in our ocean. We have to eat fish and all the things that come with that. You know, it's our planet. So let's just make a good choice here. And I implore you to find a better location. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna hear from Kristen Jepson next, and then James, I think Harris. Do we have a Kristen Jepson in? All right, how about James Harris? And after James, we'll hear from Bridget Gottschalk.
So I think a lot is being said, and I'm hoping you're listening. But most of all, I hope that you're listening to the will of the people of South Orange County. Our leadership here in South Orange County have already spoken very loudly against this proposal. I liken what's taking place to what's taking place in the federal government with the state of California. I know Sacramento's not happy with decisions being pushed on them from the state of California. So our local cities have already made a decision not to allow this to take place, and I'm hoping you honor that. We've already had enough fires in Southern California. We don't need another one. So please do not allow this to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, James. After Bridget, we'll hear from James Shemansky. Bridget, do we still have you here? Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Bridget Gottschalk, Gottschalk. I work as a paralegal, and I am a long time, 30 years resident of Laguna Niguel. I strongly oppose the lithium storage project, but I'm not against clean energy. I don't want to repeat all the opposing reasons that you have heard today 100 times. It does not make any sense to me to place this dangerous lithium battery storage in a high fire risk area so close to residents, schools, senior housing, and hospitals. We would have to leave this area should this project be approved. We would no longer feel safe. Imagine this would happen at your home. Please let common sense and compassion for the people and the environment win. I urge you to find a better solution. There are so many other uninhabited spaces where this storage facility can be built. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. All right, we're going to hear from James Shermansky next, and after James, we'll hear from Jane Perko.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name's Jim Shemansky, for the record, Shemansky. Again, I live with Bridget. You just heard from her. I don't want to, again, repeat the same arguments you've been hearing, but I've been listening all day to the witnesses, both pro and against, and the plant, and I feel it's a relevant question to ask is just how much safer these batteries are. Do they have a proven safety record? I know one witness just spoke to that. Because the residents of Laguna Niguel have a right, as I'm sure you feel, to not be exposed to increased fire risk nor toxic smoke. And I'd like to remind you as well, in 2021, when the Monterey plant was developed, they were saying these Lithium Vistra representatives were saying these are safe batteries. And we all seen the results of what happened there. So I'm wondering with lithium phosphate, is there a safety record over time that would give us trust that what happened in Monterey is not going to happen in Laguna Niguel? And without that, I think that you're putting obviously a whole region and a whole city at risk of fire risk and toxic smoke. And we've seen what happened in Monterey and obviously don't want that happening here. So it's very reasonable to ask that question. And I'm curious if without that proven safety record, it seems like we're being treated like guinea pigs and we're asking for the same sort of results that occurred in Monterey, which is obviously something that we all don't want to occur. So I appreciate your time. I know this has been a long day for all of us, but we just simply want to continue to live in an area we've grown to know and love, and we don't want to have that kind of toxic smoke plume that we saw in Monterey ever occur again. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, James. All right, and we're gonna hear from Jane Perko next, and then after Jane will be Barb Anode.
Good evening, and thank you very much indeed for coming down. I live on the hill right up the top here, and every day I look down on this area. We live by the ocean. The winds blow. I don't know where, are you all from Sacramento, am I correct? Ron, Sacramento?
Yeah, this time is for you to speak to us, not Q&A. So just want to make sure you have all the time you need.
Thank you so much, but I'm assuming you're from Sacramento.
Not everybody, our headquarters is
whatever.
there. Yeah.
So when the wind blows, it affects us, okay? Air conditioning, kids are playing outside. My kid goes to school just down the road here, and he is outside all the time. Our kids are vulnerable. We have climate change. This is a huge problem. There are a lot of people living in this area who've lived here for years and years, and you're right. I don't want to repeat what other people have said. My mom lives just up the way here. She has cancer, all right? And I have worked with wildlife, the Bird of Prey Center. We have released bobcats down here. We've released possums down here, all sorts of birds of prey. And my husband and I hike down the trail here pretty much every weekend. This is a sacred area, an incredibly sacred area. I've lived here for 41 years, and I couldn't imagine not living here, and I couldn't imagine not living here safely. We have a problem with climate change, and this is just another thing we would have to deal with. Our lives are important to us, as important to us as yours are to you. So you can fly home to wherever you go to, but if something goes wrong with this lithium plant, which it's going to do at some point, we all know that, okay? I don't want it to be in our backyard affecting all the people that have lived here. We own our homes here. I've lived here for 40 years, up on that hill. And I don't want to look down on the hill going, gosh, I wonder when it's going to happen. Are my kids safe? Are we allowed to live here in safety? All right. We have one chance to talk to you all today. One chance. And so this is it. Please, please don't put this plant in here. Please don't do it. These are our lives too. Our investments, everything we've worked for is down here. This area should be left wild, and it should be left as beautiful as it always has been. Please don't pollute it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, do we have Barb with us? After Barb, we'll hear from Mark Whitehead. Barb, yes, thank you.
My name is Barb Knodel, Knodel, and I was asking some questions. First of all, I want to thank all of you for coming down and being here and listening to us. We moved into Laguna Niguel in 1986. We have 4 children. My oldest daughter lost her home in the Pacific Palisades fire, and we went and did a tour around there. It's worse than horrific. She saw her home burn at 3 o'clock in the morning, and there was no firemen, no water. It's devastating. This is through winds. This other one's through the batteries. It's harder to put out a lithium battery that's there. My concern, we have Saddleback Church is helping my daughter with, because Pacific Palisades Calvary Christian Church, which I really, really appreciate. They're with them for 5 years, ministers rebuilding it. It's a good church. I don't understand how it came to this point, but my concern is the Saddleback Church down right next to the area. I've been at retreats there. It's a beautiful area. Our kids have been with Larry Draylock, the Blues soccer team. There's kids down there playing soccer. And the children, they're our future. Has anyone contacted OSHA or NIOSH to bring them in from Washington, D.C. to see if this is chemically safe with this type of environment that will be around children and about the congregation of the church down there? So my concern is basically for the future of the children and the safety of our kids and our community. So please contact OSHA and NIOSH to make sure this is chemically safe. I thank you very much for your time and being here. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, after we hear from Mark, we'll hear from Teresa Risch.
How you doing? I'm Mark Whitehead. I'm a local resident of San Juan. I'm completely against this. I'm completely shocked that this would even be a consideration for a battery storage farm like this in a location like this, with all the residential housing around. And, you know, hearing some things about there's a 10-foot wall that's going to be, built around it so you can't see it as well. I mean, if you drive down the 5 freeway, 5 freeway is elevated. You're going to be looking right into this thing. And it's going to look just like the Port of Long Beach, with all these containers everywhere. And it's interesting that we need 11 hours today to be able to have people speak about this. I mean, that should show you something that this is obviously clearly controversial and something that we don't want. And when you have the local cities here fighting tooth and nail to keep this thing out of here, and then it's up to the state to decide if this goes through, that's just not right. That's just not how it should be. You should really consider what our local cities are doing and what they're saying, and then also all the residents. It's just not an appropriate use of the land. And this should be somewhere else, away from everything. You know the potential of the problem. Maybe it doesn't happen, but what if it does? You got schools, everything. I mean, same thing everybody's been saying, but it's just not the right use of this land. So, thank you.
Thank you. And then I know some folks joined us a little bit later. If you want to make a comment, we're asking folks to fill out a blue card. They're at the back table, and that'll help us plan ahead. Thank you, Teresa. After Teresa, we'll hear from Eileen McDermott.
Okay. Teresa Risch, long-term resident in Laguna Niguel, 3 kids. In recent years, we have more witnessed to unimaginable tragedy and devastation across California, the kind that leaves permanent scars, not just on our land, but on our communities, our families, and our future. The Camp Fire, 153,000 acres, 86 lives claims. Its cause, power lines. Napa and Sonoma, 36,000 acres burned, 22 lives. Once again, electrical failure. Palisades Fire, 20,000 acres, 8 dead. The Eaton Fire, 13,000 acres, 16 more lives lost. Still no clear answers. This year alone, if you look at the CAL FIRE app, there's been 1,848 wildfires, 74,000 acres scorched, over 16,000 structures have been reduced to ashes. The damage is measured in the billions, but the true cost, the human cost, is immeasurable. If you open the the Watch Duty Fire app, which our firefighters use, you will find right now 3 fires burning in Kern, Mono, and Sacramento counties. And still years later, there's hardworking, law-abiding, tax-paying Californians living without homes, not because they were careless, but because insurance failed them or the state support never came. So I ask you, how many more lives must we lose? How many more homes? How many more forests? How many more billions must go up in smoke before we take real responsible action? California must stop reacting to disaster and start preventing it. That begins with being proactive in our infrastructure planning and our energy regulations and in our building permit decisions. Approving the best project is not just short-sighted, it's reckless. Placing a massive flammable energy storage facility in the heart of a densely populated, tender-dry community is not a solution. It's a lit match waiting to be dropped. This is not a question of if, it's a question of when. You have the power to choose prevention over tragedy, to stand with people you were appointed to protect, to say enough is enough. Please do the right thing and say no to the best project. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, after Eileen, we're going to hear from Maureen Fitzpatrick.
Hi, Eileen McDermott, San Juan Capistrano. So May 22nd, the Senate overturned the California's electric vehicle mandate. So most likely in the future, with the new technology and everything that's going on, are we even going to need this plant or this storage facility? So my question is, what my statement is, we need to listen to we the people, us that live in this community. We want you to do the right thing. And as we watch Robert Kennedy Jr. dismantle all the health agencies and show all the bad things that are going on, all the dangerous toxic chemicals in the vaccines, all the chemtrails, whether you believe it or not, I mean, you have to listen to them. All the toxins in our food, all the toxins in our soil, they're giving vaccines to our animals, and then we eat that food. They put toxins in our produce, and now you want to put this lithium storage facility in our community. We live here, we pay property taxes. This is unfair. We shouldn't even be here. We need to stop. We really need to reflect. What are we doing in this nation? What are we doing in California? What did God give us? He gave us a beautiful earth, and man is destroying it. We can't do this anymore. We need to start looking at what we're doing. And there are studies out there that tell you that electric cars actually use more electricity and are more toxic. And I love Elon Musk, but hey, I'm calling him out on it. You know, it's not, we don't need this, you know? He made a bad product as far as the battery goes. So we don't have to use those. I'll never buy an electric car. I wasn't planning on it. I would have never followed that mandate. I don't know what I would have done, but I just don't believe I should be told what to do. And I don't believe in this country that someone decides to put garbage in our country, in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to hear from Maureen next, and after Maureen, Kathleen.
Hi, thanks for being here. I'm Maureen Fitzpatrick. I'm a developmental psychologist, which means I study development across the lifespan and I focus a lot on children. And what you are attempting to do is putting our children at risk. Let me just say a few things from your energy storage compass handout. This will generate $50 million in property tax revenues and additional $9 million in sales tax. That's $59 million that you're going to generate by this project. Well, how many lives are you going to hurt with this project? $59 million is nothing compared to the fire costs that we've had across this state. The other thing I want to talk about is, oh, you're going to 130 construction jobs. Oh, wow, that's wonderful. And 750,000 is going to be granted to South Orange County for work projects for students. These are drops in the bucket compared to how much this will cost us as a state and as a community if anything bad happens. Please, please, please consider these facts. This is not a good benefit for our country, and it's not a good benefit certainly for our towns and cities. By the way, I'm San Juan resident. I don't understand. Somebody said that this wouldn't even be manned. It would be like remote controlled. So why are you not putting it out in the desert where there's no people? This is really. And I see at the bottom, community engagement and support, supported by 400 residents from local communities. What communities are they? And there's probably been more than 400 people here today denying this. So please, please don't do this. Don't do this. Think about the cost benefit analysis. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to hear from Kathleen next and then Pete.
Hello, thanks for being here. My name is Kathleen. So this is all for the environment that we have lithium batteries. So I walk out every day and walk in the hills, and I just saw 2 days a beautiful deer. I see little cottontails running around all over the place. I almost stepped on a snake the other day. I've seen wolves. I've seen bears out here. And there's a house at the end of my walk. When I turn around, they have sheep. So, and I now, looking like this, I swim in the ocean. So I, the other day, had a pack of dolphins with me. There's seals, little fishes, of course, your grunion, and whales. So we are right in smack in the middle of Mother Earth. And we want to kill, first of all, we know it's not going to be if there's going to be a fire, it is when there's a fire. So that's for the environment. All those sweet little animals I see will be sick and dying. The ocean is right there. It's horrible. So I live here too. My parents live here. My nieces and nephews go to this school right over here. What is the cost of a human life? Okay, if we're not going to care about our animals, what is the cost of a human life? Please, we do not want this in our community. My suggestion is these batteries came from someplace, right? Pack them all up, put them on the boat, and send them back where they came from and let the people who made them deal with it. Thank you.
All right, we're going to hear from Pete next and then Kim Maurice. Yes, Pete.
Hello, everybody. Hey, I'm coming to you from a different approach like most any other. I'm a former employee of San Onofre. I worked down there almost 20 years. There were so many rules, regulations, missions, directions, people checking on everything you did. Okay. At the slightest scare of anything, rumor started. Guess what? People got paranoid. They got weirded out. Press releases going here and everywhere. Well, after a length of time, they finally decided we better shut it down. The people are so paranoid of it being around here. Well, guess what? You guys got battery places going up all over California, if not all over the United States. Every time I pick up a newspaper, social media, newscasting, anything, there's always a battery fire. I was just working the other day in my current occupation in Long Beach. Right across the street was a low substation. Guess what was on fire? It's a battery farm, right? It's part of their substation. You know what the firemen did when they got there? Nothing, because they can't do nothing, right? These batteries are so toxic, so lethal, they don't even approach them. They coordinate the area off. They set up some temporary fire hoses and stuff in case it gets a little out of control. But they stood there for an hour and a half while I was working across the street and did nothing. You guys want to put this stuff in a community, right? I dare any one of you to live on any one of the sides of this battery farm. Prove it to us that these things are safe. I dare any one of you, like I said, to live next to it. These batteries are like beta stage. You guys are just putting them out there and going, let's see if we can figure out how to get them to work without burning up. Just recently, well, not recently, probably in the last year, you had a giant battery farm up Northern California. It burned for weeks. What did you do about it? Did you learn any lessons? Our firemen here protesting because they can't do anything to put these fires out. Seriously, this has got to be as stupid as COVID mask, right? This is ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna hear from Kim Moritz and then Michelle Morgan.
Kim Moritz, right? Okay. Hi. So Kim Moritz, K-I-M-M-A-R-Y-C-Z. Okay. I don't speak in public, so just bear with me. Obviously, I'm a mother, so this is why I'm standing here, is for my children. We live in San Juan. I am so thankful that I get to raise my family here. It's such a beautiful place to raise them. I am also a medical professional. I work as a nurse, and I'm here because I haven't heard many people speak regarding the issue of what happens if there is an issue, if it does catch fire. Our closest hospital is less than 2 miles away. And if there is a shutdown, if we have to evacuate, most of the people that work there live within the radius and would have to evacuate, and that is our healthcare workers. And if our hospital, if nobody can go to that hospital, what is going to happen? What is going to happen if the I-5 is shut down? If we have to travel south, the nearest hospital is down in San Diego because we no longer have the San Clemente one. As you know, even with the Santa Ana winds, some children and even geriatric adults need acute care, and that would be traveling far north or far south, and that is putting them more at risk. So I'm asking not just, everybody has brought up great points. I've been listening on and off throughout the day. I agree with everything, but it's not, it's what if something were to happen and we have to evacuate, because in Altadena, people still can't go to their homes. I have a friend whose family member is still evacuated from there because they can't go there, and they can't even, they're saying respiratory masks may not even be enough. So I'm just asking, don't just think about us, think about the children, think about healthcare professionals. If they have to evacuate, the hospital is less than 2 miles away, and then from there on, it's even further. So that's my biggest concern. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we'll hear from Michelle Morgan next.
Good evening. I've been a resident in South Orange County for 25 years. Recent reports from the Clean Energy Associates on the BESS system shows 28% of your systems had defects in fire detection systems. 19% of these systems had faulty auxiliary circuit panels, increasing the risk of control system failures. 15% of systems had thermal management defects, raising the risk of overheating and accelerated degradation. 6% of systems failed capacity tests, directly impacting energy delivery and project performance. Tariffs and lack of subsidies will add to the negative viability of this project, as well as the safety of our communities. Where does the liability lie if there is a failure? If the failure is in the relay system, Compass can claim that the problem belongs to SDG&E. The finger pointing and lawfare could go on for years, leaving the residents, businesses, and cities on the hook to clean up the mess. This proposed location fails to meet the standards for risk to cost benefit, as many have expressed today. Therefore, it's imperative this project be denied. The science of climate change is filled with pseudoscience that requires mandates and subsidies to exist. It cannot change the facts of the actual physics of energy systems. A pile of coal would provide 4 months of energy storage versus this battery storage that can provide only 2 hours. When will this insanity stop?
Thank you. All right, and we have been joined by Andy Hall with the City of San Clemente. If you'd like to make your comments now.
Good afternoon. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate you being willing to take public comment. I just wanted to maybe express a few things from a different perspective, perhaps one at a city level. There's been a lot of talk about fire and what the potential fire from a battery storage. I think it kind of becomes bigger than that. We're having to rethink everything that's happening in our fire departments right now. On one side, we have things like we've been hearing today, battery storage and whatnot. The state's also starting to dictate that we have things like 5-story buildings next to our bus stations. And the reality is we don't have fire apparatus for that. We don't have fire apparatus to fight these kinds of fires. The reality is that a lot of these things are being placed on cities and we simply don't have the ability to fight these fires or whatnot. So I think it's important that we take a look at the cumulative effect of firefighting, what it's having on local governments, because the reality is we do not have the apparatus. We do not have the ability to fight the fires that are being presented to us through changes in legislation or these kinds of situations. I was mentioned just a minute ago, and I think we want to also be honest about the fact that this is not reserve power. These cannot operate in a power outage. There has to be some power. These are for brownout situations. These cannot operate if there's not already power available. So, and I think some people think, well, maybe a good thing is that if power's out, we'll still have power. That's not the case. So I want to make sure that people understand what the battery storages are, but the reality is that after the fires in Los Angeles, what cities have been facing from our residents on almost a daily basis is what are cities doing to reduce the potential for fire damage in our communities. Just a week or so after the fires in Los Angeles, we had 160 volunteers show up and clear 7 acres of weeds in our community just because they wanted to do something. And so on almost a daily basis now, our elected officials are being asked, what are you doing to reduce fire? What can you do? Save our communities. These hillsides are very vulnerable. And the reality is that it becomes very hard to have answers when the things that are being placed in front of city councils at almost a mandate level make it very hard for us to be able to be honest with our residents and say you're safer today than you were yesterday, because they're not. So I hope that we will take these things serious. I hope that you will listen. I really appreciate the fact, I think this meeting started at 9 o'clock. I had meetings all day and I thought, I'm not going to be able to make it. Really appreciate the fact that you've been here all day we're very passionate about this part of the world, as you can tell. We love this area. People put their hearts into it. We're just wanting to do everything we can to make it safe. And it's a very vulnerable area when it comes to fire. There might be better areas, better locations to put them than the hillsides that you see with the dry brush in this area. So anyway, thank you for your comments. Always available if you have questions for the city of San Clemente, but we wanted to come over and support some of the challenges that I know our neighboring cities are having as well. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we're going to hear from Michelle here and then Cheryl.
Should have worn my red scrubs today instead of my green.
So I'm Dr. Michelle Hury, Hure. I'm a double board certified physician and surgeon practicing dermatology and pathology in San Juan Capistrano in my office that I own near the historic Los Rios district. I ran out of clinic to get here, so bear with me. I didn't have a lot of time to write down. So my kids are also in the public school closest to the area in question. I'm also a former research scientist and current leader in the field of how PFAS, forever chemicals, affect patients and first responders as it relates to dermatologic care. I've been listening to the hearing on Zoom in between patients today, and I've heard a lot of great testimony in opposition to the storage facility, so I will only say a few words to fill in the gaps. There are no credible people in favor of this facility at this particular location that aren't financially motivated or completely ignorant. Sorry. Completely ignorant to the issues this facility poses at this location. It's well known that these facilities pose a known fire danger and routinely experience catastrophic failures, with the only method for containment being letting it burn and dousing with aqueous firefighting foam, which consists of PFAS, which are the forever chemicals, to leach into the land, watershed, ocean, and aquifers, affecting us for centuries down the road. What is really upsetting is that this project is being pushed because even ENGIE must realize that lithium-ion battery technology is nearing obsolescence now that sodium-ion batteries are so promising, cheaper, safer, more efficient, and better for the environment. This is a money grab at everyone's expense. Don't fall for it. Thank you.
Thank you. After Cheryl, we're going to hear from Carol Musser-Lassen. I'm so sorry if I did not pronounce that correctly.
To add to what was just said, if you have any questions about the problems that people are having, go to neveragainmosslanding.com and you will hear the tragedy that these people are still suffering from: rash, difficulty breathing, nosebleeds, skin and eye irritations, digestive issues, metallic taste and smell, dizziness, lack of energy. Citizens have had to do their own citizen testing of human swabs and soil and water testing. It is outrageous, and all Vistra has done is hired CTEH, who's the same contractor that was dealing with Ohio and trying to make those people feel that everything's fine, and FDI, a public relation firm that does nothing but mitigate for these big corporations. This is outrageous. They've also had wildlife effects, decline in pelican populations, and so forth. And Compass and their relationship with DUDAC shows a total false attempt to claim support for this project. Multiple nonprofits and entities have been approached with cash grant awards, and the city of Santa Juana was offered money. South Coast Community College, as you well know, took it, $750,000, as once the approval of the construction starts. Many have turned down this blatant attempt to be bought. How many others are willing to sell out the safety of our community for cash remains to be seen. A perfect example of this approval letter is the Defenders of Wildlife. The goal is to use their name to reassure the public that this project is safe, when in fact, Defenders of Wildlife is located in Washington, D.C. They have no field offices in Orange County or Southern California. They've recently received a $50,000 conservation grant from a company foundation, which is dedicated to transformative change and advancing renewable energy initiatives. It is no surprise that on their Indeed website, out of the 18 jobs listed, 9 of them are for energy and biodiversity programs, positions that are ranging from $77,000 to $140,000 per year. This is a blatant attempt to hold this public meeting and to make people feel that this is safe. It is not safe. There's nothing about this that is safe. You must deny it.
All right, we're going to hear from Carol, and then we're going to hear from Tila, I think Jatic. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. And then if just a reminder to please spell your name for the court reporter as well, if you can.
Hi, my name is Carol Musserlian. That's Mussurlian, and you did a really good, almost. But anyways, I'm a resident of Laguna Niguel, and I'm going to make it short and sweet. I oppose, and I sure You guys are tired of listening to everybody, but everybody has their point here that this is not the place to put this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and then we'll hear from Tila. That is the last blue card I have in my hand. If anyone's holding on to any blue cards, now is the time to bring them up, please.
Hi, my name is Tila, and I live in Laguna Niguel, and thank you for listening to us. I really appreciate your time. And I just wanted to say that I'm opposed to this because it's dangerous for everyone. And, you know, the wildlife, the people, and we love this area so much, and it's really our it's our livelihood. I mean, like some of us, like our houses are already paid off. We don't want to move. We don't want to leave here, and we just want it to be, you know, a beautiful place to go to the beach and do our sports and go for walks and take our dogs to the park and just live our lives. You know, that's all we want to do. And I really appreciate you listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we've got one more card, and then we're gonna go back to Zoom. So Sarah Meta, I feel like, Sarah, did we already hear from you? No, because we're gonna go back to Zoom, but I will hold on to your card. Thank you so much, Sarah. Okay. Let's go to Zoom. I'm going to call your name, and then I will open your line for the folks that have raised their hand, and then you'll unmute on your end, and then you can begin. We are asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less, and it also really helps if you can state and spell your name for the record. Our timer doesn't start until you're done stating and spelling your name, so I won't cut in on your time. Okay, Mikalara, I'm going to open your line, and you may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, sorry about the handle. My name's Aaron McKellar. It's AARONMCKELLAR. So I live right above the proposed site, and I can literally see it from my window as I'm talking to you right now. So I really appreciate everyone that has voiced their concerns about this. So I just wanted to say that, you know, the people have talked a lot about the batteries themselves catching on fire, but I also wanted everyone to think about the possibility of just the hill catching on fire from a random source, which it has before, which has been mentioned, and the possibility of just that spreading to the battery facility. And can you imagine the whole battery facility on fire because of this? You know, in LA, everything caught on fire. So imagine that and the catastrophe that would cause. So yeah, previously, if the hill caught on fire, the firefighters' main concern would be to defend the homes. But, you know, if we place this facility here, the firefighters have to defend both the battery facility and the homes, because if the battery facility goes up, that's not going to be very good. So all I ask of the CEC folks is that they do the right thing about this. And I think my community has made it very clear on what that is. And, you know, there's a lot of risk that we're talking about introducing here. And I think it could be mitigated if we just put this in a more thoughtful location. And I thank you for your time. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, next we're going to hear from Ken Steltz. Ken, I'm going to open your line, and just a reminder to please state and spell your name for the record. All right, Ken, if you just unmute on your end, then you can begin.
Okay, am I unmuted now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Hello, I'm Kenneth Steltz, STELTS. I've been a Laguna Niguel resident for about 30 years. First, I'd like to say that I'm a supporter of clean, renewable energy, and I also know that strengthening the electrical grid should be a top priority. However, this site is just not suited for this facility. I was in the mandatory evacuation zone for the coastal fire in Laguna Niguel in 2022. I witnessed how fast the fire exploded uphill from the canyon and reached the houses on top of the ridge. In the case of a fire in this proposed facility, the people living on the ridge above could be in a life-threatening situation. It would be very difficult for first responders to arrive in time to help in the evacuation and firefighting needed in the residential area. Add in toxic smoke on top of the fire, and it becomes truly terrifying for our neighbors. Beyond the immediate area, much of Laguna Niguel is in a high-risk fire zone, and we could have a major disaster for much of the city if things were to get out of hand. Common sense says this is just not an appropriate location for this facility, and I respectfully urge you to not approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Tony and Linda Williams. I'm going to open your line. Your line is open. Tony and Linda, you've unmuted, but we're not hearing audio in the room. All right, I'm going to go on and then come back to you. Next, we're going to hear from Everett. Everett, I'm going to open your line. Everett, if you can please unmute on your end, and then you can begin. All right, Everett, we're not seeing the unmuting happening on your end. I'm going to come back. Next, we'll hear from Dana Butler. Dana, I'm going to open your line now. Dana, if you could please unmute on your end.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you for hearing me out. You heard the concerns about safety. My letter was referenced by the mayor of Laguna Niguel earlier today. I am Dana Butler Moberg. I'm the CEO of the Shea Center in San Juan Capistrano. My name is spelled D-A-N-A, Butler, B-U-T-L-E-R hyphen Moberg, M like Mary, O, B like boy, U-R-G. And I'm the CEO here at Shea. You've heard all the safety concerns. You've heard compelling comments about the destruction of habitats, and you've heard who supports this project. It's people who stand to make dramatic amounts of money. You've heard about experts paid for by the multi-billion-dollar Compass Energy Corporation. You've also heard from people who refuted these experts, one of which said the plan for a battery fire is to let it burn out. You've heard from people who have degrees in science and are experts in entitlement. They don't support this project. California is a state of great resources and abundance. It's the world's 5th largest economy, and we do need renewable energy, but at what cost? The Shea Center represents a community of disabled children, adults, and veterans. We have more than 750 community volunteers giving 28,000 hours of volunteerism to 1,500 people with disabilities. So my question about this project and to each of you is this: who protects the vulnerable? Who cares for the children, seniors, underserved, and disabled from environmental disaster? It's you. It's you as the commissioners, because that power has been given to you. The Moss Landing fire in Monterey Bay left toxic levels of heavy metals in the soil that, among other things, put children at risk for cancer. There's currently a lawsuit pending in this very topic about toxic chemical levels for kids with cancer. Among the 78 disabilities we treat each year at the Shea Center, we treat kids with cancer. We see these children throughout the year, and last year we lost an 11-year-old to her cancer battle. There is not one child's life worth a battery storage facility in San Juan Capistrano. Not one. You are gambling with people's lives if you approve this project. You're gambling with the lives of first responders. And is it really worth that level of human disaster that would come by approving this project? Would you want this project in your backyard? My bet is that you would say no. Who protects the vulnerable? And it would be you. And we all do, but you have the power to avoid great human suffering and environmental disaster at an epic scale. I thank you for listening to me and for your many hours today listening to the concerns of others. Please do not allow this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to go to Donnie. Donnie, I'm going to open your line. You'll unmute on your end.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, so my name's Donald Beal. Last name is B like boy, EAL, and we live on the ridge above this proposed site. And for all the reasons mentioned below, for all the reasons mentioned before, we strongly oppose the project. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we're going to hear from Ruth Brock. Ruth, I'm going to open your line. You'll unmute on your end.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you. My name's Ruthie Brock, Ruthie Brock. I'm not a resident of San Juan Capistrano or the surrounding area, but I'd like to point out that there are actually many communities up and down the state of California that are actively opposing identical projects, such as this Compass BESS. What is the common denominator in all of these projects that are resulting in strong community opposition? It's the lithium-ion batteries. After the Moss Landing Vistra fire, it should be no surprise to anyone that lithium-ion batteries are proven to be risky, fire-prone, and extremely toxic. Because these lithium-ion batteries have proven themselves to be a liability for the energy industry, developers have now pivoted to what they tout as a safe alternative. But lithium iron phosphate, a lithium-ion subtype, have become the new preferred choice for use in battery energy storage projects. And while they might indeed be more stable and slightly more heat resistant than lithium ion, they are not by any means safe. When lithium iron phosphate batteries overheat, and they do, they also react and burn, and they are capable of thermal runaway, and they actually produce a greater percentage of highly flammable and toxic hydrogen-based gases. So these batteries might be more safe than lithium ion, but by no means are they safe. These dangerous and toxic batteries have been allowed to roll out as the predominant technology deployed for battery storage. Its popularity has soared due to its favorable energy density and constantly declining prices. These predominant lithium-based BESS projects have been pushed out ahead of foundational safety for first responders and ahead of regulations for safe project siting and public safety. Please do not approve this project. It would be catastrophic for the people of San Juan Capistrano. And I urge you to listen to everybody that has spoken today and letting you know their feelings that this project needs to be denied. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And next we're going to hear from Laura Freese on Zoom. Laura, I'm going to open your line. You'll unmute on your end. We're asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less.
Hello. Thank you for letting me speak. Can you hear me?
Yes.
It's Laura, F as in Frank, REE, S as in Sam, E. And I am speaking today about the city of San Juan Capistrano. Our mission in San Juan Capistrano was built in 1776. The oldest residential street in the state of California is right by the mission, and it's still a residential street. The city, the old part of the city of San Juan Capistrano is something precious, not only precious to the residents, but precious to the state of California. And we're putting it in jeopardy when we put this lithium farm right next to it. So please find another place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to try Tony and Linda, I'm going to try to open your line again. You'll need to unmute on your end, and then you may begin.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, good. So my name is Tony Williams. I live in Laguna Niguel. I'm very pro-green, but very much against this project in this location. By way of background, I'm a retired electrical engineer and spent 30 years working on power plant development. This included, in the majority, cogeneration and green projects. So I have some experience in this area. In all cases, I was involved in the siting of these projects. We did numerous projects in California. Others have spoken very eloquently about the safety and fire issues, so I wanted to address the location issue. This location, as a few others have mentioned, may be a good location, but from my experience, there are many better locations. The prime locations for projects like this, as I'm sure the CEC is well aware, are in locations that are at or adjacent to existing solar projects. And I know some of the solar projects in California still do not have battery installations. And even those that do not have more than an hour and a half or 2 hours of supply at the rating that they've been given. So I would suggest that CEC looks very intently at and suggesting to this developer that he look at locations that are at or adjacent to the solar projects. They come with many benefits. One is that economically, they almost always would beat a project where it's presently being suggested, because if the storage could come from the solar project, then that means that during peak hours, there would be a lot less power being transmitted along the power lines that come from that power plant. So there would be great savings in energy losses that would occur on the line. So I see that my time is up. So I think that the strong point is this location is not as good as many others within the state of California. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. All right, we're gonna try Everett one more time. Everett, I'm gonna open your line. You'll need to unmute on your end. We are asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less. All right, Everett, we're not seeing that you're able to unmute on your end. We can come back later, but we'll move back to folks in the room. All right. Next, we're going to hear from Nancy McCain in the room. Nancy, after you, we'll hear from Trisha Wolski. Do we still have Nancy? Oh, wonderful. And then just a reminder to spell your name for a court reporter.
Good evening. I'm Nancy McCain. My name is spelled MC, capital Kain, and the first name is Nancy. I am a resident of Dana Point, and I live not too far away from the proposed location. I am wholly opposed to this, and I was reading what the Moss Landing project said that it would not do, and it in fact did. Some of it was that said project will not have the potential to significantly degrade the quality of the environment. That said project will have no significant impact on long-term environmental goals. That said project will have no significant cumulative effect on the environment. And that said project will not cause substantial adverse effects on human beings, either directly or indirectly. They were wrong. Many people are affected by that, and we as residents fear that we will also be affected by anything that would occur similar to that if this were approved. So thanks very much. I appreciate your efforts.
Thank you. All right, after Trisha, we're going to hear from Dawn Boyd. We'll hear from Trisha first and then Dawn Boyd. Thanks, Dawn.
Hi, I'm Trisha Wolski, TRICIAWOLSKY. I am a resident of Laguna Niguel. Thank you so much for allowing us time to be here and express our concerns and our opinions. I didn't prepare anything. I just came after work. I've been involved since the beginning. But I also attend the church where the land's located. I understand the need for the energy. But this is just not the location. We've seen the battery fires over the past year. We've seen the devastation. The city of San Juan said no. The community said no, and it's been bypassed, as we understand, to the CEC. If it's so safe, I have to ask, why is it not in your backyard? Why are we not starting there to put it in your backyard with a safer battery? And we can do the testing and prove it before we bring it here to a community that is concerned about their own safety, the access routes in and out. It's just not the location. We all know we need this stuff, but it needs to be in an area where it's not impacting the safety and the lives of so many who have said no. Again, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. We're going to hear from Don Boyd next. And after Don, we're going to hear from Marnie White.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me comment. My name is Don Boyd, Donald Boyd, B-O-Y-D, D-O-N-A-L-D. And I decided to do some research this afternoon online, deep online, trying to go to all the different sites and finding information about these BESS storage systems. And it's really incredible. There is, though, they don't have a handle on this fire thing. They've had 10 to 15 incidents per year still, worldwide. I know that Korea has many of these units installed in their country, and I think really above everything else, they've had the most fires of all. But still, even with like the lady was saying, Moss Landing, things like that, they still occur. And so my point is clearly we do not have a handle on this fire thing. I mean, I have some information here. I was just this is one incident in Arizona. It burned for 10 days. You know, that's pretty serious. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Don. All right. After Marnie, we'll hear from Harrison Taylor. And just another reminder, we're asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less. There'll be a timer on the screen. And it's helpful if you can spell your name for the court reporter as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm Marnie White, M-A-R-N-I-E, White, W-H-I-T-E. I am a 10-year resident of Laguna Niguel. Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm a 10-year resident of Laguna Niguel and a prior resident of San Diego County. The reason I'm saying I'm a prior resident of San Diego County is San Diego County in both the southern end and the northern end had 2 fires at these facilities. Those fires were unable, they just had to burn out. Fortunately, those fires were located in more desolate areas. So it wasn't in areas where you have homes right above. I come to you as an educator in Laguna Niguel and also a volunteer at the Shea Center, whose CEO spoke via Zoom a few minutes ago. The Shea Center is a therapeutic riding facility for special needs children, as well as a lot of veteran programs. My time there is magical. The growth of the clients, the area that we are in, we take clients on horses into the 2 miles from where this facility is going to be. We take them to the beach, which is the creek that runs through this canyon. I can't imagine what would happen if or when there's a malfunction and a fire happens. Getting those horses out. These horses are magical. They are horses that, our most vulnerable children are on. And I just hope that you guys listen to all of the wonderful community support against this project, and please deny it, just for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. After Harrison, we'll hear from Roger Hamilton.
Thank you, members of the CEC. I'm joined here with my 4 children. I'm a lifelong resident of San Juan Capistrano. My name's Harrison Taylor, for the record. That's HarrisonTaylor. My kids' age are aged 3, 5, 7, and 9. We would be in like the direct path if something were to happen to this energy storage facility. So I'm seriously concerned. So I'm here tonight to voice strong opposition to the proposed battery storage facility at Saddleback Church, Rancho Capistrano site. This is the gateway to our town, a place filled with families, schools, churches, horse trails, and natural beauty. It's not the place for a massive industrial battery facility with real fire risks and toxic exposure. Frankly, Saddleback Church should have never entered into this agreement. It's disappointing that a faith-based organization meant to serve the community would approve a project that so clearly endangers it. And I have to say, I was here since 10 a.m. this morning, went back to work, and then came and brought the family back because it means so much to me personally. And I was actually a member of Saddleback Church for my whole entire childhood. So we're no longer members. It saddens me to have to remove myself from that organization, but I think it's the right thing to do. And I want to just send that message to the church that they have a choice to make. I understand that the energy developer claims that it's too late, but it's never too late. And I'm not against renewable energy, but I am for responsible planning. This facility does not belong in the heart of a family community like ours. As a parent and neighbor, I urge you, please protect San Juan Capistrano and say no to this project. And thank you for hearing all of our voices. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to hear from Roger Hamilton next, and after Roger, we'll hear from Heather Rosenblatt.
Good evening. My name is Roger Hamilton. My first name is spelled R-O-G-E-R. My last name is spelled Hamilton. I'd like to start at the top. We live in a high seismic area, and it is no mystery to me that many power plants throughout the state that are in current operation have also had to apply the standards for environmental qualification. And I think that that is a very important thing to do in this case as well, because this particular site will remain unmanned. I think that also considering that we have thermal runaway in these particular batteries, I think that I'd like to know what the maximum temperatures of operation are to be, because we do tend to get a lot of warm weather down here, maybe potentially unlike other parts of the state. Also, continuing on with the environmental part of the discussion, how will waste fire water be treated for the runoff from this particular facility? I don't see anything that's been discussed in the plans that I saw about how the wastewater would be handled. And also, we have a trauma center that is not very far from here, from this particular site as well, which is Mission Providence Mission Hospital. I think that that should preclude any further development of this particular proposal because of the ingress and egress plan for putting people into emergency preparedness folks into these particular places, and also being able to egress people out away from the site of where this fire is. Also, what is the network security plan? Okay, the company that I work for, I get regular updates on how many attempts at attacks on the infrastructure there. I would like to have a better understanding as to what this is supposed to be unmanned, and who's going to be monitoring this, and what are they going to do in case of a terrorist attack or something like that on this particular site. I mean, it would be very easy to jump a 10-foot wall, get across the barrier, and then do nefarious activities.
Roger, if you could please wrap up.
Okay. So in summary, I am opposed to this particular proposal for the reasons that I have stated. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. All right. After Heather, we're going to hear from Dr. Michaela Mormon.
Hi, good evening. My name is Heather Rosenblatt. That's spelled Heather. Last name Rosenblatt, Rosenblatt. I'm here as a Laguna Niguel resident who lives up on the ridge. I'm here to strongly oppose the BESS project planned near my community. If built, this facility poses serious and long-term risks that we simply cannot afford to ignore. As a parent of 2 children in the Capo district, I'm deeply concerned for their safety and well-being, along with all of the other families who live, learn, and grow in this area. I have several firefighters who live in my neighborhood. They are trained professionals who understand the systems, and they are deeply concerned. They know firsthand how dangerous lithium batteries are, how fast they spread, how toxic the smoke is, how hard they are to contain, and how limited the tools are to fight them. When the people whose job it is to protect us say, "This is a bad idea," we need to listen.
All right, we're going to hear.
This isn't just a neighborhood
sorry.
issue. The proposed site, critical infrastructure we rely on, including the 5 freeway, the 73 toll road, and Amtrak lines. A fire or explosion here wouldn't just endanger our community, it could disrupt transportation across the entire region. There are also serious environmental concerns, from long-term air quality issues to potential soil and groundwater contamination. These are risks we will be forced to live with and our children will inherit. And perhaps most importantly, this project brings uncertain but very real health risks to our families, especially to children and older adults. As a mother, I can't ignore these risks. Once this plant is built, it is here for good. This is our one chance to stop it before it becomes a permanent threat to our safety, our environment, and our way of life. Please say no to this facility. Let's put the health and safety of our community and our children first. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so next we're going to hear from Dr. Michaela Mormon, and after Michaela, we'll hear from Gavin Mormon.
Hi, I'm Michaela Mormon. I live in San Juan Capistrano, just a few minutes away from where this plant will be built. I've been here for 3 years, and I have come to really love this community. And I'm here to really speak from the heart and tell you about how exceptional this community is. Over the weekend, Charles Bentley was hit by a drunk driver, and the entire community came together last night to worship and pray for him and sing songs and hold hands. There's care, there's love, there's kinship here. And this is the kind of community you would be hurting by allowing such a project to take place. So I have to ask, and I ask this humbly as a Christian woman, what is your moral code? And would it allow for something like this to take place? To risk and potentially sacrifice a minority of Californians for the majority? Is that American? Is that moral? Is that Christian? Whatever you believe in, whether it is my God, Jesus Christ, or some other higher power, I ask you, please tap into your hearts and have mercy on us. Just have mercy. I am not above begging for this community. So please, thank you for listening, and consider that what you allow to take place here will continue to happen elsewhere to other Californians and other Americans. Please stop it here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And then after Gavin, we'll hear from Dorothea Sist.
Hi, Gavin Mormon. I'm husband. Gavin Mormon. I'll keep it short because everyone was so eloquent. I love my wife. I love this community. I'm also a former combat veteran, and I spent, unfortunately, a lot of time sitting next to burn pits, and I'd prefer not to have to do that in my home community if that ever came down to that. So I strongly oppose this legislation, this project. It's not good for the community. I thought the electrical engineer said it best, is just there's better locations out there that are better suited for it. So again, I strongly oppose this, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. After Dorothea, we'll hear from Marilyn Ratliff, excuse me.
Thank you. I'm Dorothea Sist, and I'm a resident of Dana Point. And over the last 16 years, I've driven over 500,000 miles with a lithium ion battery right behind my back. And I am just surrounded by other cars that are powered by lithium ion batteries. Priuses everywhere, all kinds of electrical cars. 25% of all the cars sold in California are either hybrid or electric. So this seems like a huge case of NIMBYitis. You know, if you believe in renewable energy, you have to realize that if the risks were so high, you should be fighting against hybrid and electric cars, not just this thing that's in your backyard.
Thank you. After Marilyn, we will hear from Rick Yartz.
I'm Marilyn Ratliff, Marilyn, Ratliff as in Frank. I live in Mariners Bluff. I'm one of the original people in Laguna Niguel. I got here before we became a city in 1986. And I didn't expect that something like this would happen. Bad enough that San Onofre I'm within the 50 miles of San Onofre. I don't understand why you don't put it in San Onofre. That's a great place for it. You can plug in there and it's already open and has bad things. I don't want to come home and have my kitties, that's what I have at home these days, subjected to some kind of air quality issue because we have a fire. And I'm at the very top of the hill, right there in Mariners Bluff, number 6 St. Croix. So that fire is going to come down south and it's going to come up my hill. And I really don't want to have to worry about that. So I would like to see that someplace else has this, like San Onofre. And I am strongly, strongly against having it in my backyard. Thank you for hearing me.
All right. After Rick, we will hear from Ken Cathcart.
Well, that was fast. I just walked in, so I wasn't really expecting to speak that quickly. My name is Rick Yartz. I'm a 50-year resident of Laguna Niguel. I live literally directly above the proposed site. One of the residents mentioned firefighter. I work as a firefighter. I've been a firefighter for 35 years. So one of the terms I use a lot is risk versus gain, right? I can't really speak on what you have to gain as a private company. I can only assume, but I can talk about risks. When I look at things and I make assessments on whether we want to act on something, I look at what I risk losing. With this project, you have, and I'm surprised there's no Mission Viejo residents here, you have a level 1 trauma center with a helipad in the direct wind path of this facility. You have a college, you have a high school, you have residents everywhere around there. You have a railroad that runs parallel with it. You have a freeway that runs parallel with it. You have the slope below my house that's just been, I guess, listed as a high fire hazard area. This makes no sense. You know what I mean? Like, I can dumb it down as much as I want. I can read as much as I want about the Bass facility, and it makes no sense to me. From what I understand, there's been other sites proposed. I was told that this site was designated because of access to the power system. I can tell you right now, if you look at Eaton Fire, Palisades, SCE is looking at 18 homicide cases right now brought up against SCE. They also have a risk of $40 billion. And because it's a criminal investigation, that gets doubled. So you're talking $80 billion against SCE for not maintaining their systems. Those are risks that are easily mitigated, yet weren't done. There's lines there that were powered for 50 years that weren't maintained. So thank you for my time. It looks like I'm over. I appreciate it. I do oppose this project. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to hear from Ken Cathcart next, and after Ken, Paul Corey.
Yeah, hi, my name's Ken Cathcart, Cathcart. I'm a 40-year resident of Laguna Niguel. My house is at the very top of the hill directly above this proposed facility. I've been here, like I said, 40 years. I've seen that hill burn 3 times. Helicopters over, and they barely can put out the grass that's there. You want to compound this with what you're proposing is enormous. Rick, how many gallons of water did you do last time? You just told me that. Anyways, many gallons of water go to even just these small fires, even car fires like Teslas and such. What would be proposed that actually contain and dampen this fire with that much water is going to run down that creek, totally erode that whole creek and system. It's going to take those toxins right down into Doheny Beach, Dana Point, Laguna Beach. Everything is going to be toxic. Our supply is going to be, the fishing industry down there is going to be terminated. It has compounding, everlasting effects, not just on our families. The smoke, the toxins from that would be drifting all the way back into Saddleback, Tribuco Canyon, all that. When it's not going to stop in Mission Viejo. It's going to keep going, and it's going to get into our food systems. I mean, this has been proven a failure many times in many instances from San Diego to LA and other areas. This is a no-go. I vehemently oppose this project. I hope it never breaks ground. The day it does, I'll be super sad. And then I'm going to worry about how am I going to afford, or am I going to have the ability to get fire insurance on my property? Will I lose my property because I can't afford to have insurance on my property? Will you guys be providing insurance? Will you be providing any bonus for those of us who lose our home and potentially lose our home? My time is up. I oppose this. I think you're smart people. You'll do the right thing.
Thank you. All right, we've got Paul Corey next, and after Paul, Carl May.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Paul Corey. I'm a resident of Laguna Niguel, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the Ecology Center in San Juan Capistrano, where I serve as the Director of Finance. Just a few miles from the site of the proposed lithium battery storage facility, the Ecology Center is a working regenerative organic farm, certified that is, an environmental education hub, and a vital part of the local food system. We operate a school, employ over 100 team members, and welcome families every day who believe in a better way forward, rooted in stewardship, sustainability, and community, while acknowledging the sacred land of the Hahachiman tribe. This proposal poses a direct threat to everything we work so hard for every day to protect. Facility of this scale introduces the risk of chemical leaks, toxic air emissions, and fire hazards, any of which could jeopardize the safety of our soil, our water, and the health of our employees, students, and visitors. Even the perception of contamination could erode public trust in local agriculture and regenerative food systems. We're not against innovation. We support clean energy. I drive an electric car. I love the technology. This is the wrong project in the wrong place. And it's why we turned down a 7-figure donation offer from this company. San Juan Capistrano is not just a city, it's a living ecosystem with deep cultural roots and a community that values open space, clean air, and healthy food. This project would undermine all of that, offering no clear benefit to the people who live and farm here. On behalf of the Ecology Center, I urge you to oppose this development. Protect what makes this community so special. Protect the farmers, families, and future generations who depend on thoughtful, sustainable land use, not industrial shortcuts. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, after Carl, we're going to hear from Jonathan Volz.
Hello, my name's Carl May.
I want to start off by offering a very heartfelt and sincere apology to the people of this community for the part that my church played in getting involved in this project. It's definitely a very bad idea. I want the community to know that the members of that church were not informed. We were kept in the dark just like all of them. And I'm thoroughly embarrassed myself that the leadership of our church could make such a heinous and misguided decision to allow something like this to go forward. If the members had been aware, this would have never gone as far as it has right now. And I sincerely hope that this project does not go forward. If it does in fact go forward, when it burns up, I hope that you hold the CFO of the church responsible and not the church itself. Because the members of that church are good people, just like all of these people here. I'm very opposed to this project, and I sincerely hope it does not go through. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Carl. After Jonathan, we'll hear from, I want to say Jean Welch. I'm sorry if I did not pronounce your name correctly. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you. My name is Jonathan Volsky. I'm a longtime resident of the area. First, I want to thank you all for being down here and hearing from the residents in the area directly. You see the statements here about community engagement and support, and as the previous gentleman just made the point so well, it's not the local people that are engaging in support, it's from people far away. And I understand that. This is a great concept. This is a concept of the future. This is something we need. This is a horrible location. I'm very familiar with the area. I'm sure you've heard it all. I won't repeat too much of it, but the fire danger, the creek's eroding, there's no access. I don't think you could find a worse place for this. So I support the concept, and if they find a better location, I'll go and speak in favor of that, but please do not allow it here. So thank you.
All right, after Jean, we'll hear from Francis Wong.
Hello, I'm just curious how many people in the area actually know about this. I've talked to people at my work. By the way, I'm a San Clemente resident, and not many people are informed about what is going on. It wasn't until just maybe a month ago or so that I became informed. But I'm just curious, is there an outreach really to the community? I mean, this is one aspect of it, I guess, but. And I look at this and I see that this is not your typical or run-of-the-mill business that's going in, right? So it may be a private agreement, and I'm not all up to speed on all this, and you guys have talked all about this, I'm sure. But this business or facility comes with some inherent risk. It introduces some public safety concerns. And that involves the residents, and the residents really need to be informed about this. And I can't say, I mean, I live close enough to be affected, and I'm concerned. I mean, we've all seen and I'm sure you've heard all this about the fires of these Teslas that can't be put out, generates its own oxygen. It's a big risk. In fact, when you go on an airline, they do not want lithium-ion batteries in the luggage department. Did you know that? I mean, it's a risk. So why do we want a huge farm of this in our backyard? I'm opposed to this because of the risk, and the harm is too great. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will hear from Francis Wong next, and then I'm going to transition back to Zoom. We've got some folks that have their hands raised on Zoom.
Hi, my name is Francis Wong, W-O-N-G. I'm a resident in Laguna Niguel since 1986. I love this area. I've been back and forth for job transfer, just came back 5 years ago, retired. So I've been listening this online for 3 hours. So I had to come down here and share my view to support everybody in this community. This is dangerous. I work for Boeing. The 787 has the lithium battery in there, so you heard the story about that. I don't oppose the lithium battery, but you have to be using in the wise location, away from the population here. And I don't want to adding more about reasoning. You know, everybody already say so. I oppose this project, and I don't want to see the citizens to file a lawsuit to turn this decision over. It costs money for everybody. I hope you guys, I appreciate you guys come down here from Sacramento and listen to us. It seems like it's like dictatorship. There's no voice from the citizen. The citizen is the power pillar for this city and for this country. We don't want to be like communism. That's where I came from, my background. I don't want to see that. I want free America, democracy. Listen to the people. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. All right, we're going to transition back to Zoom. So we've got Patty Nemeth who's raised their hand. Patty, I'm going to open your line. You'll have to unmute on your end. We are asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less. There'll be a timer on the screen. Patty, you'll need to unmute on your end. There we go.
Hi, thank you. My name is Patty Nemeth, Nemeth. My husband and I have been proud.
Patty, we're not getting any audio in the room from you, but I know that you're unmuted.
Okay, let me.
Can you try again, Patty?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Patty Nemeth, Nemeth. My husband and I have been proud owners of a home in Laguna Niguel for over 25 years. We've lived on the ridge. In this time, we've endured 3 fires, including one where fire trucks were stationed in front of our house and behind our house for over 24 hours due to a simple brush fire started by a homeless person. We are adamantly opposed to this installation of this battery storage facility in our neighborhood. The health and the safety risks have been well documented by others. I've been on the call for more than 2 hours, and I won't reiterate those points. However, I must emphasize the significant danger this facility poses to our community and our employees. As the Chief Human Resources Officer at Fluidmaster, a renowned brand in toilet repair with headquarters and the largest employer in San Juan, directly off of J. Sarah, I can attest that our company is fully against this battery storage facility. The potential hazards it introduces are unacceptable. A battery energy storage system collects an energy from the grid, stores it, and then discharges it to provide electrical during peak demand. While this technology is beneficial, sorry, I'm getting unstable connectivity. Placing such a facility in this residential area is reckless and endangers the well-being of our community and my workforce. We urge you to consider the severe implication and reject the proposal for this battery storage facility. Our community's safety and health must be the top priority. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, we're going to hear from Bill Arcudi. Bill, I'm going to open your line. You'll unmute on your end, and then you may begin.
Hi, my name is Bill Arcudi, Arcudi. I am a 30-plus year resident of Laguna Niguel. First off, I am so proud of blessing our civic leaders and all of the residents who showed up today to voice their opposition to this project. But what a position the CEC is in. I really feel for you. You just have to feel the passion of these people and agree that this is a really bad idea. But you have a boss that's mandating these facilities. Risks be damned. The only win-win here is to find a more suitable location for this facility. They exist, and even San Juan Capistrano has offered alternatives. Please choose the win-win option. Deny this application and tell Compass to find a more suitable location. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We are gonna try Everett. Everett, this is our last try to have you speak because we still have your hand raised, but we weren't able to get your audio to work. So I'm gonna open your line one more time. You'll need to unmute on your end for us to be able to hear you. And we are asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less. All right. We were not able to get you on audio, Everett. I'm gonna go to Rachel Hargrove. Rachel, I'm going to open your line. Please unmute on your end, and we're asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less.
Hi, my name is Rachel Hargrove, Rachel, last name Hargrove. Can you hear me all?
Yes.
Okay, good. So I am a physician. I'm a resident also of San Juan Capistrano. I have 2 small children and a family here. I have just a few comments to repeat from what other people have echoed, but I would say that, you know, when we look at this proposed plan and site, it's not something that we need for our community. There are many things that we do need. We need safety. We need a clean environment free of toxins. We need the ability to have healthy living and open spaces where we can have productive and really healthy lives. What we don't need is to store something for a company. Okay? And I hope that after many hours of hearing everyone voice their concerns, you can recognize that there are things that we do need and that we don't. And a problem like this and potential for future problems to continue on thereafter if there was a disaster is something that we absolutely don't need. There has been many, many people who have come both virtually and in person to express their denial of this facility. And I hope that all of their voices inspire all of you there to have the courage to take action. Everyone knows what is right and what is not in this instance. There's nothing right about storing toxic batteries forever, but there are things that are right. Protecting our community and planning for the future is right. And what it takes is it's going to take courage, just like each person to come and speak today. It'll take your courage to stand up for us and be our voice and say, no, we've heard them echoing throughout hours and hours. And please say no for us and protect us from this type of bad decision.
Thank you. All right. And I've got 2 more blue cards. So we're going to ask folks to come to the podium. If you're joining us in person, we've got Nancy V. and then Susan Senkbeil. And then just a reminder, we're asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less, and there'll be a timer on the screen.
Hi. My experience with lithium batteries was a few years ago when my neighbor rented out his house, and the renters had a child who had a lithium battery toy. It caught fire. It did so much damage to the house that they had the house down to the studs to repair it. And so I am totally against any kind of battery farm going up. All someone has to do is some crazy shoot through one of those containers, and that'll be that. It'll cause all this damage throughout our community. So that's all I have to say. I hope we vote down.
Thank you, Nancy. And then next we'll hear from Susan Senkbeil. Thank you, Susan.
Hi, Senkbeil, Senkbeil. It's my last name. Thank you for coming. I wanted to just bring up the fact that listening to the gentleman from the Ecology Center that they refused a payment. I think that we have been, for the last first part of this year, realizing a lot of payments for a lot of things, for a lot of people that are basically bribes. So I don't know if that's what that was. I don't know what they're trying to accomplish by paying people or giving them, offering them donations. But I would follow the money on that, especially when you have cities, several cities and citizens that are opposing this. And from what I understood from the very beginning of this, that Saddleback had said, if, I'm not sure, can't, can't prove it right now, but that if the city and the citizens did not want this facility, that they wouldn't have sold it to that company. So those kind of things, when they went ahead and did it anyway, and the citizens are trying to fight for their property, for the nature that we live in, and the beautiful area that we have, and we're sitting this kind of facility right in the middle of it, is outrageous. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. All right, and then we've got Peter Soderin. Peter, if you want to come up to the podium now. And just a reminder to please spell your name for our court reporter.
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Soderin, Petersoderin. I come to you today as a resident of San Juan Capistrano. Also an educator in the area. I'm currently the 2025 Teacher of the Year for Saddleback Unified School District. I come representing my future, my students, the voice that they have. I currently live here in San Juan. I literally pay flood insurance because I'm that close to the river that this will be affecting. I am very worried about any kind of fire. I teach at RSM Intermediate School. Earlier this year, I watched the Saddleback Mountain burned, worrying that the wind would blow this way and could disrupt the entire community of Rancho Santa Margarita. I saw what that fire did. I can only imagine if another fire started around these batteries, what would happen, let alone if they were to combust on their own. I just urge you to please look into this further for a better location. I would hope that being next to a river would eliminate this as being an option. I would hope that this being near a railroad would eliminate this as being an option. I would hope that this being next to the 5 freeway, where 500,000 plus people travel every day, would eliminate this from being an option. Yet here we have all these together, and somehow this is the chosen place. I just simply don't see it as the best choice. I have an electric car myself. I realize the benefits of all this, but there's always a better place and a better time. And here in 2025, as Teacher of the Year, I hope that you would always be looking for something better than what this current proposal is. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, next we're going to hear from Vita Contases and then Nate I think Trucks. Sorry if I mispronounced that.
Hi, my name is Vita Cantachesi, Vita spelled V-I-E-D-A, Cantachesi, C-A-N-T-A-C-E, double S like Sam, I. I've been listening to this on Zoom since 10 o'clock this morning. I'm here now to just ask one question. I'm totally opposed. I agree with everything everybody said. It would be redundant. I would just like to say, if there's any representative here from Compass, do you have the moral courage to rescind your application?
Thank you for having me speak today. My name is Nate Truax. I'm a resident of San Juan Capistrano, board member of the Open Space Foundation, a volunteer for Blessin, and an avid outdoorsman who uses this area frequently. It would be a total shame, and it's putting everyone's safety at risk. This lithium battery plant. Everything that's behind it in other areas has seen very difficult problems with them. There's a huge environmental impact as far as the animals that live in that area and the waterways. And the community identity is another problem that hasn't been discussed, is just having this unsightly battery plant in the entrance to our community in Laguna Niguel and San Juan Capistrano. It's just a shame. So me as well, I would like to ask Compass to rescind this, and I hope that we don't have this project go forward. Thank you very much.
All right, I don't have any more blue cards in front of me, and I have one hand on Zoom. So I'm going to go to Zoom. Heather, I'm going to open your line. Please unmute on your end, and we're asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less. Heather, you've unmuted, but we didn't get any audio. If you could please unmute on your end. All right, Heather, we're not getting audio for you. I'm going to move to Franz. Franz, I'm going to open your line. You'll unmute on your end, and then you may begin. We are asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, very good. Yeah, my name is Frans Erklens, Frans. Last name Erklens, Erkelens. I too oppose the lithium battery plant for all reasons stated prior. Yeah, it'd be shameful for the community and the environment. Thank you for letting me speak to this.
Thank you. All right. Let's try Heather one more time. Heather, I'm going to open your line. You'll have to unmute on your end for us to hear your comment. Heather, you have unmuted, but we're not getting any audio on your end. All right, let's move to Rosemary Fernandez. I'm going to open your line, Rosemary. You'll unmute on your end, and then you may begin.
Good evening. Thank you. Again, my name is Rosemary Fernandez. I'm a local resident in Laguna Niguel and an active member of the Laguna Niguel Women's Club. And first off, thank you for having this hearing. I think it's important for you to hear from residents from both of the cities. I too am an electric car owner and a proponent of keeping our environment safe. However, when you weigh the pluses and deltas of having a facility such as this so close to the proximity of homes, it's unconscionable that it would happen. I don't see that there are advantages for the proximity of where it's located. I think there are alternatives that need to be pursued by the Energy Commission that would be more viable for residents outside of this area. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to toggle to blue cards again. We've got Amy Capelli. If I said that right, I hope so. And then after that, Christina Brown.
Hi, my name is Amy Capelli. You were close.
and I am a resident of San Juan Capistrano. I've been listening to most of the meeting since this morning, and I thank you for having this public hearing and making your way down here. A lot has already been talked about very, very eloquently by many people ahead of me. What I don't know if anyone has raised an issue about is on evacuations. If you've been to the area, it sits on a 1-lane or 2-lane road, one in either direction. And there are schools within a mile of there. There's a senior center with of memory impaired folks there. There's horses. There are stables. There are homes in village, in the villas there of thousands of people, many of whom don't have their own transportation to get out. They rely on public transportation, and a fire in that area would be catastrophic. Not to mention, you know, the air quality that people have already talked about. I know that having gone through several fires in this area, and ones that weren't even that close, affected air quality to the detriment of everybody here. And I just wanted to just reiterate what everyone else had to say, and that there are better locations for this. And if you haven't already taken a tour of what's here and what the area is before you go back to Sacramento, I highly recommend that you do that and see what area would be, what would be impacted in this area and the wonderful community that lives here. I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to hear from Christina Brown and then Jane Dew.
Hello. I hate public speaking, so this must mean a lot for me to stand up here. I am a San Juan resident and I have 3 little kids, twin 5-year-olds and a 7-year-old. They go to Ambule, and I love San Juan, and the battery storage facility. I think there's just a lot of risks involved. A lot of what I was going to say is a lot of what a lot of other people have already said, so I won't reiterate that. But I just wanted to say that, you know, if anything does go awry, which it has in the past in other areas, you know, the damage that goes into the waterways, stuff like that, you just can't reverse once it happens. Anything in the air, it affects all the neighborhoods, that are around. And it's a scary thought that if something did happen, that it could affect your family, your home, your kids, the schools, the environment. So I just wanted to come here today and just say, please think about it. Think about how this affects the residents. I am so pro, you know, electric, but I just think it's just the wrong place for it. So I wanted to come up and speak my mind. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the CEC and community. My name is Jane Dew, and I am a Laguna Niguel resident. That's J-A-Y-N as in Nancy E, Dew, Delta U. Thank you for being here and for hearing us. Aside from being on private land, the chosen location for the Compass lithium-ion battery storage plant happens to be the only place where a wildfire occurred last summer. Furthermore, the testing conditions for the technology to be used has been performed in a closed lab setting and has not simulated the searing conditions of a wildfire risk. Yesterday, we learned from the OCFA that this same area has a 60% chance annually for a wildfire to occur. A 60% instance of wildfire per year, or to put in another way, more likely than not, a wildfire will occur there in that location every year. We are at the moment discussing placing a fire risk project in a wildfire risk zone. Furthermore, the location of the project happens to be the place of evacuation should a wildfire or a lithium fire were to occur. The location has residents only 2 miles away, train tracks nearby, and is the evacuation route should the winds shift east towards Capistrano Valley High School and Saddleback College. The technical argument, furthermore, the technical argument for the location of the project, aside from classic market greed, is that the CDG&E Tribuco to Capistrano 138 kilowatt transmission line is nearby. However, the argument for the reliability of a mass battery plant to shield from energy disruptions has now been debunked. On April 28, 2025, a mass blackout was experienced by Portugal, Spain, and the south of France. Collectively, where the region all experienced a total blackout for 23 hours. People couldn't get money out of the ATM, and the blackout affected 3 countries. In researching about solar components, you may have heard that China dominates the market for solar parts. However, you should know that China poached all of their solar power from Spain. So despite having decentralized battery storage capacities all over the region, why was Spain victim to the total blackout, you may ask? The answer, because the batteries were connected to the main grid. There's no viable technical argument for the battery storage facility to be located at Camino Capistrano. I strongly urge the CEC to vote against this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Joanne Littorell.
Hello, I'm Joanne Littorelli, Litterelle. I'm a 40-year resident of Laguna Niguel, a former member of Saddleback Church. I had a large ministry there, and I'm now so unhappy with having this as a proposed site in my backyard. My children live nearby. One of my biggest issues, and I'm not sure if I was listening on Zoom, I'm not sure if it's been addressed yet, is the stability of the land. I did get the geology reports from Compass, and I gave them to 2 geologists, and they said that they're inadequate. Whatever that means it's very frightening to me. I'm hoping that this will be further researched. I do know there were no additional structures put on the land at Saddleback Church because the land was considered unstable. So if that's the case, I can't imagine them putting an explosive battery farm in a place that's considered unstable. I know there's adjacent land that has not been developed for as long as I've been there. It's been supposed to be developed, and it has not been because that's unstable. So if that's something that could be further looked into, it's just another issue that would make this a more dangerous site for an explosive battery farm. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are going to transition to Zoom again. I think we need our speaker help. All right, we've got John Ferrone. John, I'm going to open your line. You'll need to unmute on your end so that we can hear you in the room. All right, John, there we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, first off, I want to say thank you very much for being here. It's been a long day for you and a long 2.5 years for the community. My name is John Ferrone. My last name is spelled F as in Frank, Araone, and I'm a resident of Laguna Niguel. Earlier today, a Compass Energy representative admitted that there'll be approximately 150 to 200 employees that would normally work at this facility. However, due to safety factors, they will be working remotely. Why would anybody approve a venture like this that would be a dangerous workplace for its employees and yet be safe enough to place within 300 yards from neighborhoods? At the same time, a union member in favor of this project earlier said it would create jobs. However, not long-standing jobs because the employees would be working remotely. He also mentioned that only 0.5% of fires are started by lithium battery facilities. It's been reported over years that 99% of airplanes land and take off safely every day. How would you like to be part of the 1% factor that applies to airlines? And you're asking us to be a part of a 0.5% factor of dangerous toxic fires? The mayor of San Juan Capistrano also spoke eloquently today and mentioned he's a builder and he's tried to develop this property multiple times and has been denied the permits to do so. How is it possible that this area is unsuitable for either homes or retail, and yet would be safe enough for a dangerous facility like this? Back in September of 2024, a city work crew was working in Trabuco Canyon and by accident created a spark that developed into what is now known as the airport fire that burned over 23,000 acres. Can you imagine if there was a lithium battery facility storage there? Fire insurance in California is almost impossible to get and highly expensive from the few remaining companies operating in California. Placing a facility like this in our backyards will make insurance not only unaffordable, even if available. Secondly, home values will plummet if this facility is placed in the San Rancho Capistrano property, as it has in other parts of the country. No one ever imagined the catastrophic events of January of 2025 with the Palisade and Eaton fires destroying 12 to 14,000 homes and businesses. 60 Minutes reported this last Sunday about the cleanup that is going on in those areas with all the contamination from the forms of lithium batteries that California has also run out of areas to store toxic waste. Can you imagine if there was a lithium battery storage facility in either of those neighborhoods?
John, if you could please wrap up.
I fully support the decision by the city of San Juan Capistrano and the city of Laguna Niguel to deny this project, and looking for your support in denying it as well. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. All right, so we had some cards that people came in person and turned in, but then when their name was called, maybe they were outside of the room momentarily. So I want to make sure we've captured everyone who came in person today. So I'm just gonna quickly go through the names, and if one of the names is your name, please raise your hand and then and come to the front, and then we're gonna hear from you, okay? So I've got Kristen Jepson, Mark Bruce Baker, John Kinney, Andrew Messor, Randy Wetmer, or Wetman, excuse me, Kathy Weinberg, Henry Hillebrecht, Rita Tayanaka, Sally Graves, Gloria Laub, Susan Sturers, Kathy Smith, Lydia Corey, Dale Cry. Oh, wait, sorry. Okay, so from the folks that we've already heard from today, we're going to conclude the public comment now. If no new folks come in, we will take those cards. And I just want to remind folks that we have e-commenting, we have you can docket your letter, that'll be a comment. And also we have an event next week that's via Zoom that we will take more comments. That's on the 3rd. And also we're going to have, as the stages of this proceeding progress, we will have more public events as well. And so I thank you for all of your comments. We had over 130 people comment today, and I'm going to hand this back over to Casey.
Thank you, Mona, and thank you, everyone. Thank you all for taking the time today and sharing your comments. Can we get the next slide, please? To kind of reiterate what Mona just said, and so you could take a picture of the slide, which will also be available on our docket. As Mona mentioned, you can submit comments anytime. I wanted to point out that we did file a notice of preparation to our docket on May 2nd, and wanted to note that the comments on the scope and content of the environmental document in response to the notice of preparation are due June 4th, 2025. And as mentioned, the comments can be submitted electronically via the e-comment system on the CEC webpage for the proposed Compass Energy Storage Project, or mailed directly to the CEC at the address identified on this slide. We'll just take a moment for anyone to take their pictures. Next slide, please. So I wanted to put the dates on a slide as well. So CEC welcomes public participation, and we would like to provide everyone who would like the opportunity to speak the chance to do so. So we have set up a Zoom meeting on June 3rd, 2025, next week, to receive comments starting at 10 a.m. Please refer to the meeting notice for more information on how to participate, including the Zoom link. Again, the comment period on the notice of preparation closes on June 4th, 2025. We will consider all comments received as we prepare the staff assessment that will include a complete draft environmental impact report for the proposed project. We anticipate the staff assessment will be published and circulated for public review in fall of 2025. I will now pass it over to Commissioner Gallardo for closing comments.
Hello, everyone. Before we do closing comments, I just wanted to check one more time if there's anyone else in the room who hasn't already spoken that wants to make comments. We want to give everyone a chance. So I see a hand raised in the back. Come up front, sir, to the podium. And if we could put back the 2-minute timer. Yes, of course, sir.
Bad speaker. And I wasn't here earlier, and I went to some of the meetings for the blessing before. And
No
all
problem.
that.
Just make
So,
sure you give us your name
my
and
name's Andrew
spelling, please.
Barta. I'm a resident of Laguna Niguel. I live pretty close to the hill. And I know you guys probably talked about how like there's maybe 20, 30 days of big Santa Ana winds that blow straight up that hill. So if anything ever happens during those areas, I mean, to those batteries during that time, it's going to go, straight up the hill and all that. There's schools there. You guys know all that. But just going to make a few points that I haven't heard. Has anyone thought about reduction? I know it's one of those things where people, that whole not in my backyard thing, but, I drive all across Orange County, Riverside, blah, blah, blah. There's plenty of spread out old industrial areas that have big vacant lots. I think instead of putting, I don't even remember the numbers, but 30 battery packs in one area, if it's possible to spread them out, and if nobody wants them in their backyard, then maybe you could mandate that, okay, Anaheim takes one, Riverside takes one, you spread them out instead of having one area where if one goes bad, like Moss Landing, that they could potentially all catch on fire. The other thing, which, no offense to you guys, I know how the government works, but Sacramento took this decision out of the hands of all the local people. So I understand the state government needs, you can't let everybody individual make decisions. The government's got to do it. But this is a pretty big area with hundreds of thousands of people. And I know they vote for people, but this decision was taken out of their hands and left to your guys' mercy. So years ago when they passed that law, just like they did with the ADUs, they changed all the, the local planning restrictions. So I feel like the local people kind of know better. They should be at least given the leeway to try to have more say in deciding whether something should be done in their area. And we're not talking, like I said, one individual that's crazy, like, oh, I'm a Luddite, I don't want anything. I'm saying that like you have a pretty huge population here that if it was left to them, if they were South Orange County, California, they would have probably never given the state the power to just skirt all their codes. So I would say spread it out. And like I said, we're at your mercy now. Newsom signed the law. So it's really up to you. It's all been taken away from us. All we can do is talk to you. And the other thing which somebody kind of just talked about a while ago was that, like a drug testing, I don't know if there's like for these battery systems, it's just like I'm a contractor, there's lighting systems, where people, they test things, but they haven't been out in the field for a long time. So the LED lights fail in 5 years when they said they'd last 20, blah, blah, blah. But just like a drug test, I don't know if they require each individual battery pack to prove its safety over a certain time period. So maybe it should be in a test area and it should be put somewhere. And if after 2 years, they have a 99.9% safety rate, that's fine. But speaking of the odds is like, I don't know if there were 100 battery plants the size of Moss Landing, which I never heard of till a couple months ago.
Andrew,
But,
if you could please wrap up.
okay. I don't know if there's 100 of those in the state, but in that limited time period that we've been exposed to already, one of them burnt in the ground. So say if there's 100, that's a 1 in 100 chance. The next one could, I mean, not technically, but that it could burn in the ground. So I was just going to keep that in mind. Thanks.
All right, so go ahead, come up, sir, and then I see the hand in the back.
We also have a card from Dana Khosravi.
Yeah, we see you with the hands. No, we'll get to you soon.
Okay, great. My name is David Roslowski. I'm a homeowner up on the hill over the proposed site, and also a member of Saddleback Church. And I've been kind of involved with this project here for the last almost 2 years. Actually spoke at the original city council meeting here in San Juan Capistrano. And I'm sure throughout this day, I had to work throughout the whole day, but I'm sure everybody mentioned a lot of these points, but a couple of things that I wanted to reiterate, or if it hasn't been spoken, become aware of. And one of the things is just all of the accidents that have been happening around California, and not just California, around the country. I work in commercial enforcement with motor carriers. A lithium ion battery actually truck flipped over on the I-15 freeway not too long ago on the way to Vegas, our way back from Vegas. It shut down that whole freeway for 3 days. You can't put these fires out, and these hills over here can torch very easily. Matter of fact, a pumping station in Laguna Beach actually caught fire, and we actually lost a whole tract of homes up on the ridge there probably about a year or two ago. One other thing that I want to bring attention to, and maybe nobody's ever thought about, was domestic terrorism to this facility. And I know that Public Utility Commission and public energy stations have been already attacked. The FBI has already put out information on this to the general public. And this is a ripe area for that to happen, not only from just being visibility from the freeway and a major artery, but a very side exit road, Camino Capistrano, where you could easily be up on the ridge there, pull out any type of weapon and actually light up those containers right there. I think it's a place where it needs to be somewhere remote, if it has to be anywhere, but nothing that is something right in the residential community that is going to affect the whole neighborhood there. But this domestic terrorism could be a really big thing here with these containers. And if they shoot them up and they light them up, it's going to be very hard to put those fires out. And if they do it at the right timing, it's going to be when the Santa Ana winds are coming. And I don't know if you're all from around the area here or all from Sacramento, but they really come in pretty fierce. And as you saw what happened in the Palisades and how quickly you could destroy an entire community like that. And we just don't want that here in San Juan Capistrano or Laguna Niguel. And we definitely don't want the gateway of our city to look like some military base back from 1940 with about 1,100 shipping containers sitting there as you come through the entrance of our community. That's all I have for right now.
Thank
So
you.
thank you very much.
I'd like to call Dana Khosravi to the podium to make comments.
My name is Dana and I'm 10 years old. I love where we live. I love the trees, the birds, and playing outside. But this project scares me. I don't want to grow up breathing bad air or worrying about explosions. Please don't build up something that could hurt our health or future. Kids like me deserve to be safe. Please say no to the battery farm. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't have any blue cards. I see one raised hand with someone in a beige jacket. Okay. And then just a reminder, please, to state and spell your name for the court reporter as well.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Donna Van Gilder, V as in Victor, A-N, capital Guilder, a 40-year resident of Beacon Hill in Laguna Niguel. Nothing prepared, but I just wanted to give a little history. I was raised in San Pedro with World War II parents, with a mother who grew up fearing an attack from Japan, had lived through Pearl Harbor. And we had soldiers all up and down our coast because it was feared there was going to be another attack. the Japanese actually did have the technology to put planes in a sub, and 3 fires were lit along our California coast. Grew up next to a Nike base where once a month missiles came out of the ground, and we feared that we would be a target. What worries me every day as we hear about World War III, we don't need to worry about nuclear or hypersonic weapons. A drone could light this up. So it scares me. Thank you very much.
All right, and we have Monica Milstead, I think.
Correct, perfect.
Hi there. My name's Monica, and I attended Saddleback Church for a number of years at Rancho Capistrano. I was a resource coach there, kind of like a counselor. And I also was active with the farm. And recently, when I heard, I was so stunned to hear that they would take that farmland, and I think they tried to sell it, I'm correct, to this energy company, but then now I understand it's more of a rental and with a renewal clause. So I was really alarmed by this and shocked that Saddleback Church would take its farm and do that, because we fed most of the community during COVID. We grew vegetables and distributed it. It was incredible. So I was really stunned to hear it. And then I learned about the electrical lines that go over that property. So this would be less expensive for this company to operate there. They would just tie into San Diego gas and electric versus maybe putting this somewhere remote where at their expense, they'd have to connect the electrical lines. And this community is a very sort of a sacred place in Orange County because it's South County, and it's just a beautiful place to live. So most important, I was at Rancho right around Good Friday. This was maybe a year or two ago. And there was a problem where a small car got stuck on the railroad tracks. And we were all lined up because the service was over and it was time to go home, and we could not leave. There was only one way in and one way out. And the railroad tracks, which are right there, were blocked. So this was very alarming because they were trying to alert the railway that there's a big problem and we've got a car and there could be a very serious accident. So we were all pretty nervous and we were watching this, waiting.
Monica, if you could please wrap up.
Yes. And finally, they got a tow truck that moved the car, and within 5 minutes, the train went by. It was that close of call. So to me, having the one railroad track right there is just crazy for this, and large, heavy equipment going across that right through the area that's Saddleback Church. It's just so unsafe. Finally, on the fire issue, I live in Dana Point. There is a waterway that goes all the way to the ocean. And we're pretty convinced that if there was a terrible fire, toxicity would travel down this waterway right into the ocean. And I'm concerned my house could burn down. And I've invested everything I have in it. I'm 73 years old. It's all I've got. So I would ask you to listen to the community and realize this is not an option for this community. Thank you.
Next, we're going to hear from Emmanuel Ibarra. And after Emmanuel, Sasha McSween.
Hi, my name is Emmanuel Ibarra. I'm a homeowner in Palm Court near the site, proposed site. I'm here as representing myself and speaking for myself, but I work for an EV company, and I have worked for the past 6 years at the factory. And I've seen firsthand multiple times the type of fires that an electric battery can start, and it's extremely hard to control them once they start. Uh, on the state of Illinois has very strict where this factory is. Has very strict control of the amount of charge that batteries can have on the vehicles, and it cannot be over 30%. So you cannot have a mass of vehicles over 30% charged at any given time, and yet there's been very hard to control accidents. So when I heard that we had this proposal, it was just terrifying to think how many hundreds of packs would be stacked together, potentially at very high charges. I also, I'm a software cybersecurity engineer, and I know firsthand how juicy of a target this would be for sabotage of any sorts. So it doesn't have to be a bomb or anything physical like that. You can easily play with your electricity voltages and currents to cause damage, and it's going to be extremely hard to control. And that's, please consider that. Say no to the battery farm in San Juan Capistrano. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, after we hear from Sasha, we'll hear from Dawn Cantachesi.
Good evening. My name is Sasha McSween, and I'm just here today speaking for myself as a concerned homeowner. I live in a homeowners association community that is directly on the other side of the 5 freeway from where they are planning on putting this site. It's called Village San Juan, and our community consists of multiple townhomes, duplexes, and single-family residences. In our community, there is only 2 ways out of this massive homeowners association community, and both ways out of the community lead to the same road, which is Rancho Village Road. And from there, it's kind of like PCH on Laguna Beach. There's only one way to go in each direction. If there were a fire, we would have moments of evacuation notice. I fear that we would not have enough time for even all of the residents between where I live, all along that road. There's multi-million-dollar homes, Spotted Bull, and all these roads that go all the way back from Ortega Highway all the way to Avery Parkway. We would all be using the exact one road with only 2 lanes in each direction to try to evacuate from this area. There's no way that all of us would be able to get out, especially if this were to happen in the middle of the night. As we have heard from the Pacific Palisades and Malibu fires and the Altadena fires, some people didn't even receive the evacuation notice. Some people didn't even realize that they were being evacuated until the fires were right outside of their very own homes. This is something that I really don't want for myself. So in addition to the danger of the fire and the evacuation and how incredibly difficult it would be, there's so many factors that make this something that is incredibly terrifying for me personally. My husband also works and lives within less than 5 miles of this facility. So that means if we're to catch on fire or an explosion or anything along those lines, there's a high likelihood that he's going to be in the area. We have old animals. Our association has a lake with multiple animals there, and we back right up to a hillside of Ladera Ranch Hills and Arroyo Trabuco Golf Course, where once it got past our community, this fire would run rampant all the way through the hills, all the way to Covenant Hills. It could go all the way to the Ortega Highway.
Sasha, if you could please wrap up. Thank
Sure.
you.
The Pacific Palisades fire burned, I think it was something like 29,000 acres or something like that. That's like 36 miles. So any homes or anything within 36 miles of this place would be in danger. And as we've already heard, once a fire like this starts burning, because it's such a high likelihood for it to reignite, as long as there's any lithium battery left, they usually will just let it burn out. And so that is really dangerous and terrifying. So I'm just asking as a concerned homeowner, like, I don't have any solution, but if this has to be put somewhere, please put it somewhere else. This is not the place. Thank you.
All right, we'll hear from Dawn next. And just a reminder, we're asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less.
Thank you for being here. My name is Don Conachesi, Cantacessi. I've been a 37-year resident of Laguna Niguel, and such a beautiful community. I've really been blessed to live there for so long. And there's a trail along the ridge that goes along the above the site that we're talking about. And the site from that ridge line trail, which runs about 2 miles, you can see everything all the way from Saddleback Mountain, the freeway, the trail, the river, the railroad tracks, and all the homes. I mean, many, many homes. I mean, thousands of homes. And the subject or the topic that one of the gentlemen brought up about terrorism, is very real these days. And that trail is like the perfect place to fire on that storage facility. I mean, it's like a bird's eye view right down to you can see everything. And it's so easy to get away from that site because there's so many roads and access to get away. So I definitely want to thank the gentleman that brought that up. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna try to call on people. Let's see. The woman in the black V-neck, if you'd like to come up, it would be helpful if you state your name for the record. It's not required, but it does help us.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Milana, M-I-L-A-N-A, Allen, A-L-L-E-N. I'm a Laguna Niguel resident. So I also have MD in physical chemistry, which is a little different than, I haven't seen the studies of the lithium leaking into the soil. I bought the pack of batteries for my son's toys and they leak. They're gonna leak. The time frame of the lithium into the soil, it's 300 to 500 years to the contamination of the soil lasts up to 500 years. That means the soil, the water, the ocean is very close by. I'm not going to talk about, we already mentioned a lot of stuff, but we just had recently updates on a fire zone change, and they raised Mission Viejo, Laguna Niguel, and the rest of them. Why? 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 They put us in a red zone. Why? We were never in the red zone. That area, specific Mission Viejo, all the way up to the lake. Why? Beaches will be affected, I guarantee you. Oceans too. We don't need this. Residents of this part, I don't think that we need the battery facilities because they're not going to serve us. They're going to serve the companies. Not us. We don't use them, right? I want to ask each one of you, would you put your kid to live next to it? Because I for sure don't want my kid to live next to that type of facility. Thank you for your time.
All right, we've got a gentleman in a button-up blue shirt. I'm sorry, I don't have blue cards, so I don't have your name. You can defer if you want, but thank you. And just a reminder to please state and spell your name for the record if you can share that.
My name is Joe Jones.
Oh, if you can go to the mic, we need, because we want the folks on Zoom and we want to capture.
My
it
name
for the
is
court
Joe
recorder.
Jones, and that's Jones. How's your guys' day going? Huh? Pretty fun, about 9 more hours of everybody complaining. Well, this is a dumb idea. Nobody likes it. So I want to ask, who was the brainiac that selected this spot as the area that was the best spot in Orange County or Southern California? What was the selection criteria used to select Laguna Niguel, one of the bright spots of the county? Is this a two-way conversation? Just me blabbing? What's that? It's just me?
Yeah, it's just you. It's your chance to
Okay.
tell us something. It's not Q&A. So yeah.
Oh,
go
that's a
ahead.
bummer. Okay, so here's the last question I have. Only thing that we're concerned with, every one of you, I guarantee this is all you're concerned with. How do we stop it?
Yeah.
All I want to know is how I stop it. By hook or crook or whatever, I want it stopped because it'll ruin my house. My house looks down on it. Right on the hill, right down in front of it. We're toast if anything happens like that. The engineer spoke to us. But how can we make a decision to put that damn thing in Laguna Niguel? We've got 18 miles of Camp Pendleton. It'd be a good exercise for them to guard something like that. We got millions of acres of federal land that's unused, and they're talking about reappropriating it. Why don't we put these damn plants on federal land that's not being used? So I can't get any answers. I can just, how'd I do? Good luck, you guys. Have a better day tomorrow.
Great job.
Thank you. And then just a reminder, if you could please state and spell your name for the record. Thank you so much.
My name is Lisa O'Neill, Lisaoneill. I'm a resident, longtime resident of San Clemente. I echo what many here have said. We don't need it in San Clemente, by the way. We don't want it anywhere down here. When I was first told about this, I literally couldn't believe my friend who told me because I thought there is no way. You're talking about a highly populated environment. You're talking about the kind of one freeway that goes through. You're talking about people who have to work real hard now to afford these homes that we live in. The natural beauty, the ocean. This is insane. It's insane that we have to even stand here for hours of people coming up to saying, this is crazy. There's not very many reasonable solutions to how this could even have happened, except for money exchanging hands in weird ways. It appears that as I sat here, I figured out, because I didn't know very much, to be honest, this is the CEC, California Energy Commission. I think the people all in the back of the room are maybe here from Sacramento. How could this even be going on? San, we will fight. All of us, South Orange County, this doesn't belong in a highly populated area and everybody knows it. So I want to draw everyone's attention to the papers in the back because there's some handouts back there, none of which yet say the Zoom and the information for the upcoming meetings, by the way, because a lot of people do not know that this is going on. We all need to leave here and go tell every single person we know in South Orange County what's about to happen. Because the papers in the back will tell you that there had to be a public hearing from what I'm reading. This is nice that you're all here, but it seems like this is a requirement. Is this really going to be about what people need, or is this a motion that has to go through until corporations can get what they need and want? The other thing is in the opt-in certification program fact sheet, you'll notice that where it says background, this is talking about the Senate Bill 100 from 2008 requires all electricity in California to come from renewable and zero carbon resources by 2045. Please get the paper and read the rest of the paragraph. You can think you are for renewable energy and electric vehicles and all this stuff all you want. Everything is connected. And it would appear that we're rushing rushing technology and rushing forward, trying to create a zero carbon emission future when we know there are a bunch of corporations behind this lobbying for things, not working for our good, not working for any of our good. Don't we all live in California? Don't we all love California? This shouldn't even be happening. Nobody should have to be sitting here for all these hours and meeting after meeting. Go look at what you're talking about. It's in the middle of a densely populated place for miles. The man before me, I think, just talked about, we all know there's plenty of space in California. If this has to happen, at least use some common sense and put it somewhere that it makes sense. There's got to be some sense up in Sacramento somewhere. I really believe there's got to be some somewhere. Thank you very much.
All right, we've got some hands raised on Zoom. Do we have any other hands in the room? All right, we've got one more hand in the room. And just a reminder to please state and spell your name for the record. We are asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less.
Hi, Gail Grimes, GAYLEGRIMES. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. I live in a senior community on the hill. And I'm just really concerned about any fires, toxic smoke. A lot of people there don't have cars, like the man said, and aren't able to evacuate. I hike on the hill above the proposed site. And I know someone has mentioned, I talked to a retired firefighter who has been to many of these meetings before, who lives also on the hill in Laguna Niguel above the proposed site. And he said that they are saying that we should shelter in place is what we've been told if there is a fire. Exactly. Which is not practical at all. So anyway, my main concern is toxic smoke from a fire and any emissions and greenhouse gases. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I think we need our IT help for our Zoom feed. Sorry, okay. So I've got Katie with a hand raised on Zoom. Katie, I'm gonna open your line. You'll unmute on your end and then you can begin. We are asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this is Katie Runyon. I'm a mom of 3, and I moved here to San Juan about 5 years ago. And this makes me very emotional because this is my beloved community. This is my beloved area. And to know that to the unfeeling to take this land away, because I feel like it's a not if, it's a when. When this area will go up in flames, when my house will burn down. And I just ask that they reconsider the location. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Next, we're gonna hear from Kristen. Kristen, I'm gonna open your line. You'll unmute on your end.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name's Kristen Jepson. I'm also a San Juan resident. I was there earlier today and didn't get a chance to speak, but some of the basics that everybody else has said is this is one of the main arteries between Los Angeles and San Diego. And not only is it an eyesore to the community and a fire hazard to all the residents and to all of us within 10 miles of this burning up, but today I spoke with one of the gentlemen that was part of the team trying to get it to go through. And he was saying, oh, well, it's next to the freeway. It's not that big of an eyesore. And stating other things like, well, you guys were the ones that banned the toll road coming through. So the 5 is your only option. And I'm like, yeah, there was an accident here last week where a truck overturned. And if anybody in the area was around, there's no access to get out. And it was right in front of where the battery farm's supposed to be. And traffic was backed up with miles on all the side streets for hours trying to get this truck cleared off the freeway. That's a truck accident. If this were to burn up or a terrorist attack was to happen in this area, there's literally no way out. And then it's going to shut down commerce and business between the major cities and counties of California. It's just not I can't even believe that we have to sit here, like everybody's saying, and fight this. We had no knowledge of this until a neighbor put something on our door. And I think having this meeting at this time of the year is a busy time for everybody and intentional so that people don't know about what's going on. Our local Capo Dispatch hasn't said a peep in it. I've been watching. I'm shocked that the local news finally came out yesterday to support us, but it's obvious that none of the mayors, none of the city councils want this, none of the firefighters want this. No, why? It's just, I agree with all the prior comments said. Relocate it, find a better spot for it. I understand with the technology that they need it to be within all the houses, but this is not the place. No one in San Juan wants it. No one in the local cities want it. And once people start understanding the hazards, people are not for it. And I refuse to accept this project as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Steph Morris. Steph, I'm going to open your line. You'll have to unmute on your end and then you can begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, I forgot I got a Zoom picture of my kid with me. But as a 30-year plus resident in Orange County, where my wife and I have both grown up, and we've now continued to raise our children here, I support this project wholeheartedly. I think the continued effort to ensure our power stability and security is paramount for both our businesses and homes here. Furthermore, I strongly prefer a professional private operator like an NG as opposed to an SDE or PG&E to operate this project on a go-forward basis. I appreciate the CEC's strict oversight and ongoing monitoring requirements that they're imposing on this project to ensure that the long-term viability and safety of the neighborhood and our community is protected. I think that based on the new technologies, this will be one of the safest projects in the United States. After losing my home in 2015, I had to rebuild with my family. When we rebuilt our house, we not only put solar on our house, but we also installed lithium batteries next to our master bedroom. I spent months researching the technology and became fully comfortable with placing the same battery chemistry that's being used in this BEST project adjacent to my bedroom window. So on a go-forward basis, I support this project and I appreciate everybody's effort to put security and safety first. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Larry Ward. Larry, I'm going to open your line. You'll unmute on your end and then you may begin.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I live on the hill above Laguna Niguel. I can understand the need for this type of renewable energy. That being said, every time the Santa Ana winds blow, there's going to be an enormous risk at this site. I called the city of San Juan 3 times last year to mow a defensible barrier. Nobody returned my call. So when we're in a situation in an environment where people are upset, it literally takes one kid, one person with a flame and 60-mile-an-hour winds, and it'll be Lahaina all over again. Except in this case, when this burns, it's going to be so bad that anyone who is for this project will live with that for the rest of their lives. It will be an uninhabitable area, and it's really unfortunate that we can't find a better solution that's not a minimum of 2 miles from a population center. It doesn't make sense to me. I think the communication has been abhorrent, and I think that the solution for this is to involve the community on a deeper level, truly slow things down, look at whether or not it's worth the risk, instead of trying to slide things forward when it's not even been involved with most of the community. I saw a flyer at my condo. That's the only reason I know about this project. It hasn't been presented in the right way. I don't think it's an effective solution. I think the location is a terrible idea. And if you think that it's a good location, I would reassess the way that you look at risk, especially in the current environment. So anyway, I used to live in Lahaina. That fire was really, really bad. The LA thing was really bad, and it's, I don't think, worth the risk to put that around this many people. And I hope you reconsider, and God bless you. Make the right choice.
Thank you. We're going to hear from Andrew Runyon next. Andrew, I'm going to open your line. You'll unmute on your end.
Hi, I'm Andrew Runyon, Runion, last name. I'm strongly opposed to this project because this is just such a small island of open space that I enjoy almost every day with my kids. I take them for bike rides and hikes back there. I know that there's group runs and bike rides that go right through our neighborhood that's just right down the creek, that I would be very concerned if anything were to happen, that my livelihood would be taken away. I also surf right at the end of that creek, and I would be concerned about any damage to that creek that's already kind of polluted. So thank you for your time. I just don't want to see this thing go in and erode what little bit of open space we have left.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we're going to hear from Emily Beck. Emily, I'm going to open your line, and then you'll unmute on your end, and then you can begin.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
We can hear you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Emily Beck. I'm a 36-year-old mother of 3 in Dana Point, and I drive the 5 freeway many times per week. I would say I'm on it between 5 and 10 times per week, taking my children to after-school activities, gymnastics in Laguna Hills, speech therapy in San Juan and Ladera Ranch. And this section of the 5 freeway is very, very, very important to access from where I live to the north and vice versa. Also, if there were some kind of fire at a BES, it's not really an option to do anything except put it out, which affects everybody who comes and goes, not just who lives up the hill from it or in the city of San Juan Capistrano. So I'm unequivocally opposed to this, not from a NIMBY standpoint, but from let's use the resources that we have in the areas that we have them. We have hundreds of thousands of square miles of open land in California within a 90-mile radius inland. Obviously, the ocean is not part of that, but this is just not the place to be putting a BES. And frankly, fire with lithium ion batteries is not if, but when. So please, California Energy Commission, please, please, please reconsider. I'd just like to end with asking, have any of you walked around the land where this would be? Have any of you been to the schools in the area? Have any of you met the people who live on the hill above it in Laguna Niguel? I think this is really a really serious proposal, and a BES is not best placed in the heart of Orange County. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. All right, and we have raised hand person in the pink sweater if you want to approach the podium. And just a reminder to please state and spell your name for the record, and we're asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less. Oh, sorry, one moment. I don't think we have the mic on. Can you just do a little test?
Hello. Oh,
Thank
there
you.
you go. Good evening. My name is Pamela Toomey. It's Pamela. Toomey is Too. M is in Mary, EY. I live in Village San Juan, and while we are not directly up the hill from BES, we are the proposed BES. We are directly across the freeway. We've all seen in other fires how quickly fires can jump the freeway. We have slightly less than 800 homes with only 2 exits. 2 exits to get all those people out in case of a fire. We would literally be trapped and killed. So I take it from my own selfishness. Most of us have wood fences. There are trees everywhere. That's the beauty of Village San Juan. And to think that it could be destroyed in a blink of a moment because we need to put batteries right there instead of out in a desolate area. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I saw another hand raised. All right, and this person in the front row.
My name's Olivia Conkle. It's Olivia. It's Conkle. I just on a whim came here. I recognize you. From next door is the only reason that I heard about this. And yeah, and so she said, who's showing up? And I was like, well, I am. And if that's just me, there's hundreds more out there like me, thousands, who it was at the end of the day, and just came over here. My son dropped me off, we were in the car. And I grew up in Laguna Niguel. We moved in 87 at the top of the Highlands. My dad is a very established and well-known businessman in the area and is also a priest at St. Michael's in San Clemente. I went to Niguel Hills Junior High School. I went to Dana Hills High School and graduated from CBCS. Both my boys graduated San Clemente High School. There's absolutely no reason that this beautiful area that's historic, that's wealthy in values and wealthy in financially, in beauty and everything. You're within a view of like what, 4 schools? Beautiful homes, people that bought them back like when we did in the 80s, right? Have been here forever, ever, ever. And you just want to go and put in a lithium factory with 70% burning chance. Why would you do that? I mean, money is the only reason, right? So how about let that wash away and use your hearts, because in your heads, this doesn't make any sort of sense. You put this on a map and it's just like, what? Oh, I mean, what's going on? I don't understand. And if you could explain that to me, I'd really like to know. And openly and honestly about it, because I just don't understand this. This is a beautiful area. It's in the hearts of so many people, whether they live here anymore or not. And so if one of them little old me shows up, out of a command from next door, no, but people are really fired up about this. And I got my butt down here. When this starts getting out in the world and out in there, yeah, you're gonna need more cops. You're gonna need more security. You're gonna need more like parking spaces. I'm not kidding. Like, I don't know how full y'all's room is on a normal basis, but I'm sure it's a little bit more full today. So please just listen to this. It's from the heart of a mother and the heart of a person that's been here forever, moved away and came back too. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there more raised hands in the room? We've got someone on Zoom. Yes, a person in the blue shirt, if you want to come up. Yes, thank you. Oh, sorry about that. And then just a reminder to please say and spell your name for the record. We are asking for comments to be 2 minutes or less.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Tiffany Carr, Tiffani, Carr, Carr, and I live right by this, right behind the valley. And it is all about money. I want to piggyback on what she said. I mean, Saddleback Church got all this land donated to them from Hobby Lobby. And now they want to sell it for profit. And when we go to the church, they say, oh, well, during 2020, tithings went down, this and that. They don't care at all about us and our safety and our children and all the horses down at all Sycamore trails and all the trails out there. They just care about the profits. And that's really greedy. My husband and I, we travel everywhere. We see there's tons of land. Put it there. Why put it in the backyards of us? It's ridiculous. It's all for greed. And how can a church do that? It's so backwards. This is not what churches are about. It's a bunch of baloney. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna transition back to Zoom. I'm so sorry, our IT. And there is a caller identified as the Swan Team Real Estate. I'm gonna open your line. You'll unmute on your end and then you can begin.
Hi, this is Leslie Swan. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. It's LESLIESWAN. And just so you know, I don't see the timer going, but that's okay. Oh, now it started. So I am the president of the Capo Valley High School Foundation, and I strongly oppose this BES being put in so close to not only Capo Valley High School, but also there's J. Sarah that's close. There's also I'm blanking on the name of the school that's directly across from Capo. But there is already so much congestion in that area. And from a safety perspective, obviously, as everyone else has said with fires, I'm also a realtor. And knowing the real estate values in Orange County, this land would be much better served in producing housing. And whoever sells it would make a lot more money than I imagine just dumping batteries there. As a lot of people have said before, there is plenty of other areas that are more desolate throughout Orange County where this wouldn't be such an eyesore as well. I think that one of the many things that people love about Orange County is how beautiful things are and how things are kept well kept. And putting this here right off of the 5, where there's a ton of congestion and traffic as it is, I just think is a really bad idea. And again, we don't want to have any unnecessary fires in South Orange County, in the Mission Viejo, San Juan Capistrano, Laguna Niguel areas. So many people would be affected by this. And again, I think there are better places in other real estate where this could go. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Leslie. All right, do we have anyone else in the room that wanted to comment? Okay, so I'm going to turn it back over to Commissioner Gallardo.
Thank you, Mona. So before I start with the closing remarks, I wanted to check in, Casey, if we could put back the slide with the information about the next steps, just to make sure folks who joined late can also see that. And Casey, could you go over it again just quickly?
Yes. Again, thank you everyone for your comments. We do welcome public participation in every step of our process, and we want to provide everyone who would like the opportunity to speak the chance to do so. So the next step is for us to host a Zoom meeting on June 3rd to receive comments, and that starts at 10 a.m. There is a meeting notice on our docket. You can find it from our project webpage. Go to the docket and you can find the meeting notice for the information on how to join via Zoom. There's a comment period that closes on our notice of preparation, and that's on June 4th. Again, we will consider all comments received as we prepare the staff assessment that will include the draft environmental impact report.
Thank you, Casey. And let's leave that slide up for folks. So again, I said this in the morning, but we were having some echoing issues. So I just want to thank the community for allowing us to be here to listen to all of the insight that you had to share. We really appreciate everyone who participated of all generations. It was nice to see the youth here too. We also really appreciate the support and help of the elected leaders who helped us secure this venue where we heard that more people would be comfortable and familiar. And I believe we had almost 160 or possibly 160 people who commented. So again, we really appreciate that. It adds a lot of value. I also want to give a big thank you to our CHP officers who were here with us the whole day, making sure that we had everything in order. So thank you to you. I also want to thank the interpreters for providing their services, and also the workers here at the facility who also supported us the entire day. I want to thank the applicant for presenting their project, enable us to learn more, and also to our staff for putting on this workshop, for doing all the great work and all the diligence. And this won't be the last time that we come out here. We will come back again once we have our staff assessment drafted, and that will enable you to learn more information. That's when we'll have our analysis and our findings. So there's still that opportunity for you to engage with us and to continue providing your insight. So if there is any additional material that you think of that we should know about, please feel free to submit it to the docket. We will be looking at everything. And on that note, Mayor Bourne from San Juan Capistrano had mentioned some historic engineering studies that we will be seeking. So wanted to let you know that. Before I adjourn, I want to also see if our chair and our executive director want to make some comments.
Thank you, Commissioner. And let me add my thanks as well to all of you. We started at 10 a.m. It's 8:20 and we've been going all day. I really want to thank especially the parents who brought their children to participate. I think they had to take them back to dinner, but that was really nice to see young people participating. I did want to just reiterate a few points. Obviously, we're not taking any action today. This is really a listening session and a chance to sort of set the table with the basic facts. But again, the Energy Commission does not select the sites. What we do is evaluate what comes to us. And the context is that the legislature and the governor has directed this process to be set up because electric load in California is growing. We're having hotter summers. It's more air conditioning demand. There's a whole bunch of other upward pressure. For a long time, electric demand in California was flat because we're so energy efficient. It's now been going up. And so the state has added about 27 gigawatts of new capacity, including energy storage, over the last 6 years. And so that is what we're doing, responding to the cases that are coming in and evaluating on the merits. And this is a big part of the process, and we look at all the different facets of that. So just to provide that context, and I really want to again thank you all for joining and participating so thoroughly.
Yeah, just very briefly, I want to also share my gratitude with a lot of people who have come through this room today in the last 10 hours, but a few faces have been here the whole time. So this is our job. We take it very seriously. We know it's not yours, and we're grateful for you coming out and sharing your views with us today. Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll adjourn. Thank you.